In Mexiko wird die Jugend kriminalisiert.
Diejenigen, die Respekt verlangen für die Menschenrechte, Respekt für die internationalen Abkommen, die werden verfolgt, die werden ins Gefängnis gesteckt, die werden unterdrückt und sie werden umgebracht. Deshalb sind wir hier, um unsere Regierung zur Anklage zu bringen. Sie spricht von Fortschritt, von Entwicklung. Sie spricht von Respekt für Menschenrechte und Frieden. Hunderte im Exil, politische Gefangene, Männer und Frauen, die ermordet werden, weil sie das Recht verteidigen, weil sie für die Einhaltung für den Respekt unserer Rechte kämpfen. In Mexiko ist die freie Meinung unterdrückt. Sie wissen uns nicht wahr. Wir sprechen nicht von dem Mexiko, wie wir heute unser Präsidenten ansprechen würden.
Venimos a hablar del México donde se desaparecen a estudiantes.
Wir sprechen von dem Mexiko, in dem man Studenten verschwinden lässt.
Del México de las grandes reformas que lo que están haciendo es el saqueo, la destrucción de nuestro futuro y de nuestro patrimonio.
Dem Mexiko, in dem wir brauchen, Zerstörung unserer Ressourcen, unserer Zukunft. Dem Mexiko, in dem man Journalisten zum Schweigen bringt. In Mexiko all diejenigen, die wir unzufrieden sind, für die Regierung, weil wir nicht respekt unseren Rechten haben. Wir sind hier, weil euer Kampf auch unser Kampf ist.
Necesitamos construir un nuevo horizonte.
Wir müssen einen neuen Horizont schaffen.
Necesitamos la unidad de todas las luchas.
Wir brauchen Einheit aller im Kampf.
Contra el capitalismo.
Im Kampf gegen den Kapitalismus.
Compañeras y compañeros.
Genossinnen und Genossen.
De parte de nuestros hermanos de México.
Von unseren Brüdern in Mexiko.
Queremos decirles.
Wir euch sagen.
Agradecer la solidaridad. El dolor que sufren. Nuestras compañeras y compañeros de por tener un mundo Übertragung unterstellt werde, würde ich mal sagen, wir sind 7000 Leute, es geht also lauter. Viel lauter!
Meine Freundin Anneliese sagt, es geht lauter, wir können euch nicht hören. Sag mal, was drauf ist. Super.
Also ja, es wird noch ein langer Raum, schon richtig schöner Sport, euch mit ihr könnt nicht davon ausgehen, nach den Erfahrungen der letzten Tage und der letzten Jahre, dass
Das wird nicht eingestellt. Sekunde, DRS.
gemeinsam solidarisch internationalistisch verbringen können, sondern uns wieder mit Hamburger Kleinscheiß rumschlagen müssen, nämlich der Polizei. Es gibt natürlich keinerlei Einschätzung. Wir haben die Situation, dass wir den ganzen Abend ohne Auflagen haben. Wir haben eine lange Demo-Route genehmigt. Auf der anderen Seite, wenn euch noch behauptet, wir würden die Stadt in unsere Tasche legen, dann
Suche noch, aber DRS muss aus sein. Moment, ich hab's.
Bereitet euch jetzt schon mal darauf vor. Wir werden jetzt einige Tipps geben, einige Infos, die tatsächlich wichtig sind. Es ist natürlich so, dass die Erfahrungen zeigen, dass die Hamburger Polizei gerne eine Einsatzstrategie hat, einzelne Leute aus Demonstrationen rauszutreiben, mit Einfluss in Demonstrationen reinzugehen.
Muss man weiß machen.
Sehr sinnvoll sein, geschlossen zu bleiben
Sekunde.
und sich auf fremde Raumsorte zu haben. Wie ich kurz feststellte, ist die Reaktion auf dieses Bildes Ketten inzwischen etwas lahmarschig geworden. Entweder folgt normal, dann wird wieder klar, dann hat sich einfach weiter, dann ist das Zusammenhang und keine einzelnen Leute von der Polizei rausgekippt werden können. Sollte das trotzdem passieren? Machen wir was?
Das hat wir natürlich den Ermittlungsausschuss an.
Genau. Ja?
Und der Kommissar und nicht Notdurchführung ist ein Teil
Initié des avocats ou quelque chose. Des avocats qui aiment tu appelles le numéro 0049 pour Allemagne, 40 pour Hambourg, puis après 4, 3, 2, 7, 8, 7, 7, 8.
In case of trouble with the police, call our legal team. You can reach the
Captain Bowser Und vor diese,
Ich brauche nur das Kommando von dir.
Safe. Kannst du das Meeting einmal auf Monitor legen? Hey, ja, okay, gut. Ja. Mehr Stimme ausgeschaltet, mehr Stimme, ja, mehr Stimme, Stop, mehr Stimme, Stop, Stimme muss raus, Stop, hey, ja, hey, Stop, hey, check, Check. Ich weiß mal, ich bin nicht hier vorne auf der Position. Check, hey. Check, hey, ja. Check. Vielen Dank. Ja, eine gute Leute. Vielen Dank, dass diese Leute heute alle absagen. Das ist geil, das ist gut. Das ist schön aus. Das wird jetzt. Das wird schon Hause.
Hier steht das Wahlwagen. Was wollen Sie tun? Nach dieser ständigen Fortsetzung der Exzellenzlage? Oder darauf Ketten an die Grenze?
Die ganzen Sachen müssen noch nicht kommen. Aber das freut uns weg.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We are taking you away from Germany right now to Pasadena, California, where there is a police pursuit happening. We do appreciate all our viewers watching with us right now, live in Pasadena, California. Skyfox there up in the air following this pickup truck We're just getting the feed in, so we do not know what the suspect right here is wanted for, but you can see he's getting into some morning traffic right here, as it is rush hour for out on the West Coast here. And let's see, we have the pickup truck stopped. Always, folks, viewer discretion is advised during these police chases, as we just do not know what the suspect may or may not do. And thank you to all our fans watching worldwide now on the Fox 10 Facebook Live right now. You're watching as we're just getting these aerials in, so you haven't missed a much. But as always, when we follow these police chases, this is coming out of Pasadena, California. We cannot urge you enough. Viewer discretion is advised, as we don't know what the suspect right now is wanted for, but obviously not stopping for police, evading police here, and now going into residential areas. So it's always scary when they go off in these residential areas because, well, one, it's summer and there could be kids just playing in the middle of the street here and could get hurt. So we're just hoping for the very best for the police and drivers, as well as residents in this area, to stay safe during this police pursuit. As you can see, we're just in a very residential area, and let's see, did the pickup truck stop? It looks like it looks like the suspect may be giving up here. We do have the suspect coming out now. Okay, we see the door open here, but we have not seen the suspect yet come out. We just had this feed come in the last 3 minutes, and it was in a very residential area. Pulled over right here, and at this moment, we have not seen that suspect get out of the car yet. So you know very well that the police are shouting commands, trying to get that suspect out. See the officer approaching. Viewer discretion is advised, everyone. Oh, and here we go. And it's on again. And just right there, The suspect waited for that officer to get a little bit closer to the truck, and it is on again. The chase is on. All right, and folks, if you are just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we did have the suspect. He pulled over. Police started to go towards the truck, and then suspect hit the gas again, and right now in a pursuit here. Ooh, nearly clipping that car there. So that suspect was egging him on pretty much there. We are in a very residential area here in Pasadena, California. Let's see if the police try to maybe block him into this subdivision area. Looks like once again he is having some traffic, and it appeared that he was on his phone. So he was just on his phone moments ago. And now he has a truck blocking him. It may look like this truck is trying to stop him. So okay, here we go, and it looks like someone's going to get a little bumped here. Wow. We're continuing to follow live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everyone watching worldwide as well on our Facebook Live. If you're just joining us, let us know where you are watching this stream from. We always do have so many people watching from around the world when we do air these police chases. This one happening in Pasadena, California. We've been seeing here that this suspect's really been taking his time in this area. And now that green truck is coming back. This is the one that tried to block him in the roadway just moments ago. So now the green truck is also pursuing the suspect here. This is really a bizarre chase, everyone. Haven't seen one that's been this residential and this slow. Then it appears that a civilian is also trying to get into the mix and trying to get the suspect as well, which is always not suggested. Police will want to handle this by themselves. They don't need others here, but we don't know. Maybe this green truck could also be an undercover as well. You don't know that, but so many different situations and scenarios that could be happening here. But I haven't seen a police chase that has lasted so long just in a residential area. So many times we see these on the freeways. They get in and off the freeways. But this one just appears to be strictly residential. Well, now, again, it looks like the suspect is getting out now, finally. Going to bail out here. Very casual walk here. And a lot of these times the suspects want to stay in the area that they know of or are comfortable with. A lot of questions right now. Where are the police? So many of you asking, where are the police? We do see that green truck once again. But he went down these steps here. We haven't seen the suspect reappear here. But he did just get out of the truck, went down those steps. We have another car here. Now we have that driver from that green truck. He's out and about now on his phone trying to tell, presumably, the police what just happened, that they have the suspect there that went down those steps. For those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and everyone on Facebook Live as well, this police chase, definitely a bizarre situation where it was heavily a residential chase in Pasadena, California. Suspect stopped once, had the police get out of the car and approach the truck, and then the suspect started the chase once again and led them on for another 5 minutes. But then what happened was, looked like they had a civilian that wanted to be a part of the chase as well and trying to get the suspect, but it did not work out like that. For those of you maybe just joining us here now, the suspect did get out of the truck and went down some steps there, right there where Sky Fox is pointing to. We don't know where the suspect may have went. We do see some cars over there in an alleyway. We're just hoping maybe the suspect hopefully did not go into this home here, because that could just have all sorts of problems as well. So yeah, definitely, folks, just a kind of a bizarre chase that we encountered here. Like I was saying earlier, so many times we have these chases that'll be on the highway, and then a suspect will get off in a residential area and 10 minutes later go back on the highway. But this time, it was all residential. Suspect stopped once, then continued. Then it looked like what looked to be a civilian trying to get into the mix and help the police as well. Now he's all amped up. We saw him out on the street on his cell phone trying to contact anyone, police, to tell them that that suspect got out of the truck, went through that gate, and then down those steps near that home. You can see the guy in the green there. He's the owner of that green truck, and we really haven't seen police be too involved here. I mean, they're almost taking a back seat to this.
suspect search and possibly a standoff until they find this guy.
For those of you just joining us here on the stream, let us know where you are watching from, as we always do have viewers worldwide during
also,
these
if
police
they're
situations.
Able to tell whether this is his home or not, and they have, if they determine that he may be suicidal, that tells me that they know who he is. They have an ID of this guy, and they may even have his phone number. I can tell you when he tried to squeeze through that green pickup truck and that other parked car, it certainly appeared from my vantage point that he was on the phone. Well, you have no idea who he was talking to, whether he was on the phone with 911, whether he was on the phone with his mother, whether he was on the phone with a relative or a friend, but it certainly appears that he was communicating with somebody, and whether police have the ability to contact him, well, that'll be very interesting, Steve, as you mentioned. All right, so from my vantage point, it looks like they're waiting for backup. They're going to wait for additional LAPD units to arrive on here. Obviously, they want to save this guy from himself, but they also have to put the safety of their officers first and foremost before they could do anything. And of course, they want to look out for the public safety, so anybody who might be inside that house and any of these other neighbors. So they're going to wait until they have enough backup before they enter that house. That we could tell you for sure from experience from all of the standoffs that we've seen. They're not just going to go running in there chasing after him, even though they saw the same thing we saw as he jumped out of that car and went down those stairs. Looks like it's he's not in that garage because he went down the stairs, and whether he's made entry into the home or whether he's sitting on the steps, we just don't know. And they're not going to find out. They're not going to find that out until they have enough backup to enter the property. Well, to a certain extent, to play devil's advocate, like I have to wonder. I mean, he's already escalated this situation and put enough lives in danger to this point where they have to face they're facing the fact of unpredictability. They just don't know they can't predict what this guy is capable of. If he's suicidal, does he want to commit suicide by cop? I mean, we've seen that so many times in the past. So they're not going to treat him as a victim until they have the situation contained and enough backup to handle the situation. So why they're backing up? Yeah. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. I can't say for sure. Well, it looks like they're organizing a little bit of an arrest team. Now, we've seen this in different situations. We now have a group of 3 or 4, looks like 3 cops near the top of your screen, 4 cops. Okay, we've got. Okay, so we've got 4 officers, and they all appear to be wearing helmets. What they're waiting for? Okay, 5 officers. They're all wearing helmets, and they're all kind of sticking together, trying to strategize how they're going to make entry here. They may decide to make entry before they have a full SWAT team here. You got to remember, a SWAT team sometimes can take up to a half hour or an hour to respond to a given situation, depending on where they are and depending. That's right. Guys, just a heads up, we've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes of fuel. 5 minutes of fuel. Burbank. Or probably Van Nuys, actually. Van Nuys is faster. Where'd you think he is? Oh, I see. Is it the green one with the satellite dish? That green roof right there, like a shed? That's his property. So he might be in that shed, bottom right-hand corner of the screen, right there. That's where he is. So the airship must have seen him go in there, or they're detecting something. They probably have a heat signal. Okay, so we have a visual. Apparently the guy is in there, Andrew. Okay, that's fine. That green shed. It's a green shed in the back of the house. Copy that. Yep, 5 minutes. Yep. You're good. You're fine. We'll come around. We'll get it. I don't think so. Once we see the door, we can stop. Okay, it's a guest house. Okay. Top of the 9. Top of the 9. Yes, yes, top of the 9 we could do. $15 seconds. All right. Push in. Push in. There he is. Okay, so we just witnessed the guy come out of that guest house behind the blue home that we've been concentrating on, and immediately as that guy exited the home, a German Shepherd went chasing after him, and now this is all playing out under these trees here. Obviously, it's very well. Our view is obscured now by this tree, so we can't tell what's going on. But we were able to determine during the commercial break that this guy had made his way through the property and had entered a guest house behind the main residence. And just a second ago, as we came out of the break, we saw him walk out of the granny flat, or the guest house, if you will, and right behind him was a German Shepherd. I don't know if that was his, if that was a neighbor's, or if that was a canine officer, but that's what we've got. That's the latest, guys. They now have very casually. It was you're 100% right. You saw what I saw, and that's exactly. In fact, there's the dog right there. It looks like a very friendly dog. Doesn't seem to be acting in an aggressive fashion whatsoever. I'm being told that the suspect is now walking along the northeast side of the property. So what that tells us is he may not have the keys. He has not made entry into this main residence. He did sneak into that guest house. Now he's walking around the property, and there's a dog walking around the property with him. It may be his dog, it may be another dog, but it does not appear, at least from our vantage point, does not appear to be a law enforcement canine. But once again, police have not made their way into this house. They're still waiting for backup. You see that group of officers we were showing you earlier. They've now surrounded the original pickup truck that they were chasing, and they're in basically in a standby mode. I'm being told the guy has now made his way inside the blue house, Steve. Thank you, Jake. Awesome. That was him. Yep. There's the dog. Waiting for the top of the show, and then we're Well, the reservations that we were watching earlier on the part of the LAPD and the CHP has shifted dramatically. There are now upwards of a dozen police officers surrounding the home, waiting for the guy to come out and perhaps waiting for negotiators to come out and resolve the situation. As you mentioned, Liz, this has basically turned into a standoff situation. For a short time, that suspect who was being chased in that pickup truck originally made his way through this property, ended up hiding in a guest house, and then, as we saw earlier, he literally walked very casually out of the guest house, and we're told he's now made his way into this main residence, into that blue house there you see in the center of your screen. There does appear to be a big German Shepherd on the property. Does not appear to be a police dog. It does appear to be possibly a pet. I can tell you LAPD is circling this house with their helicopter. They have the airship overhead, and they have numerous officers now taking up position around the home, hopefully in an effort to end this situation as peacefully as possible. Liz and Steve, back over to you. I did not. I gotta be honest. I did not catch it. Okay, they're making entry. Okay, so they have a group of about 7 officers who are now gonna they have their tactical gear on, and they just tear gas. Somebody just threw a tear gas grenade over the side there. That incidentally is the original staircase that the suspect walked down when this pursuit came to an end, and it looks like they're now going to try and gain entry through that front door. Okay, they're talking somebody out. Is it him? Is it somebody else? We don't know. It doesn't look like him unless he's changed his clothes, but it's just too early to say. But a different color, right? Okay, there's multiple people in the home. They're now escorting those individuals out of the home. Yep. So this is an occupied home. We don't know, again, if he lives here. We believe he may. But now police officers attempting to slowly make entry into the home, and hopefully, well, we'll watch along and see what happens here. Right. Well, and that goes to the million-dollar question. Is this just an unstable individual, or is this an armed, unstable individual? If he's got a gun on him, if he was holding hostages in there, that's a whole nother ball of wax. On the other hand, if he's unarmed, and they don't know that, I mean, at this point, it's anybody's guess, so they have to act as if he is. But it looks like that door, I'm being told that apparently he just peeked his head out the door. He just peeked his head out the door, and he's now slammed the door in officer's face there, so he's not willing to comply. It does not appear he's willing to come out. So we picked this up in Pasadena, and that was about, by my count, maybe close to an hour ago at this point. He was coming westbound on the 210, eventually ended up on the 2 freeway through Glassell Park. He was weaving through this residential neighborhood, and eventually, after hitting a few cars and squeezing through a few parked cars and really ramping things up, he eventually ended up right here off of Fletcher in Glassell Park, what appears to be his home, where he's now hiding out, Steve. We're done, we're done, we're done. Thank you. Yep.
All right, everyone. As you can see there, Skyfox does have to refuel. You're watching the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Standoff continues. And stay here right with us. For those of you maybe that were just joining in, maybe in the middle of the pursuit, and want to see how this all unfolded and just how bizarre it was in the beginning, we're going to bring that to you right here. We're going to re-rack that now. For those of you just joining us, this was just moments ago with this police chase in a very residential area in Pasadena, California. but this one just appears to be strictly residential. Well, now, again, it looks like the suspect is getting out now, finally. Going to bail out here. Very casual walk here. And a lot of these times, the suspects want to stay in the area that they know of or are comfortable with. A lot of questions right now are, where are the police? So many of you asking, where are the police? We do see that green truck once again, but he went down these steps here. We haven't seen the suspect reappear here, but he did just get out of the truck, went down those steps. We have another car here. Reappear. Now we have that driver from that green truck. He's out and about now on his phone trying to tell, presumably, the police what just happened, that they have the suspect there that went down those steps. For those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and everyone on Facebook Live as well, this police chase, definitely a bizarre situation where it was heavily a residential chase in Pasadena, California. Suspect stopped once, had the police get out of the car and approach the truck, and then the suspect started the chase once again and led them on for another 5 minutes. But then what happened was, looked like they had a civilian that wanted to be a part of the chase as well and try to get the suspect, but it did not work out like that. For those of you maybe just joining us here now, the suspect did get out of the truck and went down some steps there, right there where Sky Fox is pointing to. We don't know where the suspect may have went. We do see some cars over there in an alleyway. We're just hoping maybe the suspect hopefully did not go into this home here, because that could just have all sorts of problems as well. So yeah, definitely, folks, just a kind of a bizarre chase that we encountered here. Like I was saying earlier, so many times we have these chases that'll be on the highway, and then a suspect will get off in a residential area and 10 minutes later go back on the highway. But this time, it was all residential. Suspect stopped once, then continued. Then it looked like what looked to be a civilian trying to get into the mix and help the police as well. Now he's all amped up. We saw him out on the street on his cell phone trying to contact anyone, police, to tell them that that suspect got out of the truck, went through that gate, and then down those steps near that home. You can see the guy in the green there. He's the owner of that green truck, and we really haven't seen police be too involved here. I mean, they're almost taking a back seat to this.
Suspect search and possibly a standoff until they find this guy.
For those of you just joining us here on the stream, let us know where you are watching from, as we always do have viewers worldwide during
Also,
these
if
police
they're
situations.
able to tell whether this is his home or not, and they have, if they determine that he may be suicidal, that tells me that they know who he is. They have an ID of this guy, and they may even have his phone number. I can tell you when he tried to squeeze through that green pickup truck and that other parked car, it certainly appeared from my vantage point that he was on the phone. Well, you have no idea who he was talking to, whether he was on the phone with 911, whether he was on the phone with his mother, whether he was on the phone with a relative or a friend, but it certainly appears that he was communicating with somebody, and whether police have the ability to contact him, well, that'll be very interesting, Steve, as you mentioned. All right, so from my vantage point, it looks like they're waiting for backup. They're going to wait for additional LAPD units to arrive on here. Obviously, they want to save this guy from himself, but they also have to put the safety of their officers first and foremost before they could do anything. And they, of course, they want to look out for the public safety. So anybody who might be inside that house, and any of these other neighbors. So they're going to wait until they have enough backup before they enter that house. That we could tell you for sure from experience from all of the standoffs that we've seen. They're not just going to go running in there chasing after him, even though they saw the same thing we saw as he jumped out of that car and went down those stairs. Looks like it's he's not in that garage because he went down the stairs, and whether he's made entry into the home or whether he's sitting on the steps, we just don't know. And they're not going to find that. They're not going to find that out until they have enough backup to enter the property. Well, to a certain extent, you know, to play devil's advocate, like I have to wonder. I mean, he's already escalated this situation and put enough lives in danger to this point, where they have to face they're facing the fact of unpredictability. They just don't know what they can't predict what this guy is capable of. You know, if he's suicidal, does he want to commit suicide by cop? I mean, we've seen that so many times in the past. So they're not going to treat him as a victim until they have the situation contained and enough backup to handle the situation. So why they're backing up? What? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. I can't say for sure what. Well, it looks like they're organizing a little bit of an arrest team. Now we've seen this in different situations. We now have a group of 3 or 4. Looks like 3 cops near the top of your screen. 4 cops. Okay, we've got. Okay, so we've got 4 officers, and they all appear to be wearing helmets. What they're waiting for? Okay, 5 officers. They're all wearing helmets, and they're all kind of sticking together, trying to strategize how they're going to make entry here. They may decide to make entry before they have a full SWAT team here. You got to remember, a SWAT team sometimes can take up to a half hour or an hour to respond to a given situation, depending on where they are and depending. That's right. Guys, just a heads up, we've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes of fuel. 5 minutes of fuel. Burbank. Or probably Van Nuys, actually. Van Nuys is faster. Where'd you think he is? Oh, I see. Is it the green one with the satellite dish? That green roof right there, like a shed? That's his property. So he might be in that shed, bottom right-hand corner of the screen, right there. That's where he is. So the airship must have seen him go in there, or they're detecting something. They probably have a heat signal. Okay. So we have a visual. Apparently the guy is in there, Andrew. Okay. That's fine. That green shed. It's a green shed in the back of the house. Copy that. Yep, 5 minutes. Yep. You're good. You're fine. We'll come around. We'll get it. I don't think so. Once we see the door, we can stop. Okay, it's a guest house. Okay. Top of the 9? Top of the 9? Yes, yes, top of the 9 we could do. $15 seconds. All right. Push in. Push in. There he is. Okay, so we just witnessed the guy come out of that guest house behind the blue home that we've been concentrating on, and immediately as that guy exited the home, a German Shepherd went chasing after him, and now this is all playing out behind under these trees here. Obviously, it's very well. Our view is obscured now by this tree, so we can't tell what's going on. But we were able to determine during the commercial break that this guy had made his way through the property and had entered a guest house behind the main residence. And just a second ago, as we came out of the break, we saw him walk out of the granny flat, or the guest house, if you will, and right behind him was a German Shepherd. I don't know if that was his, if that was a neighbor's, or if that was a canine officer, but that's what we've got. That's the latest, guys. They now have very casually. Very casually. It was you're 100% right. You saw what I saw, and that's exactly. In fact, there's the dog right there. It looks like a very friendly dog. Doesn't seem to be acting in an aggressive fashion whatsoever. I'm being told that the suspect is now walking along the northeast side of the property. So what that tells us is he may not have the keys. He has not made entry into this main residence. He did sneak into that guest house. Now he's walking around the property, and there's a dog walking around the property with him. It may be his dog, it may be another dog, but it does not appear, at least from our vantage point, does not appear to be a law enforcement canine. But once again, police have not made their way into this house. They're still waiting for backup. You see that group of officers we were showing you earlier. They've now surrounded the original pickup truck that they were chasing, and they're in basically in a standby mode. I'm being told the guy has now made his way inside the blue house, Steve. Thank you, Jake. Awesome. That was him. Yep. There's the dog. Waiting for the top of the show, and then we're Well, the reservations that we were watching earlier on the part of the LAPD and the CHP has shifted dramatically. There are now upwards of a dozen police officers surrounding the home, waiting for the guy to come out and perhaps waiting for negotiators to come out and resolve the situation. As you mentioned, Liz, this has basically turned into a standoff situation. For a short time, that suspect who was being chased in that pickup truck originally made his way through this property, ended up hiding in a guest house, and then, as we saw earlier, he literally walked very casually out of the guest house, and we're told he's now made his way into this main residence, into that blue house there you see in the center of your screen. There does appear to be a big German Shepherd on the property. Does not appear to be a police dog. It does appear to be possibly a pet. I can tell you LAPD is circling this house with their helicopter. They have the airship overhead, and they have numerous officers now taking up position around the home, hopefully in an effort to end this situation as peacefully as possible. Liz and Steve, back over to you. I did not. I gotta be honest. I did not catch it. Okay, they're making entry. Okay, so they have a group of about 7 officers who are now gonna they have their tactical gear on, and they just tear gas. Somebody just threw a tear gas grenade over the side there. That incidentally is the original staircase that the suspect walked down when this pursuit came to an end, and it looks like they're now going to try and gain entry through that front door. Okay, they're talking somebody out. Is it him? Is it somebody else? We don't know. It doesn't look like him unless he's changed his clothes, but it's just too early to say. But a different color, right? Okay, there's multiple people in the home. They're now escorting those individuals out of the home. Yep. So this is an occupied home. We don't know, again, if he lives here. We believe he may. But now police officers attempting to slowly make entry into the home, and hopefully, well, we'll watch along and see what happens here. Right. Well, and that goes to the million-dollar question. Is this just an unstable individual, or is this an armed, unstable individual? If he's got a gun on him, if he was holding hostages in there, that's a whole nother ball of wax. On the other hand, if he's unarmed, and they don't know that, I mean, at this point, it's anybody's guess, so they have to act as if he is. But it looks like that door, I'm being told that apparently he just peeked his head out the door. He just peeked his head out the door, and he's now slammed the door in officer's face there, so he's not willing to comply. It does not appear he's willing to come out. So we picked this up in Pasadena, and that was about, by my count, maybe close to an hour ago at this point. He was coming westbound on the 210, eventually ended up on the 2 freeway through Glassell Park. He was weaving through this residential neighborhood, and eventually, after hitting a few cars and squeezing through a few parked cars and really ramping things up, he eventually ended up right here off of Fletcher in Glassell Park, what appears to be his home, where he's now hiding out, Steve. We're done, we're done, we're done.
And for those of you maybe wanting to see how this all happened with this standoff and how it began, you are seeing now the suspect get out of that truck, and that is how suspect got out of the truck and just went down those steps and then basically into that small home and then into the big home as well. We're going to watch that unfold. And welcome, everybody. We do have new aerials for you. This is now back out live. Skyfox was able to refuel, and we now have a live look for you at that standoff. Thank you so much for waiting with us here as we were able to get new visuals here for you. Skyfox back up in the air. You are now watching live. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 and the News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everyone watching worldwide as well on our Facebook Live. You can still see we have a police standoff still going on. Earlier, the Skyfox did have to refuel. Now they're back up, and we're taking these images live for you. Suspect led police on a chase through a residential area here in Glendale and eventually pulled over and went into this house. Now, they were able to get the occupants outside of the house, but that suspect still remaining inside.
Dave and Andrew, I believe. Oh, maybe, no, I guess maybe Andrew may have left. Oh, Andrew's, yes, he's here. Hey there. Cool. Copy that. Hey there, Andrew, you up? Was there a hospital that you needed us to grab in the valley at some point? You're okay. Love it. This one here? Wow. Yep. Which one is this? This is Forest Lawn. Yep. Where's Jackson? Pursuing him. Don't let anybody fool you guys. It was a pursuit. Yep. I love LA. that him? There he is. He's in custody. No? Right there in the center of the screen, no? Okay, sorry. No, 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 negative.
And for those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, brought to fox10phoenix.com, and everybody watching worldwide right now on Facebook Live as well, police standoff still ongoing in Glendale, California. This was a pursuit that was strictly residential, and we even saw a civilian get into the mix with trying to detain the suspect. Did not work. The suspect was able to maneuver past a green truck and then stopped at this home, got out, and went into the home eventually. Now, that is where we leave off and continue to watch live here.
Oh, sorry.
Everybody's wondering, okay, how is this all going to end? We do appreciate you guys watching with us, and that's usually during these police chases and standoffs. If you've been watching from the beginning, the middle, you're always going to want to see what happens at the end. So we do appreciate everybody watching with us, and we'll try to get as much info as we can here.
Skyfox News Desk. Andrew, you up? No. Where is it? All right, well, we'll head up there. Brush Fire, Rinaldi, Porter Ranch. Oh, Granada Hills, I'm sorry.
Right there, and as you can see there, Sky Fox says they need to go to another news story. For more news and updates, please follow us on fox10phoenix.com. All right, everyone, and for those of you joining us right here on fox10phoenix.com, this is in Germany at the site of the G20 summit that will be taking place starting tomorrow, and you can see police groups there getting ready for massive protests today.
20 von dem Auto, Sandablager oder Wasserflaschen, wenn ihr was braucht für ein Auto oder falls ihr noch ein Schild haben wollt, offiziell. Polizei. Hier jetzt im Teil der Demonstration gerade rausnimmt. Wir fordern die Polizei nochmal auf, sich zurückzuziehen. Ihr verletzt hier Menschen, geht's eigentlich noch zurück. Die Polizei steht verletzt. 20 hier in Hamburg. So, jetzt kommt das Räumungsfahrzeug. Das eine können wir jetzt nicht sehen. Leute, passt auf euch auf, was die Polizei macht. Ist eine reine Eskalation. Polizei, das ist ein unmännlicher Lautsprecher da. Wir sind eine angemeldete Demonstration. Zieht euch nicht zurück. Es gibt absolut keinen Grund, hier die Leute anzugreifen. Zieht euch zurück, dann beruhigt sich die Situation auch wieder. So kann es ja nicht weitergehen. Zieht euch wirklich zurück. Und wir fordern die Polizei. Wir fordern die Polizei noch einmal auf, ziehen Sie sich hier zurück, Sie eskalieren diese Demonstration. Es ist unfassbar, es sind schon viele Verletzte durch den brutalen Übergriff. Ziehen Sie sich zurück, damit sich die Situation beruhigen kann. Es ist unfassbar, was sich die Polizei gerade rausnimmt.
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You're taking a look at what thousands of people are taking part in protests against the Group of 20 summit titled G20 Welcome to Hell, with authorities wary of potential violence. Demonstrators gathered at a Riverside Plaza used for Hamburg's weekly fish market today before setting off a march through the city. More than 100,000 protesters are expected in the city for the summit, according to police.
best, of course.
Which is good, we know.
Yeah, because exactly. No, that's reality. Stuntgranat.
Ist das jetzt vorbei?
Nee, ist ein bisschen wie Picken.
Aber diese Guerilla-Kämpfe, was wir drücken die jetzt. Guerilla-Kämpfe, wie drücken die jetzt.
All right, everybody. Now we will be switching to a live State Department press briefing. Now that we've seen some of the G20 protesters calm down, we're going to go to the State Department live briefing.
On that matter, the United States is looking to explore the possibility of establishing what we would consider to be joint mechanisms for ensuring stability with Russia and in Syria. If our two countries can establish stability on the ground, we believe that that will lay a foundation for progress on the political settlement of Syria's future. The policy has not changed. Some of the words and some of the phrasing may have changed at this point, but overall, it's just one of a series of options that the United States will now consider.
So no-fly zone.
The United States is considering a lot of things. The Secretary, and I don't want to get ahead of any of those conversations that are being had or will be had this week. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
So, all right, but are you, when you say joint mechanisms for securing Syria, particularly places that have been liberated from ISIS, that goes beyond the current deconfliction, right? I mean,
we are exploring a lot of options. Syria continues well into its 6th year now. We believe that Russia has a special responsibility. They have unique leverage over the Syrian regime, and so we're going to continue to put pressure on them and ask them to do more, and we will continue to work with them as this dialogue unfolds this week.
Can I pick up
yeah,
on
hi,
that?
Lise.
Can you, so given that he said, even in the beginning of the statement, that he was kind of putting this out there because he knew that the president, the two leaders, would talk about this. So, you know, these discussions have been going on with the Pentagon and also with Russian officials for weeks now. So would you see this, kind of following up on what Matt was saying, is this a kind of an opening offer, if you will, that the two presidents are going to see that as a kind of jump off point for, you know, the beginning, not necessarily that they would have been negotiations in this meeting, but he laid out certain conditions under which the Russians, under which you would consider that if the Russians were to accept their responsibility, if they, so, I mean,
I wouldn't say that at all. There are a lot of options on the table. The overall goal, and let's stay focused on the overall goal. The overall goal is to eventually bring peace and stability and try to grow some of the de-escalation zones, which we've had some progress with, certainly not enough, but we've seen a slowdown in terms of some of the attacks taking place. So the goal would be to advance numerous options to have conversations with the Russians.
So where do you see this as in terms of a jump-off point for the presidents? Do you consider that they'll just have a kind of general discussion of the idea, or?
Now, I'm not going to get ahead of the president and the White House conversations, but I know that the secretary will be very engaged in that, and the president will as well.
Really the most specific thing that we've heard in terms of anything that would be discussed in this meeting.
From me, you're not going to hear from me getting into what exactly is going to be discussed in those meetings. I just don't want to get ahead of those, so I hope you can understand that. Okay, hold on. Barbara, go right ahead.
Yeah, if you're saying you're throwing out options that could be discussed, you very specifically mentioned something that's been a point of controversy for a couple of years. So it doesn't sound like he'd just say, oh, well, maybe we'll do a no-fly zone, but we'll see. It seems to have been a shift.
I can tell you that we've been talking with the NSC. We've been talking with the Department of Defense. There have been lots of parties involved with these conversations. The conversations will be had this week. They will continue for the time, for the future. And that's all I'm going to give you on that.
Not to belabor the point, but, no-fly zone.
But I will.
Sorry.
All right, then I will.
Sorry, because
That's okay.
it is really a big deal. It is something that was time and again stated by the Pentagon, by generals, by the former Secretary of Defense, and so on, that it's a very difficult thing to impose and enforce, as a matter of fact. So is this something that would, likely create some sort of a problem with coordination with Russia? After all, the statement itself, the Secretary's statement, is quite positive about Russia's role.
I think we are looking forward to continuing conversations with the government of Russia to see what we can do with them in concert to try to resolve the situation in Syria.
Now, just a quick follow-up on Syria. In the south, in the south of the country, in Daraa, with the Jordanian border, things have, a ceasefire has been taking place, and it seems to be holding. Do you have any position on the ceasefires that are taking place in various areas of Syria?
I know that
how are you coordinating with both the Russian and the Syrian government?
I can't get into the deconfliction lines. That would be a matter for DOD. I know that we are pleased when a ceasefire can take effect and take hold and allow for the humanitarian assistance to come in. That is something that we continue to push for and hope that we will continue to see progress. We've seen some limited progress in terms of the ceasefires. We hope that that will continue.
Can we stay on
Yes.
those proposed joint mechanisms? No-fly zone was only one of those. There are several others mentioned in the Secretary's statement. And I wanted to ask if it is something, if those nuts and bolts are something that's being discussed right now, or this is sort of a dangling somewhere in the distant future, you know, that something that might be discussed or might not. Because the previous administration, and it is well known, came very close to actually striking a deal with Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And as Secretary Kerry put it, it was sort of blocked by the Pentagon.
I think your question would fall under the realm of some of the diplomatic conversations that will be had presumably this week and for the near future. So I'm just not going to get into that part. Okay, thank you.
And just one
Barbara, go ahead.
clarification. When he says on the ground ceasefire observers or observation,
Mhm.
does that open the door to American troops doing that, or I know what does that mean
would
exactly?
that would be a DoD matter. So I'm going to leave the Secretary's statement at that. When we start to talk about forces on the ground, that's just something that they would have to cover. Okay. Anything else on Syria? Okay.
Russia.
Excuse me. Okay.
I just wanted to know if
Yeah.
there was any in the meeting that Tom Shannon had with the Russian ambassador the other day. Did they make? Was there any progress?
You have such a good memory. You really
was
do,
only
Matt.
Monday.
Yeah. Was that Monday? Dog years in this job. It feels like it was longer ago than that.
I just wanted to know if there was any more progress
yes,
on getting
so,
the
Mr.
Ryabkov channel.
Mr. Shannon and Ryabkov did have a conversation.
No, Kislyak.
It's Kislyak, excuse me. Did have a conversation, thank you, about trying to restart those
Right.
meetings that the Russians had canceled
Right.
a couple weeks ago. No meeting has actually been set at this point, but I know they had that conversation about that.
But they're trying to set up a meeting for next month, aren't they?
At least I don't have any timetable or any exact meetings to give you, but I know that they're talking about that.
Yeah, and then
Are you on, Lori, are you on Syria or Russia right now?
Syria.
Okay.
On the meetings for the global coalition that will be held next week, are the Syrian Democratic Forces going to be invited?
They will not. This is a meeting of the actual members of the coalition. I believe there are about 72 members of the coalition, countries as well as entities such as NATO, for example. SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces, is not a part of that.
What about the Kurdistan regional government in Iraq?
I don't know. I can check for you on that.
Just one more question.
Yes.
In Syria, there was a large demonstration protest yesterday in the Kurdish city of Afrin against attacks from Turkish-backed forces in that city. Do you have a statement on that? Are you?
I don't believe I do. I know that that's something that we've been following carefully, but let me see what I can get for you on that. Okay. Okay. Anything else on Russia or Syria?
Different.
Okay. You want to go to North Korea?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, on recently ICBM launch about North Koreans. Nikki Haley, U.S. ambassador to United Nations, she said that the U.S. has the strongest military power we could use if we do want. Is that means U.S. take any military action to the North Korea? Or?
I know that Ambassador Haley, as she pulled together that UN emergency meeting earlier this week, it's obviously a huge concern to not just the United States, but Japan and South Korea as well. They're looking at doing some Security Council resolutions sometime in the near future. As it pertains to military action, that's not something that we can speak to here from the State Department regarding that.
But this is the additional sanctions against North Korea.
Yes.
But Russia and China still not agree with these sanctions. How are you going to convince this?
I think that would be an Ambassador Haley question. I know that she'll be speaking with her counterparts very closely. She's been a very effective spokesperson here as ambassador to the U.S. UN. And I know that's going to be something that we just continue to have that conversation to be able to put additional pressure on the DPRK.
So Kim Jong-un announced yesterday, he said that North Korea will not put nuclear and military, missile issues on the negotiation table. He doesn't want a negotiation table, these issues.
Right.
Are you going to accept this?
It sounds like he wants to keep his nuclear and ballistic missile program. That is something that the United States and the world is against. We've had multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions. What they are doing there is not only a threat to the region, but we view that as a threat to the world. And I think the world community is really coming around on that and understanding through what they watched happen here on our 4th of July and what a huge concern that is to the world. And I think the world will increasingly get behind the United States and our other partners and call out, not only call out North Korea, but continue to ratchet up the pressure on North Korea. Anything else on North Korea? Okay, Rich, hi.
Is the U.S. beginning to lose patience with China on this issue?
I think we view it as there's a lot of work left to be done. We're still somewhat early on in the overall pressure campaign against North Korea. We continue to believe that China can do a whole lot more to try to bring additional pressure to North Korea. We continue those conversations with China. As you saw, I believe it was just last week, that the Treasury Department put additional sanctions on Chinese companies that were doing business in North Korea. So I would anticipate we would look to continue to put pressure on North Korea in that kind of fashion. But in terms of sanctions that are in the future, I'm just not going to broadcast or get ahead of what we might do.
Can I follow up though? But the president has kind of, you know, like about a month or two ago when the Chinese president came here, he was saying, you know, that we're working together, you know, seemed like it was more of a partnership. And in recent weeks, he's kind of seemed to indicate that, you know, oh, well, that was a lost cause. We tried. And now it seems as if it's, yes, you still want China to help on North Korea, but it's more of a pressure tactic with China as opposed to working as partners.
I think what we're seeing here is just overall diplomacy. We're seeing Secretary Tillerson and many of our counterparts here at the State Department reach out to not just China but other nations to address the issue in North Korea. The president is doing it in his own fashion as well. And I think we're just watching our democratic process play out and watching it play out the pressures that we're continuing to put on North Korea.
Do you see China as a kind of partner in this endeavor to pressure North Korea, or more like, you know, a hostile witness type of situation?
I wouldn't describe it. I wouldn't describe it either way, Elise. I think it's we just continue to work with China and talk to China as we do all nations about using what leverage they have. And China has unique leverage with North Korea because of that strong trade relationship that they do have, and also borders and so forth. So we continue to put pressure on China. We expect and ask them to do more, and we'll continue to do that.
Was the sanctioning of the bank last week the thin edge of the wedge? Are there other Chinese entities in the pipeline ready to go if China doesn't do
that? Would be a Treasury matter. I can't imagine that they're going to get ahead of any sanctions. If you start announcing sanctions, then those people or entities that would be sanctioned then have a heads up. So we're not going to get ahead and start broadcasting sanctions.
On that point,
hi.
With this latest rocket launch or ballistic missile launch, China now is releasing a joint statement with Russia, proposing something that your predecessor had said was a non-starter for the U.S., this idea of a freeze for freeze. So are you actually losing China's cooperation on this issue?
I think that doesn't really matter. We see it as there's no equivalency between the United States and its activities and actions that it undertakes with its allies, including South Korea and also Japan. These are something that are lawful. It's long-standing that we do, whether it's military exercises or basing over there. These are all things that have taken place since the 1950s. So that wouldn't change, and I think that's the important thing, that we are standing up for our allies and our men and women who are on the ground serving in the region.
But the fact that China is now again calling for us to either halt or, you know, bring down the military excesses a little bit, and they're doing so now with Russia, who has increased trade with North Korea over the last couple of months. Is that not a sign that we're losing their cooperation? We
do these kinds of exercises and have relationships like this all over the globe. If China and Russia decide to come out against that, that is not going to change our position.
Do you see a increased stance with those two countries? I know at the UN Security Council meeting yesterday, both countries also made a point to criticize the deployment of THAAD in South Korea.
I'm sorry, who criticized that?
Both Russia and China. Do you see them working closely together on this issue against U.S. interests?
I don't know that really matters. That is not going to change where we stand on the issue. We had a very productive meeting with Mr. Moon when he came over here. I believe it was last week. We have had, I know the Secretary met with his counterpart, the Foreign Minister, here that same week, and they had lots of discussions about the importance of that, the alliance decision that was made, and the reason that those decisions were made to deploy that in the first place. And that is the safety and the defense of our partners over there, as well as the safety and defense of our U.S. forces over there. I just can't see that changing. Okay, anything else on DPRK, South Korea? Hi.
So given, especially what the president said about China's trade with North Korea increasing, I think up close to 40%, with the administration, some of the most effective sanctions against Iran were actually congressionally imposed secondary sanctions that were kind of imposed over a number of years in various pieces of legislation. Would the administration support that sort of legislation or sanctions of that kind against North Korea more broadly, so so-called secondary sanctions?
I think that's something, if Congress chooses to employ, announce sanctions and to vote on sanctions, that would be a congressional matter, so I'm not going to weigh in from here on anything that's taking place or that may take place in Congress, but we'd certainly keep an eye on that. Okay, anything else, DPRK? So, yes. Hey, Michelle.
Hi.
Go right ahead.
Now that the U.S. has put the entire world on notice, from the State Department's perspective, what does on notice mean?
The entire world on notice regarding what?
North Korea at this point.
North Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've continued to talk about this from here, and I can't underscore enough the importance of the message that the Secretary and I believe the President also has delivered to nations around the world. Let me assure you that when they have meetings with countries you may not even imagine, that I can't get into, unfortunately, because they're private diplomatic conversations, but we've continued to reach out to many countries that have citizens from North Korea working in those countries. We've called on those countries to cut the business that they do with North Korea. We have said, if you have guest workers in your country from North Korea, eliminate those guest workers. And by that, I mean send them home. We have said to them, if you have 10 guest workers, cut that to 5. If you are doing business with North Korea that is $2 million worth, for example, a lot of countries will say, oh, it's not much money. This secretary and other folks in this administration have come back and they say, cut that in half. That is the kind of economic and diplomatic pressure that we continue to put on countries around the world, and many of them are taking notice and starting to do things about that. Some of them have done things about that for a while, but that pressure campaign, we believe, is continuing to work. One example that I can give you is in Germany. You all may recall, it was a couple months ago, that there was a German, there was a North Korean, I believe it was a hotel. I can double check the facts. This is just off the top of my head. But there were North Korean workers, and we had concerns that those workers would collect the money and then be forced to give it back to their government. We believe, as we've looked at this model, that that money ends up going to the illegal nuclear and ballistic missile programs. So we continue to look at those countries, pressure different countries to shut that stuff down.
So does on notice mean we see you, or does on notice mean we're going to do something to you unless you change?
We're in the diplomatic phase of this right now, and that is why the Secretary and others continue to ask countries to do more to change.
Does that mean what you just said? I want to make sure that you were just saying this as a generality, but
Yeah.
Are you looking for all countries that have guest workers or investments with North Korea to cut them in half?
No, the half was
Okay.
just really just an example. That's just
I mean,
something
this came up, the White House said that it came up in the president's call with President Sisi of Egypt. And, there are a lot of countries, yes, and a lot of them that you might not expect who do have North Korean guest workers. But the half is not something that you're going around.
Half is not a literal number, no. I'm just saying, for example, some countries may say, oh, we don't do a lot of business with North Korea. We only do $2 million worth. We'll say, make that a lot less.
Secretary,
Okay.
Because, I mean, what everybody seemed to agree on yesterday in the Security Council was that nothing has been working. So when you hear Russia suggest, well, why don't we try dialogue first and foremost without preconditions? Is that anything that the U.S. would consider at this point?
I'm not going to get into what Russia's plan is right now and comment on that.
But would the U.S. consider trying to talk to Kim Jong-un without
Without preconditions, I think it's clear to the world that he wants to stick to his illegal nuclear weapons or nuclear program and also his ballistic missile weapons program. I think his actions that he took earlier this week are very clear. I'm not going to get ahead of what could happen down the road, but I just can't anticipate that.
Can I just go back to the guest workers and such?
Sure.
Secretary Tillerson at that meeting at the UN, I don't even know how long ago.
Oh gosh, the
was
one
it?
back in March or so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it then?
April.
Whenever.
Okay. Good memory.
It kind of brought this up in terms of the U.S. wanting the international community to do this. So, Nikki Haley brought it up yesterday. Is this something that perhaps you would want to put into a UN Security Council resolution to mandate UN? Because, I mean, I think the last resolution called for members to consider thinking about getting rid of their guest workers or something, but it's not mandated by international law.
They're all supposed to stick to their resolutions. We hope that those countries will take responsibility and adhere to sanctions under various resolutions. But I'm not going to forecast.
But they were voluntary. But what I'm
just
saying
not
is they were
what might be in a UN Security
I
Council
understand, but they're voluntary. Those were. It was kind of like you urged them, and in these resolutions, that's more of a voluntary decision. And I'm wondering, beyond like Secretary Tillerson saying, the U.S. wants you to do that, is there consideration to making this illegal under international law?
I just can't comment.
But he is going beyond UN resolutions with the way he's pressuring on guest workers, no? Because as Lise was
Barbara,
saying,
I think this is a good thing. We see North Korea as a nation that.
You didn't say it was a bad
Yeah, no. I just want to make this clear. We see North Korea as a nation that starves its people, that treats its people horrifically. We see a leader who is taking actions against the entire civilized world by continuing with this program. And so I think we will continue to look at various options to try to hold that country responsible and hopefully change their behavior.
It was just a technical
Can I switch gears?
Can I
change topics?
Do we have anything else on DPRK?
Can I change?
How are you?
Good. So another option that the United States is taking is denying the landing rights of the national airline of North Korea, Air Koryo. Could you please give us an update of the progress and status on that front? And then will this be addressed in next week's, I believe it's on Monday, the aviation meeting here at the State Department?
The aviation meeting at the State Department. Okay, I'll look into that one. I have to say I was unaware of the aviation meeting. I am familiar with this, that is one of the areas that we have been looking for governments to try to narrow. You bring up the issue of the state-run airline in North Korea. I know some of the flight route options have been curtailed. That is something that we are pleased with, and that is another example of the kinds of ways that we are asking other countries, North Korea included, to try to put pressure on them.
Can I change?
Okay, hold on. Are we done with DPRK?
No, one last.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
I think so.
The Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Morgulov is in town. He met with Ambassador Yun today. Do we by any chance have a readout? And secondly, Ambassador Yun is going over to Singapore to take part, as the State Department has announced, to take part in the so-called Northeast Asia Cooperation Dialogue, I think the thing is called. Supposedly, North Korea is a part to that informal club.
So the meeting that you're talking about, that Ambassador Yoon is attending, my understanding is that they will be talking about regional issues. I know a lot of people are interested in Ambassador Yoon and his travels because he was key to bringing home Otto Warmbier, so I know a lot of people take interest in his schedule. My understanding is that he has no meetings with the North Koreans. If anything changes on that, and if I can share it with you, I certainly will.
And Morgulov.
There was a meeting here today, and the Russian Foreign Ministry actually posted photos from the conference room. I don't know what floor it was on, but it was in this building. So if you
I
could
don't
find
have
out
any
a
information
brief
on
readout.
that. I don't have a readout on that meeting. If I can get anything for you, I certainly will.
Can I change
But
topics?
just
Jay,
one more
if I
on
may?
this
Okay.
Northeast Asian. Is he planning to talk to any North Korean officials? Because they're members
No.
of this.
No,
He's
my
not.
understanding is that the North Koreans will not be attending. That's what I was told.
Thank you.
And he will not be meeting with them as a result.
Qatar, on Qatar really quickly,
Sure.
The 4 Arab nations were commenting on Qatar's rejection of their demands. How much of this crisis will occupy the Secretary's time while he travels? And as it has been going on for a month now, is there consideration here at State of changing approaches?
Yeah, so it's now, I think as of today, been a month and a day. We remain very concerned about that ongoing situation involving Qatar and GCC countries. We've become increasingly concerned that that dispute is at an impasse at this point. We believe that this could potentially drag on for weeks. It could drag on for months. It could possibly even intensify. The Secretary will remain engaged. He's been very engaged and has made himself available to all sides of this matter. We continue to stay in close contact with all of them and will continue to do so. The Kuwaitis have done yeoman's work on trying to mediate the dispute, and we continue to thank them for their efforts in doing that. It certainly has not been easy. We believe overall that the fight against terrorism is something that will bring all these countries together eventually, because we still have that shared fight, and I think all the nations recognize that.
Can I change topics,
Okay.
please?
Okay. Let's stay with Qatar if anybody has any questions on that.
I have a kind of a question kind of related to Qatar, but it can wait. It's not about Qatar. It's about one of the countries involved.
Okay. Got it. All right. Let's move on then from
Can
Qatar.
can we go to the Palestinian-Israeli issue
Yes.
very quickly?
Okay.
I just wanted to actually finally comment on the announcement by the Israeli government about new settlements in East Jerusalem. You have any comment on that? There's been an announcement on the 3rd
Yes.
and the 4th of this month.
Yeah. So I think the president has been very clear about this, and our message on that has not changed. The continuation of unrestrained settlement activity we view as something that gets in the way of what we hope will be an eventual peace process. This administration has made that a priority with Mr. Kushner and Mr. Greenblatt just having made a trip over there, one in what we believe will be a series of trips over there, but our position on the settlement activity has not changed.
But in the past, every time there was new settlement activities, the State Department would either issue a statement or say something and so on, in particular to that particular building project and so on. Are you prepared to issue any kind of a statement on this?
I don't have a statement that is currently in the works on that issue right now, but our position, again, has not changed, that settlement activity, we believe, can be an obstacle to peace, and we continue to make that a priority. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
I know that you're not probably super familiar with all the granular Talmudic details of this. Does the administration make a distinction between settlements in the West Bank and housing in East Jerusalem?
That is a good question, Matt. I'm not sure. Let me dig into that for you and see what I can get for you, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
A follow-up
Okay.
on-
Anything else on Israel?
Yeah.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name. I don't think we've met.
Insider.
Hi,
Hi,
Aaron.
nice
How
to
are you?
meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
So there seems to be a differentiation in the administration between restrained and unrestrained settlement construction, because frequently the administration has said that previous settlement freezes have not advanced the prospects for peace, while at the same time saying unrestrained settlements have also not. So my question is, are these 800 buildings in East Jerusalem, is this part of the restrained settlement construction that's kind of okay, or is this in the unrestrained, which is not okay?
I don't have a map. I love maps, but I don't have a map in front of me that indicates exactly where these settlements are. So I just can't tell you if this is considered to be restrained or unrestrained, but I can tell you our position remains the same, that the settlement activity and pushing that is an area of concern for us. Ultimately, we want peace. That's something that the United States cares deeply about.
But how are they really supposed to know if it's restrained or unrestrained if you won't even say it?
It's not that I won't. I just don't have a map
Yeah.
in front of me that indicates exactly where these places are. So I
restraint is map and
yes,
unrestrained.
exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Ukraine.
Just want to get an on-camera comment. So yesterday, a senior official said that the U.S. has no intent or desire to work exclusively with Russia. Can we be assured that Washington is not going to cut a deal with Moscow over
Ukraine, particularly after President Trump's meeting with Putin tomorrow?
So, as you may recall, President Poroshenko from Ukraine came over here not long ago. He had a series of very productive, very friendly, and warm meetings with the president and also with the Secretary of State. We have a good relationship with that nation. The Secretary, as you know, will be headed to Ukraine in a few days, and that is something that we view as an important relationship. We continue to be concerned about the situation in Crimea and in the eastern part of Ukraine, and we continue to work toward pushing parties to follow through on the Minsk agreements, but I cannot anticipate that there will be any changes. That is an important country to us, and I think that hasn't changed.
Can we be assured that U.S. is not going to cut a deal with Moscow over Kiev?
In doing what?
In a cut a bilateral agreement, and then sell out.
And sell out the Ukrainians?
Can we be assured?
We have continued.
You admit to that.
Yeah, right? We have continued to call upon the Russians and the Ukrainians to come together. We remained very concerned about the security situation in the Donbass. You know that. We have talked a lot about how we believe that the so-called rebels are Russian-backed, Russian-financed, and are responsible for the deaths of Ukrainians. I don't imagine that we will be backing away from our concerns on that. Okay, last question, please, sir.
Yeah. Can you give, please, a little bit more details about the future meeting with Tillerson and Poroshenko? Which topic they will discuss, besides of the Minsk agreement, of course? And secondly, will Secretary discuss the future supply of the arms to Ukraine being in Kyiv? Because when President Poroshenko was here in Washington, D.C., he told he found a common language with the U.S. officials.
So I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary's meeting. You'll find me saying that a lot when the Secretary is getting ready to meet with a world leader. I know that we look forward to going over there. We have a lot of areas of mutual interest that will be discussed, including the security situation in Ukraine, but I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary's conversations.
Heather, can I just get
Sure.
two things very briefly, and I'll be very limited follow-ups, if any. One, on the refugee, suspension of the refugee
Yes.
program, we've been told by resettlement agencies that you guys have now told them to continue to schedule previously vetted and accepted refugees through the 12th. Originally, after the Supreme Court decision came out, it was the 6th.
Well, let me be clear about that, okay? At the time I said, and this was the guidance that we were getting from the Department of Justice and others, on or about. Remember, the limit is 50,000,
right?
And we estimated that number would be reached within a few weeks, and I think I said a week or two.
Right.
So there was never any particular date that was
I'm
set
not
out.
trying to.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Well, no. I mean, they did set out a date. They said anyone who's was planning to come until the 6th should be scheduled.
Actually, it was until we reach the number of 50,000.
Is the 12th now the new, or the date at which you expect the 50,000 to be hit?
So I'm not going to name a date, but I will tell you this. We have not reached that number of 50,000 refugees just yet. When we do reach that number of 50,000 refugees, whatever date that falls on, that will be the time.
All right. And then has there been any clarification to the Iraqi translators? The initial guidance had been that they were going to be done on a case-by-case basis, whether or not they would have to go through the vetting all over again. But it was my understanding, and maybe I was wrongly thinking this, that that was being revisited and it was still being discussed.
So I know you and I had talked about this not too long ago, and that was a question that I just asked our folks about today.
But are you aware, has that been resolved finally?
I'm not aware of whether or not that has been resolved, but let me just continue to look into that for you.
All right, and then the
My
last thing is Bahrain, which was the country that was semi-related to Qatar. But this doesn't have anything to do with Qatar. It has to do with human rights. And this has been a perpetual concern, or a long-standing concern of this building and in general. And that is the two cases. One in Nabil Rajab, whose trial was postponed again, but is now expected to, on the 10th, to be the final verdict. And I'm wondering if you have had any discussions with the Bahrainis about, in this case, you previously called for his release. And then secondly,
We have, yes.
and then
And I know last time that members from our embassy were present at his trial.
okay, do you expect that to be happening again?
That I do not know. I
Right.
know we continue to be very concerned about that. We continue to be concerned about freedom of expression. Matt, as you probably know, as many journalists probably do, there was a closure of a newspaper, a news outlet not too long ago. That freedom of speech, human rights remains a concern of ours, and we continue to bring it up.
Okay,
with
and
the
then are you
Bahrainis at the
familiar,
highest level.
overnight, as we were all preparing for fireworks and parades and things like that, a human rights, a female human rights defender was rousted from her home by Bahraini security agents and arrested. She's accused of cooperating with the UN, UN special rapporteurs.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if you're
Do you
aware
have-
of that
do you have her
case.
name, Matt? Let me take a look at that for you.
Ebtisam Al-Saig. I'll give you the spelling afterwards.
Okay,
That's-
and I'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. We'll see you soon.
Unser Protest wird hier weiter entschieden auf die Straße tragen.
everybody. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to show you President Trump holding a joint press conference with the Polish president.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome to Warsaw, to welcome to Poland, the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. I am delighted with this visit in Warsaw, which is one of the first international visits paid by Mr. President Trump. This visit stresses our bond and the high quality of the alliance between Poland and the United States. It also demonstrates that we are and that we mutually assess each other as loyal partners, as those who cooperate on many different areas, including the area of security within NATO alliance. And today, this was one of the topics of our discussion that we had during our tete-a-tete meeting with Mr. President, followed by a plenary session of our two delegations. We talked about the presence of American soldiers in Poland. We talked about strengthening security of our part of Europe, including the eastern flank of NATO. We discussed generally the security situation in this part of Europe. Apart from that, we mentioned the situation in Ukraine. We talked about the upcoming Zapad 17 military exercise, which will take place in Belarus. We also talked about contracts connected with the modernization of the Polish armed forces. We discussed the already entered into agreement between Poland and the United States on purchasing Patriot missiles. So we discussed the implementation of the Wisła program. We also discussed the implementation of another program codenamed Homar. We discussed about all the things that will be implemented in the next few years as regards strengthening the security of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted. After these conversations, I have a feeling that the United States is thinking very seriously, and Mr. President Donald Trump is thinking very seriously about Poland's security. He's also thinking very seriously about the United States of America as our loyal ally. The president stressed very strongly the strength of the Polish community in the United States, of our Polonia, of the Polish Americans, whom he met even before elections. And Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for that. Thank you for noticing also the contribution of Polish Americans and Polish people in the development, in the building of the prosperity of the United States of America. But apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, we discussed economic contracts, not only military ones, but also those connected with security. We spoke at length about LNG gas deliveries to Poland. I am really pleased that the first shipment of LNG gas arrived to Poland on the 8th of July from the United States. This has turned out hugely successful. There were no problems whatsoever. There were no barriers to ship that gas to our LNG terminal through the LNG terminal in Świnoujście. This opens up the path to more contracts. I hope that in the near future there will be a long-term contract entered into for LNG gas deliveries from the United States, and that through this we will diversify sources of supply of this hugely important raw material to Poland. In a few moments, together with Mr. President, we will attend the Three Seas Summit, where we will also going to discuss issues pertaining to energy security and pertaining to the development of the transatlantic bond between Europe and the United States. We will also talk about the development of infrastructure in our part of Europe, in Central Europe. But we are also going to discuss the development of the European Union, because all the Three Seas Initiative countries are EU member states. And whenever we talk about the implementation of the cohesion policy, then we are looking at it from the European Union perspective. We want to implement it through the development of infrastructure along the north-south axis to increase competitiveness of our countries and by the same token to increase the competitiveness of the entire European Union. I hope that we'll be able to do that also in cooperation with the United States according to the win-win principle that this is going to be beneficial both from the United States and for our countries. Mr. President, once again, welcome. I'm hugely delighted with your visit in Poland and in my capacity as President of the Republic of Poland. Thank you very much on the behalf of the entire Polish society, of the Polish people, for coming to Poland. Thank you, Mr. President. The President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, President Duda, and for your really gracious hospitality. We've had a wonderful stay. It's been quick, but the people of Poland have been so fantastic. And as you know, Polish Americans came out in droves. They voted in the last election, and I was very happy with that result. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank them. It's a true honor to be here in Poland. It's a majestic nation. It really is. It's a spectacular place, some of the most beautiful sights that we just saw coming over, really very inspirational. You're rich in history, and you have absolutely an unbreakable spirit. That's something we've learned for over the course of many years. The President and I concluded a productive meeting in which we reaffirmed our enduring bonds of friendship and have united our citizens for a long time. But we've never been closer to Poland, I think, than we are right now. Poland is not only a great friend, but a truly important ally and a partner with respect to our military. We've had great cooperations with Poland. We've fought shoulder to shoulder in many different encounters. Particularly grateful for the active role Poland has taken in helping to defeat ISIS, where we've made tremendous strides, tremendous gains, which you'll be hearing about over the next period of time, and other terrorist organizations. Poland's been right there with us by training Iraqi special forces and flying reconnaissance missions, and just about any time we requested, they were there. Brave Polish soldiers have fought and worked side by side with Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan, and on behalf of all Americans, I want to salute you. I want to thank you. Very, very special people. I also want to thank the Polish people for their kindness to more than 5,000 American troops that are stationed in your country. Our strong alliance with Poland and NATO remains critical to deterring conflict and ensuring that war between great powers never again ravages Europe, and that the world will be a safer and better place. America is committed to maintaining peace and security in Central and Eastern Europe. We're working with Poland in response to Russia's actions and destabilizing behavior. And we're grateful for the example Poland has set for every member of the NATO alliance by being one of the few nations that actually meets its financial obligations. As you know, I've been pretty hard on some of the members of NATO for not, and the money is pouring in, I can tell you. I was criticized, Mr. President, but I can also say that the people at NATO aren't criticizing me. They're very happy. The money has been pouring in the last year, far greater than it ever would have been. It is past time for all countries and all countries in the NATO alliance to get going and to get up to their obligations. But I can say that Poland has been right there, and you will even exceed that number, and I appreciate that very much, and so do a lot of other countries. During our meeting, I congratulated President Duda on Poland's recent election to the United Nations Security Council. We also discussed our mutual commitment to safeguarding the values at the heart of our alliance: freedom, sovereignty, and the rule of law. Poland joins the Security Council at a very critical time. It's a critical time, frankly, for the world, because you see what's going on. Not only must we secure our nations from the threat of terrorism, but we must also confront the threat from North Korea. And that's what it is. It's a threat. And we will confront it very strongly. President Duda and I call on all nations to confront this global threat and publicly demonstrate to North Korea that there are consequences for their very, very bad behavior. We also discussed the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Syria and the need to defeat ISIS and other terrorist groups where they control territory and populations. We have fought very hard and very powerfully against ISIS since I've been president, and we've made tremendous gains, far greater than has ever been made with respect to that group. While the cities of Raqqa and Mosul will soon be liberated from these murderers, criminals, and butchers, we recognize that Syria requires a political solution that does not advance Iran's destructive agenda and does not allow terrorist organizations to return. We also reaffirm that any nation that values human life can never tolerate the use of chemical weapons, and we won't tolerate it either. Finally, we agreed to work to expand commerce between our countries. We strongly support the 3Cs initiative, and America stands ready to help Poland and other European nations diversify their energy supplies so that you can never be held hostage to a single supplier, or as we sometimes call it, a monopoly. I'm pleased to report that the first shipment of American liquefied natural gas arrived in Poland last month, and there'll be many more coming. Maybe we can get your price up a little bit, but that's okay. He's a tough negotiator. We look forward to making the economic ties between the United States and Poland even stronger through trading relationships, and that is a balanced and reciprocal one. We want reciprocal trade relationships. We don't have too many of them. I said before that the United States has made some of the worst trade deals ever in history. That's going to change. That's going to change. The friendship between our peoples dates all the way back to the American Revolution. It's a long time. I look forward to speaking more about these enduring bonds of faith and freedom when I address the entire Polish nation in just a little while. I hear we have a big crowd, Mr. President. It's going to be a big, I think they're showing up for you, not for me, right? We're going to have a big crowd. That's what the word is. So, President Duda, thank you again for welcoming Melania and myself to your beloved homeland. Together, we can make the partnership between our two nations stronger than ever before. Special people, special place, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dziękuję, panie prezydencie. Teraz mamy czas na 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we have time to take 4 questions, 2 from each side. Let us start with a guest from the United States. Is there any question from the U.S. side?
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of North Korea's latest ICBM testing, do you think they're beyond redemption, or is there a chance they might actually make a U-turn? And are you willing and ready to launch military action against them? and if I may, I have to ask about this. Since you started the whole wrestling video thing, what are your thoughts about what has happened since then? I mean, CNN went after you and has threatened to expose the identity of a person they said was responsible for it. I'd like your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think what CNN did was unfortunate for them. As you know now, they have some pretty serious problems. They have been fake news for a long time. They've been covering me in a very dishonest way. Do you have that also, by the way, Mr. President? But CNN and others, I mean, I know there's NBC is equally as bad, despite the fact that I made them a fortune with The Apprentice, but they forgot that. But I will say that CNN has really taken it too seriously, and I think they've hurt themselves very badly, very, very badly. And what we want to see in the United States is honest, beautiful, free, but honest press. We want to see fair press. I think it's a very important thing. We don't want fake news. And by the way, not everybody is fake news, but we don't want fake news. Bad thing, very bad for our country. As far as North Korea is concerned, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't like to talk about what I have planned, but I have some pretty severe things that we're thinking about. That doesn't mean we're going to do them. I don't draw red lines. President Obama drew a red line, and I was the one that made it look a little bit better than it was, but that could have been done a lot sooner, and you wouldn't have had the same situation that you have right now in Syria. That was a big mistake. But I think we'll just take a look at what happens over the coming weeks and months with respect to North Korea. It's a shame that they're behaving this way, but they are behaving in a very, very dangerous manner, and something will have to be done about it. Thank you. Thank you, David.
And Mr. President, since we're speaking about press freedoms, your party has significantly clamped down on press freedoms in the last year and now appears to be weakening the power of the national courts as well. Do you think that people who live in other modern democracies, including some Americans, are wrong to criticize you for limiting which reporters can cover the parliament?
So, to respond to your question, sir, media order is a very significant thing indeed. And when we look at the situation in the United States, when we look at the situation in Poland, in every case you can see a lot of pathologies. I can give you an example of one of Polish magazines which compared two TV channels of two different broadcasters. And as an example, one of those broadcasters did not report about my visit to Croatia, the visit of the President of the Republic of Poland to Croatia, a very important one, which was preparing the Three Seas Summit, because this broadcaster does not really like me as the President of Poland, so I'm permanently criticized by that broadcaster. But I believe this is just the reality. This is the right of the media. In Poland, we've got an absolute liberty and freedom of the media. Problems were there during previous governments. Also, when the former president was in office, when one of the magazines, the Prost magazine, was visited by special services in order to take away recordings which were compromising for the politicians of the previous ruling party. So that was when the freedom was under threat. But now we have got absolute freedom of the media. We do respect the freedom of the media. We do take care of the interests of the Republic of Poland and of Polish people. Thank you, Mr. President. Now the question from the Polish side. The first question, Polish television. One question, please. Miłosz Kuczyk, I represent the Polish television. One question concerning energy, because both of you mentioned energy sector and the deliveries of LNG. So my first question goes to President Trump. In what time perspective do you think a permanent contract could be entered into to ensure LNG gas deliveries, American deliveries to Poland? And the question to President Duda. Could Poland become a certain hub for the transportation of American gas, a hub to Three Seas countries?
Question. I think we can enter a contract for LNG within the next 15 minutes. Do you have anybody available to negotiate? It will take about 15 minutes. You know, we're becoming a great exporter of energy. Very soon we'll be a very great exporter of energy, and we've taken a lot of unnecessary regulations out of our process, and we are doing things that we haven't been able to do for a long time. So we're blessed with great land. We didn't even know it 15 years ago in terms of what was underneath our feet, and certainly we have found out through technology that we are truly blessed to have this incredible wealth under our feet. And we are going to be an exporter of energy. It's already happening, and anytime you're ready, we can do additional contracts. We've already done the one, but we can do many additional contracts. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can give you the following answer. It is not the President of the United States and the President of Poland who are going to sign the long-term contract for LNG gas deliveries to Poland. But the contract will be signed by companies, by a Polish company and an American company, and this is how it will be proceeded. What is most important, however, the most important thing is that there is green light given by the U.S. government, by the U.S. administration, that there is an incentive given by Americans for us to buy gas from the United States. And on our side, on the Polish side, on the side of the Polish authorities, there is also this green light, and there is interest in this particular thing. So I count that after relevant negotiations, I know that those negotiations are already ongoing. I believe that after the conclusion of those negotiations, there will be a long-term contract for U.S. LNG deliveries to our LNG terminal in Świnoujście. And answering the second part of your question, can we become a hub through which gas LNG gas, American gas, will flow to Central Europe? I am convinced that the answer is yes. I'm convinced that the answer is yes, and today we are going to talk about this also under the framework of the 3Cs initiative. This is also connected with the establishment of an energy corridor, of a gas corridor along the north-south axis, but also in the future. This could ensure perhaps alternative supplies vis-à-vis Russian supplies, alternative supplies for Ukraine. This is of primary importance, and this is what we discussed today with Mr. President Trump. I'm convinced that the future is very rosy on this one, very bright, and the contracts will be entered into. And of course, we on our part, according to the needs, are going to develop our capacities as regards the reception of the LNG gas from the U.S. and from other directions. Media is free in Poland. So now the question from a private broadcaster, TVN. Mr. Wrona, thank you very much. A question to both presidents. You mentioned military cooperation. I would like to find out from both of you, presidents, whether during your exchange, were there any concrete guarantees extended concerning the presence of American troops in Poland as long as there is threat from the Russian side? And how do you see the future, presidents, the future of the presence of American troops in Poland?
Well, we didn't discuss guarantees, and we weren't really in that position to discuss guarantees, but certainly we've been here for a long time. We have quite a few troops here, up to 5,000, and we will continue to do that, and we will continue to work with Poland, but we did not discuss guarantees, no.
Panie redaktorze,
Well, sir, with Mr. President, the topic that we discussed first and foremost was the security situation that we have here. We discussed in the context of what is happening in our part of Europe, in the context of the Zapad 17 maneuvers, which we have already mentioned. And from that point of view, there is no doubt that the presence of American troops and NATO troops in Poland today is absolutely justified from this perspective. If we add to this the situation that we are seeing in Ukraine all the time, then it is absolutely clear. But we are going to discuss it further with Mr. President. We made an initial agreement to meet next year in the White House. We agreed that I will pay a visit to the United States next year. Of course, the details will be worked out later on, but that year is important both for us Poles and for the Polish Americans, because next year we are going to celebrate the centennial of Poland's regaining of independence. And I would like myself and Mr. President to stress together the importance of that year, because this shows the contribution of the Polish people to the welfare of the United States over the last 100 years. And the last question, American media, very briefly, please, because the presidents have got to attend the 3C summit in a minute. So perhaps Mr. President Trump is going to select the next journalist asking the question.
First, a two-part question, if I may. Will you once and for all, yes or no, definitively say that Russia interfered in the 2016 election?
Well, I think it was Russia, and I think it could have been other people in other countries. Could have been a lot of people interfered. I said it very simply. I think it could very well have been Russia, but I think it could well have been other countries, and I won't be specific, but I think a lot of people interfere. I think it's been happening for a long time. It's been happening for many, many years. Now, the thing I have to mention is that Barack Obama, when he was president, found out about this in terms of if it were Russia, found out about it in August. Now, the election was in November. That's a lot of time. He did nothing about it. Why did he do nothing about it? He was told it was Russia by the CIA, as I understand it. It was well reported. And he did nothing about it. They say he choked. Well, I don't think he choked. I think what happened is he thought Hillary Clinton was going to win the election, and he said, let's not do anything about it. Had he thought the other way, he would have done something about it. So he was told in early August by presumably the CIA that Russia was trying to get involved or meddling pretty strongly with the election. He did nothing about it. The reason is he thought Hillary was going to win. And if he thought I was going to win, he would have done plenty about it. So that's the real question, is why did he do nothing from August all the way to November 8th? Why did he do nothing? His people said he choked. I don't think he choked.
So the follow-ups for you on that, Mr. President, you again say you think it was Russia. Your intelligence agencies have been far more definitive. They say it was Russia. Why won't you agree with them and say it was?
Well, I'll tell you, let me just start off by saying I heard it was 17 agencies. I said, boy, that's a lot. Do we even have that many intelligence agencies, right? Let's check it. And we did some very heavy research. It turned out to be 3 or 4. It wasn't 17. And many of your compatriots had to change their reporting, and they had to apologize, and they had to correct. Now, with that being said, mistakes have been made. I agree. I think it was Russia, but I think it was probably other people and or countries, and I see nothing wrong with that statement. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows for sure. I remember when I was sitting back listening about Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, how everybody was 100% sure that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Guess what? That led to one big mess. They were wrong, and it led to a mess. So it was Russia, and I think it was probably others also, and that's been going on for a long period of time. But my big question is, why did Obama do nothing about it from August all the way to November 8th? He did nothing about it, and it wasn't because he choked.
And before I get to President Duda, you talk about being angry at President Obama, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We must go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear lady, it was 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Can I ask the President?
Dziękuję panom prezydentom.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the members of the delegation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, everybody. So you are watching live here with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're going to take you now to some breaking news out of Illinois. The Illinois State House is on lockdown this afternoon, just as lawmakers were arriving to vote on whether the House would override Governor Bruce Rauner's budget veto. Authorities said the lockdown was due to a security situation. A white powder substance was found outside of the governor's office. You're watching live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream with breaking news alerts. Lawmakers were battling a financial showdown today, more than 2 years in the making, slated to play out at the Illinois House. That's what was supposed to happen. But now the Illinois State House is on lockdown. Democrats are trying to enact a $36 billion spending plan fueled by a $5 billion income tax increase over the Republican governor's objection. House votes to override Governor Rauner's vetoes of the budget package would give Illinois its first annual budget since 2015 and spell the end of the nation's longest fiscal stalemate since at least the Great Depression. The first-term governor, already facing several Democratic heavyweights hoping to displace him in the 2018 election, took to the trail yesterday to implore the House, run by Speaker Michael Madigan of Chicago, to sustain the vetoes. He's taken to calling the revenue surcharge Speaker Madigan's 32% tax hike. Rauner, who is a former private equity investor whose massive personal wealth has largely funded the state Republican Party, said he would do everything possible to persuade House members to rebuff Madigan, including 15 House Republicans who broke ranks and voted in favor of the measure last weekend. Each of the budget bills cleared the 71-vote veto-proof majority. For the last 2 weeks, lawmakers have been meeting in a special session called precisely to deal with the budget. The session was capped by a flurry of activity on Tuesday when the Senate sent the permanent tax hike and spending blueprint to the governor, who rapidly vetoed it, only to have the Democratic-controlled Senate just as swiftly reverse him. After 2 holiday period days in which the House was able to summon fewer than 60 of its 118 representatives, Madigan scheduled the override attempt for Thursday, saying House Democrats are eager to join with Republicans to begin healing the wounds of the last several years. With a $6.2 billion annual deficit and $14.7 billion in overdue bills, disaster is right around the corner for Illinois. The United Way predicts the demise of 36% of all human services agencies in Illinois by the year's end. Road construction work totaling billions of dollars is shutting down, and public universities have been cut to the bone and face a loss of academic accreditation. The standoff entered a third fiscal year on July 1st, and credit rating houses have threatened to downgrade the state credit worthiness to junk, signaling to investors that buying state debt is a highly speculative venture. 2 agencies gave Illinois some breathing room Monday after Sunday's House votes. But just yesterday, a third Moody's Investor Service put Illinois under review for a downgrade, even if lawmakers override Rauner's veto. Moody's said that while lawmakers have made progress, the package the House will consider today does not address the state's massively underfunded pensions or do enough to pay down those bills. And obviously, right now, that vote is delayed because of this lockdown. According to local media reports there, the Illinois state capitol went on lockdown today and delayed the vote to override the governor's veto as police investigated a suspicious powder. Shortly after the scheduled 1:30 local time start, a House official announced that there would be a delay as the chamber waits for more lawmakers to be allowed into the building. A few minutes before 1:30, two security guards walked a woman with her arms handcuffed behind her back through a hallway in back of the House chamber. Illinois State Police did not say why the woman was arrested. The governor was not at the Capitol. He was attending the funeral of a trooper who died in the line of duty last week, according to his staff. And as you can still see, their hazmat crews still in the governor's office as the Illinois State House remains on lockdown. We are continuing to watch live here with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And just yesterday, the governor of Illinois taking to task the Democrats for voting yes on this bill that would increase income tax 32% there in Illinois. Here is what the governor had to say.
Street firm. That's not what matters. Listen to the people of Illinois. It's their concerns, it's their lives, it's their children and grandchildren that we should listen to. Don't listen to Wall Street. Don't listen to a bunch of politicians who want power and to stay in power like they've been for 35 years. Listen to the people of Illinois. The people of Illinois don't want more taxes on their lives. People of Illinois want more jobs. People of Illinois want property tax relief. People of Illinois want a better future for their kids and their grandkids. People of Illinois want a political system that works for them, not for the political insiders. And term limits can help get that done. And the people of Illinois want those things.
Have you been in touch with the Republicans who voted yes? And if so, what have you been saying to them?
We are doing everything possible to make sure my veto stands and that it's not overridden.
Like what? Yeah.
Everything possible.
Governor, tomorrow it appears that not only are we going to hear the veto brought up, but also property tax hike. The indication that Speaker Madigan will call that bill as well. Do you have concerns that there is going to be no reforms done at all now that it appears the tax hike has gone through?
Well, we're going to make darn sure we're going to do everything we can to make sure this tax hike does not go through. It's a disaster for the people of Illinois. And yes, what's come to my desk doesn't have any real reform with it. There's no reforms there.
Governor, with SB 1 education, schools,
I'm sorry?
school funding relying on SB 1, are you renegotiating that? Or what's the status on whether what?
You know what? That bill, this is important for you all to know and to tell the people of Illinois. That bill is exactly what's broken about Illinois and Illinois politics. We all agree that we should have a better way to allocate our school funding money. And I formed a bipartisan commission to get that done. And Democrats and Republicans each had bills drafted. They were a little bit different, but those differences could be reconciled. That process got hijacked at the very end, right before this massive tax hike, and got manipulated so that roughly $500 million will be diverted in the new formula from suburbs and downstate into Chicago. That is wrong, it's unfair, and they're doing it by inserting pension payments from the state to the city. Pension reform is not part of education funding reform. We need pension reform, and I've said I'm open to it and opening the way that Chicago pensions and other states are handled. I've said it for 2.5 years, but that is should not be inserted inside education funding reform that's fair for everybody. We need pension reform, and I support it. And I'll work with the city to get that done. But they should not be forcing that inside education funding reform that's been agreed to on a bipartisan basis.
What do you say to those who say that you haven't done enough to reach out to a heavily Democratic legislature and try to reach a common ground with people who disagree with you?
We have been negotiating in good faith for 2.5 years to get structural change and improvement for the people of Illinois. And I'll say this, in private, there are many Democrats in the General Assembly who agree with what we're trying to do, but they live in fear. They are controlled. They are manipulated. And when I travel the state of Illinois, I'm honored to come back to Hegewisch. This is a great community, hardworking people here, proud people here. They have been suffering, as you heard, for decades with bad policies from Springfield that have been pushing our jobs to Indiana, pushing our jobs to Wisconsin, pushing our jobs to Texas. They are suffering from some of the highest property taxes anywhere in the country, here in this neighborhood, and in communities like Blue Island and Alsip and Harvey and Maywood and Rockford. They got the highest property taxes in America. People can't afford their homes. People are having to sell their homes. The system is broken. And when I travel the state, people come up to me every day. They say, Governor, you're on the right track. Stay strong. You're on the right path. The system's broken. Don't give in. Don't back down. And in many of those cases, they go on and say, and Governor, you know what? I'm a Democrat. I don't even normally vote Republican, but I'm supporting you because you're doing what has to be done for all the people. I work for everybody in the state. This is not about partisanship. This is about a better future for children and grandchildren in Illinois.
Governor, after your 3-year fight, Madigan got his tax
Governor,
hike. What do you get out of this?
if you succeed in blocking this budget, are you willing to live with a junk credit rating?
We have to put the people's concerns, what the people need and want, ahead of all else. The people should come first in Illinois, not Wall Street, not special interests, not the political class, not the political insiders, not the politicians, not the folks who make money from the government.
You don't think people care about a junk credit rating?
What people want is jobs. We need more jobs. What people want is lower property taxes. What people want is a political system that's not rigged, that's not dominated by one person, or that's not corrupt and corroded with special insider deals. People want change. And let's be clear, this budget is more of the same. This budget and this tax hike is what's been going on in Illinois for the last 35 years, and the system is broken, and this tax hike will not fix it.
Governor, what do you say to the gems down coming out of Springfield who would say, well, if the veto goes through, that allows you to be perfectly set up for next year's race where you can say, you know, I vetoed the taxes, but you still get to spend the money.
You know what? This isn't about politics. This is about doing the right thing for the people. Listen to the people of Illinois. You can go in any community, go in any neighborhood, ask them about this tax hike, see how they feel about it. Ask them about how they feel about their property taxes. Ask them how they feel about the lack of jobs in this state. Ask them how they feel about a political system where people are entrenched in power for decades, making money from their political power. Ask them how they feel about that. Listen to the people of Illinois. Stop listening to the political insiders in the political class.
Did you tell Leader Durkin to stop attending the leaders' meetings? Now will you encourage him to continue discussing?
I did not do that.
Madigan says he's willing to talk to your agenda, so why isn't Durkin going to those meetings?
You know, there is so much spin and misinformation. We have been negotiating in good faith for 2 years, more than 2 years. And the Speaker Madigan and his subordinates have had no interest. We've introduced bills, we've made proposals, we've made compromises, and Speaker Madigan and his subordinates, they wanted a crisis. They wanted to hurt innocent people, to force a tax hike with no changes to the system. That's been their goal from day one, and we have got to stand against it. We've got to get the people of Illinois to realize, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, this is not about partisanship. This is about the people coming together, rising up and saying, enough, no more. No more of this system that Speaker Madigan and his loyalists have been doing to us. We need to change the system.
Last question. You don't sound too concerned about a junk status or a downgrade.
What I'm concerned about is the people of Illinois, so they have a better future. That's all that matters. That we've got to put the interests of the people ahead of all else. That means jobs, more good-paying jobs. That means property tax relief. That means term limits. And that means better education funding, more education funding for all schools on an equitable basis, not a special deal for certain politicians here in Chicago. That's what that means. Thanks very much, everybody.
You are continuing to watch live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. The Illinois State House under lockdown right now as a white substance was found outside the governor's office just ahead of a vote to overrule his veto on an income tax hike. You're watching Fox 10 News Now stream. Thank you so much for joining us here live. We cover all breaking news from across the country. We stream Monday through Friday from 12 p.m. all the way to midnight out on the East Coast. We are here for you.
feet down there originally.
take a little video just so I can talk about this. What's that?
We are learning that the vote will be delayed for at least one more hour because of this hazmat situation at the Illinois State House.
I just lay it down again.
stop the vote.
Yeah.
Well, you come by and take me out.
You heard from Rick Garrett at all? No, very seldom. You?
No, what him.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even see him on Facebook.
Yeah, every now and again he posts on Facebook. I haven't talked to him. Oh, he went back to Pittsburgh or something.
Last I heard, he was on Denver.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, I haven't spoken to him. Every once in a blue moon he'll send me a message or something. But I haven't spoken to him.
And on top of everything else, the Dow is down over 150 points. Oh, what a day.
she was here. She was inside here.
Yeah, she was right over there. Chris, where's deep when that way? If any spores come around, you'll fucking get hurt.
Oh, so she got on. She was in the gallery. Yeah, and that's why, because that's probably why they want that through that door. Did they escort her out this way? Yeah, that's when I tried to come down, and there was a bunch of state troopers.
Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. A financial showdown, more than 2 years in the making, is slated to play out in the Illinois House today as Democrats try to enact a $36 billion spending plan fueled by a $5 billion income tax increase over the Republican governor's objection. That's what you're seeing live here on the Fox News Now stream. We should be getting a vote in about an hour. House votes to override Governor Bruce vetoes of the budget package would give Illinois its first annual budget since 2015 and spell the end of the nation's longest fiscal stalemate since at least the Great Depression. The first-term governor already facing several Democratic heavyweights hoping to displace him in the 2018 election. Now, he took to the trail Wednesday to implore the House, run by Speaker Michael Madigan of Chicago, to sustain the vetoes. He's taken to calling the revenue surcharge pulling up a quote here from the first-term governor. He said, "This is not just a slap in the face to Illinois taxpayers. This is a 2x4 smacked across the foreheads of the people of Illinois. This tax hike will solve none of our problems. In fact, in the long run, it will make our problems worse, not better." I want to hear from you guys. Let me know your comments, questions, opinions in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. Paul asking if there's still protests in Hamburg. We still have those protests going on. Still waiting to get a live feed from our photographers from the Fox News Channel in New York. They've got some photographer feeds. We're still waiting to get those into the newsroom so we can stream that live for you guys as well. Also have some Trump speeches and some other political events that we didn't have a chance to stream for you earlier. That's coming up as well. And don't worry, I don't know for sure if it's going to take a whole hour for them to come up with this vote. It could come up within the hour, so it could be 15 minutes, but an hour, we're told, is the longest that we have until this vote could be decided. But it could be, sooner. So we're just streaming this live for you guys, for you to witness this moment in history. The Illinois State House on lockdown. James saying Illinois revenues will go up at first, but businesses will flee and then revenues will go down again. OG Mary 63 saying, "Dang, the people of Illinois are all going to be homeless, except for the ones with those hefty pensions, who probably don't even live in that state anymore." Jake says, "The government is always late. It will be more than an hour." Well, we'll see. Hopefully it's not longer than an hour. We do have a lot of other events we want to take you to here in the show. We'll keep you updated, though, as they are continuing to put together this vote live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Just one. Yeah, she'll be 3.
That's a good age.
Yeah, she's cute.
at it. And, you know, like, probably like everything, when they grow up, you still love them, but you miss the people they were when they were 3 years old.
Yep, he's been warned. Enjoy.
Well, with a girl, I think might be different. I have 3 boys. I used to carry a power boiler in there.
If you guys want me to take you to some other events that were happening earlier today, let me know in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. I can certainly do that. Or if you would like me to stay on this live event, I will do that as well. I want to hear from you guys. Let me know what you want to watch here on the show. Do you want me to stick on this? The vote, again, could be an hour away, but it could happen sooner. So if you want me to stick on this live event, let me know. If not, I can take you to some of the events that happened earlier today that we did not get a chance to stream for you. Okay, so it looks like a lot of you want me to take you to some other events. So I'll take you to Trump's speech from earlier today that we did not get a chance to show you in the stream here. And then if I see anything happening here on the floor, I will cut out of it and take you back since this event is live. Thanks for letting me know, guys. So I am going to go ahead and pull up for you guys President Trump speaking earlier today. Let me just get this set up for you guys here. And again, I will take you back to this live event as soon as we get the vote.
Show me something I can be. Play a song that I can sing. Make me feel as I am free. Someone come speak for me.
Okay, everyone, again, so I will take you back to that House floor as soon as we get a vote. I do have this President Trump event for you guys. So he was speaking in Poland earlier today, and we didn't get a chance to show you that event, but it does look like I took you to it a little bit early. So let me try and pull up for you right at the moment when Trump arrives, along with his daughter Ivanka and Jared Kushner. So here we go. Let's take you to this part. So as you can see right there in the audience, there is Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump there in the white and blue dress. President Trump said that Poland may be the geographic heart of Europe, but the Polish people are its soul. Earlier today, Trump addressed thousands of Poles from Krasinski Square, the site of the Warsaw upbringing against the Nazi occupation. More than 150,000 Poles died during the struggle to overthrow oppression. After this, President Trump headed to Germany for the G20 summit of the world's developed and developing nations, as you guys witnessed earlier. And we still have those protests happening there, but we're just waiting for a live feed to come in from our Fox photographers. So we will definitely cut out and take you to that as soon as we get those protests, as well as the House floor. They're still waiting on that vote, but I didn't want to have you guys just sort of sit there as they're deciding on voting. So I wanted to take you to this speech from earlier today. You can see he's going to be speaking soon, and you just saw Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner walking in. So now let me take you to when President Trump arrives. Here we go.
Hello, Poland. Thank you very much. My husband and I have enjoyed visiting your beautiful country. I want to thank President and Mrs. Duda for their warm welcome and their generous hospitality. I had the opportunity to visit the Copernicus Science Center today, and found it not only informative, but thoughtful in its mission, which is to inspire people to observe, experiment, ask questions, and seek answers. I can think of no better purpose for such a wonderful science center. Thank you to all who were involved in giving us the tour, especially the children who made it such a wonderful experience. As many of you know, a main focus of my husband's presidency is safety and security of the American people. I think as all of us can agree, people should be able to live their lives without fear, no matter what country they live in. That is my wish for all of us around the world. Thank you again for this wonderful welcome to your very special country. Your kindness and gracious hospitality will not be forgotten. And now it is my honor to introduce to you my husband, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. That's so nice. The United States has many great diplomats, but There is truly no better ambassador for our country than our beautiful First Lady, Melania. Thank you, Melania. That was very nice. We've come to your nation to deliver a very important message. America loves Poland, and America loves the Polish people. Thank you. The Poles have not only greatly enriched this region, but Polish Americans have also greatly enriched the United States, and I was truly proud to have their support in the 2016 election. It is a profound honor to stand in this city by this monument to the Warsaw Uprising and to address the Polish nation that so many generations have dreamed of, a Poland that is safe, strong, and free. President Duda and your wonderful First Lady, Agata, have welcomed us with the tremendous warmth and kindness for which Poland is known around the world. Thank you. I sincere, and I mean sincerely, thank both of them, and to Prime Minister Shedwo, a very special thanks also. We are pleased that former President Lech Walesa, so famous for leading the Solidarity movement, has joined us today also. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of all Americans, let me also thank the entire Polish people for the generosity you have shown in welcoming our soldiers to your country. These soldiers are not only brave defenders of freedom, but also symbols of America's commitment to your security and your place in a strong and democratic Europe. We are proudly joined on stage by American, Polish, British, and Romanian soldiers. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. President Duda and I have just come from an incredibly successful meeting with the leaders participating in the 3 Cs initiative. To the citizens of this great region, America is eager to expand our partnership with you. We welcome stronger ties of trade and commerce as you grow your economies. And we are committed to securing your access to alternate sources of energy, so Poland and its neighbors are never again held hostage to a single supplier of energy. Mr. President, I congratulate you along with the President of Croatia on your leadership of this historic 3 Cs initiative. Thank you. This is my first visit to Central Europe as president, and I am thrilled that it could be right here at this magnificent, beautiful piece of land. It is beautiful. Poland is the geographic heart of Europe, but more importantly, in the Polish people, we see the soul of Europe. Your nation is great because your spirit is great, and your spirit is strong. For 2 centuries, Poland suffered constant and brutal attacks. But while Poland could be invaded and occupied, and its borders even erased from the map, It could never be erased from history or from your hearts. In those dark days, you have lost your land, but you never lost your pride. So it is with this true admiration that I can say today that from the farms and villages of your countryside to the cathedrals and squares of your great cities, Poland lives, Poland prospers, and Poland prevails. Despite every effort to transform you, oppress you, or destroy you, you endured and overcame. You are the proud nation of Copernicus. Think of that. Chopin, St. John Paul II. Poland is a land of great heroes. And you are a people who know the true value of what you defend. The triumph of the Polish spirit over centuries of hardship gives us all hope for a future in which good conquers evil and peace achieves victory over war. For Americans, Poland has been a symbol of hope since the beginning of our nation. Polish heroes and American patriots fought side by side in our War of Independence and in many wars that followed. Our soldiers still serve together today in Afghanistan and Iraq, combating the enemies of all civilization. For America's part, we have never given up on freedom and independence as the right and destiny of the Polish people, and we never, ever will. Our two countries share a special bond forged by unique histories and national characters. It's a fellowship that exists only among people who have fought and bled and died for freedom. The signs of this friendship stand in our nation's capital. Just steps from the White House, we've raised statues of men with names like Pulaski and Kosciuszko. The same is true in Warsaw, where street signs carry the name of George Washington and a monument stands to one of the world's greatest heroes, Ronald Reagan. And so I am here today, not just to visit an old ally, but to hold it up as an example for others who seek freedom and who wish to summon the courage and the will to defend our civilization. The story of Poland is the story of a people who have never lost hope, who have never been broken, and who have never, ever forgotten who they are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Such a great honor. This is a nation more than 1,000 years old. Your borders were erased for more than a century and only restored just 1 century ago. In 1920, in the miracle of Vistula, Poland stopped the Soviet army bent on European conquest. Then, 19 years later, in 1939, You were invaded yet again, this time by Nazi Germany from the west and the Soviet Union from the east. That's trouble. That's tough. Under a double occupation, the Polish people endured evils beyond description. The Katyn Forest Massacre, the occupations, the Holocaust, the Warsaw Ghetto, and the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the destruction of this beautiful capital city, and the deaths of nearly 1 in 5 Polish people. A vibrant Jewish population, the largest in Europe, was reduced to almost nothing after the Nazis systematically murdered millions of Poland's Jewish citizens, along with countless others during that brutal occupation. In the summer of 1944, the Nazi and Soviet armies were preparing for a terrible and bloody battle right here in Warsaw. Amid that hell on earth, the citizens of Poland rose up to defend their homeland. I am deeply honored to be joined on stage today by veterans and heroes of the Warsaw Uprising. What great spirit. We salute your noble sacrifice, and we pledge to always remember your fight for Poland and for freedom. Thank you. Thank you. This monument reminds us that more than 150,000 Poles died during that desperate struggle to overthrow oppression. From the other side of the river, the Soviet armed forces stopped and waited. They watched as the Nazis ruthlessly destroyed the city, viciously murdering men, women, and children. They tried to destroy this nation forever by shattering its will to survive. But there is a courage and a strength deep in the Polish character that no one could destroy. The Polish martyr, Bishop Michael Kozel, said it well: more horrifying than a defeat of arms is a collapse of the human spirit. Through 4 decades of communist rule, Poland and the other captive nations of Europe endured a brutal campaign to demolish freedom, your faith, your laws, your history, your identity, indeed the very essence of your culture and your humanity. Yet through it all, you never lost that spirit. Your oppressors tried to break you, but Poland could not be broken. And when the day came on June 2nd, 1979, and 1 million Poles gathered around Victory Square for their very first Mass with their Polish Pope, that day every communist in Warsaw must have known that their oppressive system would soon come crashing down. They must have known it at the exact moment during Pope John Paul II's sermon, when 1 million Polish men, women, and children suddenly raised their voices in a single prayer. 1 million Polish people did not ask for wealth. They did not ask for privilege. Instead, 1 million Poles sang 3 simple words: we want God. In those words, the Polish people recalled the promise of a better future. They found new courage to face down their oppressors. and they found the words to declare that Poland would be Poland once again. As I stand here today before this incredible crowd, this faithful nation, we can still hear those voices that echo through history. Their message is as true today as ever. The people of Poland, the people of America, and the people of Europe still cry out, "We want God." Together with Pope John Paul II, the Poles reasserted their identity as a nation devoted to God. And with that powerful declaration of who you are, you came to understand what to do and how to live. You stood in solidarity against oppression, against a lawless secret police, against a cruel and wicked system that impoverished your cities and your souls. And you won. Poland prevailed. Poland will always prevail. Thank you. You were supported in that victory over communism by a strong alliance of free nations in the West that defied tyranny. Now among the most committed members of the NATO alliance, Poland has resumed its place as a leading nation of a Europe that is strong, whole, and free. A strong Poland is a blessing to the nations of Europe, and they know that. A strong Europe is a blessing to the West and to the world.
Okay, everybody, it looks like they might be doing something on the House floor in Illinois. Let's take you there real quick.
Safe, sound, and secure Illinois House of Representatives will be in order. We shall be led in prayer today by being passionate and assistant members and guests to refrain from starting their laptops, turn on cell phones, and advise that the identification and pledge of allegiance. Mr. Padgett.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we commit this working day to you. May we engage with each task with faith and perseverance. May we manage each situation with wisdom and value. And may we speak and serve with integrity and purpose. Lord, we invite you to work within us today. Amen.
We'll be led in the pledge by Representative Hammond.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
We have no excused absences on this side of the aisle to report today.
Mr. Demmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please let the record reflect that Representatives Ives, Worley, Pritchard, Sauer, and Winger are excused.
Mr. Clerk, please take the record. There are 112 members answering the roll, and we do have a quorum. Mr. Olson is recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a page today, and I wanted to welcome him. He's my district office intern, Jason Zick, from Downers Grove. He's going to be a sophomore at Indiana University, and would want to thank him for coming down to visit us in Springfield. Let's welcome him today.
Welcome. You found a very interesting day to be here. Page 9 of the calendar, under the messages from the Senate, appears SJR 46. Mr. Clerk.
Adjournment resolution. Senate Joint Resolution Number 46, offered by Representative Curry, be resolved by the Senate of the 100th General Assembly of the State of Illinois, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that when the Senate adjourns regular session, as well as special sessions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, the Senate shall remain in continuous session and shall stand adjourned until the call of the President. And when the House of Representatives adjourns regular session, as well as special sessions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, the House of Representatives shall remain in continuous session and it stands adjourned until the call of the Speaker.
Leader Curry moves for the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Page 12 of the calendar, under total veto motions, appears Senate Bill 9. Mr. Clerk. Excuse me, Mr. Davis on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate and that Senate Bill 9 do pass, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
Mr. McSweeney.
Mr. Speaker, to the motion. This is a very important day for the state of Illinois. We're going to decide, are we going to continue the status quo or are we going to change? 47% of the people in a poll before the crisis, they wanted to leave the state of Illinois. 115,000 people left, and I think a lot of that has to do with high taxes and high property taxes in this state. The thing that really interests me is that we have a whole bunch of rating agency experts here in the chamber, it seems. People believe that they know what's going to happen, and it's very simple. The rating agencies look at one thing, the ability to pay back the debt. They don't care if you raise taxes. They don't care if you cut spending. In fact, they would actually prefer, though, you cut spending because there's more certainty. We see what's happened in states like Connecticut. When you raise taxes, you actually reduce the economic output of those states, and you ultimately bring about less revenue. And what we're seeing now is that if we pass this tax increase, Moody's is telling us that we're going to junk. They're giving us a roadmap that this state is going to junk because this budget is full of blue smokes and mirrors, and this budget is not going to accomplish the fundamental reform. It's not going to change pensions. It's not going to change Medicaid. What we do know for sure is that this budget is going to hurt people. We've all heard from our constituents. They're wondering how they're going to pay their high property taxes. They're wondering how they're going to pay their living expenses because we're raising their income tax rate by 32%. And what do we get? Nothing. Nothing. We get nothing but more taxes, more of the status quo. There's an alternative. We could stay here. We could do our job. We could adopt pro-growth economic policies. We could make Illinois a state that people want to stay in. So I ask everyone to please do the right thing, stand up for the taxpayers of this state, and vote no for this tax increase.
Mr. Anderson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the motion. I appreciate the previous speaker's comments, especially the comment that this is a historic day for the state. I believe it's a historic day because it's a day where we decide the fate of our state. Do we want to save it, or do we want to let it go into meltdown? I think that is sincerely the options that we faced. Now, since about, I lost track of the days, since Sunday, I think, when we took the original vote, it's been kind of brutal for me. Hate mail, death threats, my personal cell phone being given out. It's been tough. But you know what I reflected on, what I thought about? Was the last 2.5 years of people suffering because we can't get past impasse. So if I have to take a couple of days of that, I will be happy to do so, because I'm thinking about those people, the people who are most needy, who are most vulnerable, the autism funding, the members of the mental health community, the developmentally disabled, the at-risk youth, our higher education system, our education system. They have been suffering far longer and far worse than I ever have. So if I have to take those slings and arrows for a while to help them, I gladly will. Now, what you've heard today, of course, is that, or yesterday, is that Moody's has indicated that they might downgrade us. They have not indicated that they will. They have indicated that they might. And two of the things that they said would be important in that are, one, our ability to pay our back bills. Representative Harris, Greg Harris, went through that process and explained that that is a part of the bill. When they review it in more detail, I'm confident they will see that. And there is also money to improve our pensions there. Are we done? No, we're not done, but we're moving in the right direction. But the most interesting thing I learned from the Moody's report was the characterization that their concern was the lack of bipartisan support in this Capitol. Who knew that the old kindergarten checkbox of plays well with each other would affect our bond rating? And that's the reality, ladies and gentlemen. The lack of bipartisanship, the bitter infighting that we've been experiencing for 2.5 years, this impasse has affected our bond rating like nothing before. So let me tell you, I've said it before, I'll say it again, impasse politics do not work. They do not work for the state of Illinois. They have never worked. So, Mr. Speaker, Governor, I implore you, we need to work together to get this done. And we have to do that now. Now we have a budget in front of us. And don't forget what happens if we don't pass it. It's not just the certainty of the bond downgrade, because that's what's going to happen if you vote no. We're also out of money. The comptroller has told us we're out of cash. Our state employees are going to get laid off. We're going to have disaccreditation of our universities. Our bonds are going to default. We are going into free fall if we don't do this. So for those of you who say there's a better option, great. Do you have the votes? You do not have the votes. Our options are this or financial meltdown. So my ask is that we vote for this, that we give our state a chance, and that we continue to work on the reforms. I believe that this side is ready to work, and I also believe that your side is ready to work, to continue to develop those reforms to make the state great. So in the end, I want to start where I was about a week ago, which is I asked for all of us together to save the state. But more importantly, we have to save it together, because now everyone has told us that's the only way it's going to get done. Thank you very much.
Mr. Morrison for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the motion. This is a historic day here in this state, and I've, like you, talked to a lot of constituents lately, and what they are demanding is reforms. They've had enough. It's true that if you compare the income tax rates in states around us, if you look at just that silo, sure, you could say that Illinois' flat rate will still be competitive. But that's not the only thing that our constituents are looking at. That's not the only thing that businesses look at. When you look at a high property tax, and that without reforms will just continue to climb. My district is in Cook County. For many of you, you live and your constituents are in Cook County. It's just more and more and more. And while certainly we do need a budget, and yes, people do want predictability, but you know what they're getting? They're getting another predictable outcome. When the state of Illinois and all of our local governments run out of money, what do? Go back to the well, go back to the taxpayers, squeeze a little more, squeeze a little harder, and we all know it. We're squeezing so hard, we're squeezing them out. We're reducing our base of taxpayers, which means if this passes, we go right back to them again. Who knows, a month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now? It's not going to solve our problems unless we address the fundamental reforms. In the Wall Street Journal this morning, there was a great commentary. America once led the world on tax reform, and it concludes this way: lower tax rates do not guarantee economic growth, but they help. So we're doing the opposite, and it will hurt. We're taking more money out of the private economy and allowing the public sector to grow. We cannot have a healthy state. We can't even have healthy government if you're squeezing out the entities that actually provide the tax revenue. We can thrive again as a state, but we have to do things differently. This is the wrong path. I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Fortner for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. To the motion. We've had a budget impasse now for over 2 years, and I thought, since we are looking at a set of probably 3 votes that together make up the package for the 2018 budget before us, that it's worth putting in context what those numbers are and ask 2 questions. Is it an appropriate, fair budget for where we should be today? And does it balance based on what it means to have a balanced budget? I'm going to take up the second one first, because so often we hear about how we fail to balance our budget year after year. And we have certainly put forward some unbalanced budgets over the years, admittedly so at the times they were done. But there have also been balanced budgets by what it means to be a budget. A budget is a prospective document, not a retrospective document. So if at the end of the day, when you do your audit report, it says it didn't line up, yes, it wasn't balanced, but none of us have the kind of crystal ball to know that in advance. So we have to ask, is it balanced based on what is going forward for 2018? And yes, in the appropriation bill, SB 6, that we may see an override motion for as well, in that bill, there are appropriations appropriate to fiscal 2017. Over $1 billion of those. Those are for services that have been rendered, and yes, they will be added to the stack of unpaid bills like so many of the other things that we have accumulated. Because we're accumulating at a rate of around $39 billion over the last year, due to a combination of what we have to spend, court orders, constitutionally required payments. They add up. Yet we're taking in, I would have thought, about $32 billion, though we just saw a report from COGFA today. That number is probably even less in terms of what we took in. That's a big gap. So now let me turn to the budget before us for 2018. In that document, to try and get a handle on it, back in April, I spent my Easter recess trying to pour through some spreadsheets with the help of our very expert staff on this side, using numbers from COGFA, the group that we rely on to put together numbers, using numbers from the Governor's Office of Management and Budget. I went through and looked at the different spending plans that had been out there, and what I found was that where we probably should be, if I took the last time the 4 caucuses came together on agreement, which was in May of 2012, and project that forward, the number you get is $36.3 billion for fiscal 18. What we have here is $36.1 billion, which is certainly, it's actually under the number I would have predicted, but it's certainly very close to that, and more importantly is well below the $39 billion we are spending at. Furthermore, the revenue, the motion we are considering at this point, exceeds that budget by a few $100 million, and that's important because we need to be addressing the $15+ billion of back bills we have accumulated. And having some additional revenue is necessary, because there's otherwise, all we would do is we would just manage the cash flow but do nothing for the back bills. We have to have that extra revenue. It's the only way to start moving down on the back bills as well. And between what we have in the BIMP bill, what we have in the revenue bill, the pieces are there. Are they as much as I'd like to see things paid down? No. But they're what we have that brings 2018 into balance. With my last little bit of time, let me talk about reforms, because I would certainly agree there aren't as many reforms out here right now as I would like to see. Things like workers' compensation, things like the property tax system. We need to address those. But that doesn't diminish some of the reforms that we have worked on, parts dealing with procurement, some of the local government work that has passed and moved forward. There are real reforms that have gone forward, and I certainly hope that everyone in this chamber will continue working, and let's wrap up based on a lot of good negotiation that has gone forward and get those other pieces done as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wheeler, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the motion. There's been intense concern raised in the last few days about the potential for the downgrading of our state's bonds to junk status and the dramatic and lasting consequences that would bring. And it should really disappoint all Illinoisans that the General Assembly did not do its job and send a budget along with substantial reforms to the governor's desk back in May to avoid this potential catastrophe. Instead, a budget and tax hikes were sent to the governor's desk that everyone knew was going to get vetoed. And even with that tax and spending plan that passed, it still may not convince Moody's from downgrading the state of Illinois bonds to junk status, even with a budget in place. So rewind for a second back to my remarks on the floor just a few days ago. Before the tax increase passed, I said the bond houses that we all of a sudden care about, they aren't going to see any change in our pension costs because we aren't actually addressing pension reform. So it shocked me when I read the Moody's statement yesterday when it says, so far, the plan appears to lack concrete measures that will materially improve Illinois' long-term capacity to address its unfunded pension liabilities. Seriously, people, nobody's making this up. This is real, and it's in front of us. Moody's believes that the state has $251 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. And without substantive pension reform, Illinois won't be able to afford that debt. This isn't a political statement. This is actual, real stuff right in front of us again. And just so we're all clear, this is not new. Moody's been telling us for a long time that Illinois is on the wrong financial track. In 1973, Moody's gave Illinois a AAA rating right out of the gate. Then in 1991 through 2013, we were downgraded 11 times. We've been downgraded 3 more times since 2015, including one time just last month. That's all real, and we knew it, and we're still running things this way. That's why the governor and many of the Republicans on my side here have been fighting for reforms to change the trajectory of our state's horrible finances. My friends on the other side of the aisle keep saying, oh, the reforms are either on the governor's desk or they're on their way. But I'm sorry to inform you guys, those lipstick reforms won't cut it. We can't just accept watered-down bills that will have minimal savings or virtually no impact just because we're calling them reforms. Concrete reforms with real savings are required and long overdue to save Illinois. So for 2.5 years, we've been working on these reforms, real reforms. But we can't keep stalling and passing reforms in name only that won't actually change the status quo. It's time for us to get real. It's time for us to get to work and get these reforms into actual statute. This is what the General Assembly should have done, and we could have done, back in the spring of 2015 when we all got together for the first time. Reforms first. They change how we do our budget, then we can actually sit down and get a real budget done. And here we are doing things in the wrong order again. And I'll put it out there because I have to, maybe someday in my tenure down here, we'll actually start with the first step first, and we'll actually do a revenue estimate. Thank you.
Mr. Skillicorn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's a lot of talk of this Moody's and what they wrote, and they just don't sound very impressed with what we did here. And unfortunately, we passed a massive tax hike, and we passed this budget. And if you look at that letter, it still appears that a credit downgrade is looming over our great state. This budget is junk. Let me read a quick note from someone in King County. And he says, "I'm already being forced to sell my house that I so desperately want to keep. I already canceled phone and TV service to cover these past increases. Maybe they propose I stop volunteering for Boy Scouts and other charities so I can pick up a second job. I'd love to know what they think." That's the reality that people are thinking. And that person like me thinks that this budget is junk. Illinois currently has an unfunded pension liability of over $100 billion. This budget, these massive tax hikes, don't address that. 10 years ago, Governor Blagojevich shorted our pensions. This budget doesn't address that. 20 years ago, Governor Edgar refinanced our pensions. He called it the ramp. Today, our pension payments balloon every year after year after year. This budget doesn't address that. Ladies and gentlemen, this budget is junk. I urge a no vote so we can get back to work and work on the real compromise that had been started. A few days ago, negotiations stopped. I call for the continuation of that negotiation because I believe we're close. And I think that red and blue can be purple, and we can work something out, and we don't have to pass this along to the taxpayers of the state, and we can actually solve our problems. Thank you very much.
Mr. Phillips for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the bill, I've been sitting here listening to a lot of talk, and I wasn't going to speak, but there's a couple of things I wanted to point out. First of all, if I decide to press my button to override the governor, it doesn't make me any less a conservative Republican than the rest of the people that stand in here. It makes a person decide he has to vote for his district. He has to think about all the people in his district to the best of his ability. Now, whatever way I decide to go, I'll have to live with, and I certainly am tortured by it, I can guarantee you that. My district happens to border Indiana, which is a very competitive business district. And I hate to see more businesses run to Indiana. I'm every bit just as strong for business reforms. And I'd like to see us continue to work as everybody speaks to those business reforms. But I feel like we're in a juncture, 2.5 years into it, and $15 or $20 billion of unpaid bills that maybe at this particular point in time, we're at a spot where we need to, stop, reform, and take some analysis of exactly where we're at. I have a secretary that works for me, and I was looking at her income. She makes $34,743 a year. Her actual income tax rate for the state of Illinois is 2.7. Now you ask why and how could she get 2.7 when it's actually 3.75 in the state of Illinois. But with the deductions that she currently has, it ends up she pays 2.7%. So I filled out her tax reform underneath this new 4.95% and tried to figure out exactly where would her tax rate be. And the reality of it is she's going to raise it by 0.0086%, less than 1% of the 1.25. So it's less than the 32% based on the deductions that she'll be able to take as a single mother, 2 children, and so on and so forth. So, we can spend it any way we want to. It's going to cost her $4 or $5.70 some cents more a week, and I don't like her having to pay $5.74 a week. And we'll try to work with my employees to see if we can't do something better for them. And I think that's what we're all going to have to try to do. But the reality of the spin this as if it's some huge, massive, crazy going to drive people into the ground, I think is a little bit hysterical. And maybe we should calm down, take a look at it. I think, and I'm hoping, and that's where the prayer comes in, that maybe after this, we can really, truly work on some reforms for businesses. Because I think both sides understand without bringing in new people and increasing new jobs, this state is going to go in a direction that none of us really want. So I implore all of us to work towards that end. The politicalness has to come to a stop. Transparency needs to be more open. And I wish us all the best when we get through all this. Thank you.
Mr. DeLuca for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Sponsor yields.
Representative Davis, if you can answer this, or whoever has to answer it, if we're successful with the overrides today, the bipartisan budget working group, what is the intention moving forward?
It appears that we would continue to meet. I think members have talked about some of the other issues, whether budgetary or not, that need to be addressed. And I would like to think that our Republican colleagues will continue to gauge this side of the aisle. We will continue to meet to work through some of the other issues that both sides think are important.
Okay, that's good. I understand the reforms will continue to be worked on. I understand that, but I'm talking specifically on this budget, whether the conversation will continue on this budget.
Well, I guess what I would say is that this particular action obviously would override the governor's veto, which means that this budget would be enacted if that were indeed the case. Okay. So clearly budget is an ongoing conversation, so we start the dialogue for the next budget.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it doesn't get shut down, because clearly we've all heard from our constituents, and there's a real distrust with the taxpayers who are going to be sending us more of their money. And they want to be sure that if they're doing that, that we are going to be spending those dollars efficiently and effectively. And we want to make sure that the budget that we are approving today, that we already approved, that we're overriding today, that we continue to look at it. And that's what I'm asking for. I just want an assurance that the bipartisan budget working group will continue to work and look at the budget and make sure if there's any areas where there's duplication, where there's waste, where there might be spending on programs that would be considered not essential, that we continue to look at that.
I would agree that that would certainly be our intent. Again, budget making process is an ongoing thing. So even in passing this particular budget, if we're successful, then yes, that conversation does continue.
Very good. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Barbara Wheeler for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the bill. All of us are hearing from our constituents that they can't afford any more taxes. Illinois is a slow growth state right now. We are not competitive. Our people are hurting. Yet now we're asking a shrinking taxing base to pay more taxes, a lot more. And that is without real reforms that provide direct relief. So guess what happens? We're pushing people out the door. Indiana, in my border district, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa, Kentucky. I suspect strongly that there are many in this room who still do not believe that Illinois, the people of Illinois, are leaving the state. I believe it. You should believe it. We're doing the wrong thing here.
Mr. Brady for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the bill. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, many of you have been here for a lengthy period of time, such as myself, and you've seen a lot of things that cause you distress, and a process that I think we would all agree upon needs a major overhaul. But I think for me, the focus of my vote today is going to be that I cannot be convinced that the priorities need to be set in this particular bill when it comes to our spending. Our priorities of public education, public infrastructure, public safety, and the most vulnerable. I'm not convinced that those dollars are going to go to those priorities in this budget. If you look at it, there's so many other places where dollars are going to go that simply we have no business funding. We've lost sight of our priorities. Thus, I will not be in favor of this bill today. I will not vote to override. Thank you.
Mr. Butler for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the motion. As I've debated in my mind how to cast my vote on this override, and I have struggled over the last several weeks with this. I've heard from many friends and advocates on both sides today's vote, but it's the stories I've heard from the citizens of the 87th District combined with my own family story that have underpinned my vote today. Over 2 centuries ago, my ancestors came to the Illinois Territory for economic opportunity. Today, my siblings have moved from this state because of our economic decline. On September 17, 1818, almost 199 years ago, a gentleman named Lewis Barker was elected the first state senator from Pope County. Barker served in the first 4 Illinois General Assemblies, helping to create the initial laws of our then brand new state. Senator Barker was my 4th great-grandfather. Barker's lineage runs through the years to me because of my mother, Harriet, and gives me the great privilege of bridging the 1st and 100th General Assemblies. My mother was born in Centralia, raised in the small Marshall County town of Lakin, attended the University of Illinois, and settled in Peoria to raise her 7 children. My parents' business was a small manufacturing company that was forced out of business under the weight of the 1980s Peoria recession. It was Harriet, actually, who was 51% owner of that business. My parents' 7 children, with our deep roots in the very foundation of the state, tell the current story of Illinois. My sister Kathy, raised in Peoria, educated at the University of Illinois, who worked for the city of Peoria and was an elected member of the Peoria Park District Board, has lived in Olympia, Washington, a state with no income tax, for the past 21 years, where she is now retired. My brother Pat, raised in Peoria, who began his professional career working for my parents' business and was the one most likely to take over the company before it was driven out of business, has lived for many years in Kingston, Tennessee, a state with no tax on wages, where he is now retired. My brother Jim, raised in Peoria, educated at Western Illinois University and the University of Illinois, has not lived in Illinois most of his adult life and currently resides in Austin, Texas, a state with no income tax, where he is now retired. My brother Mike, raised in Peoria, a tremendous basketball player who has a standout careers for both Lincoln College and Eureka College, now makes his home in Milton, Wisconsin. My brother Tom, raised in Peoria and educated like me at Eastern Illinois University, lives in Sewanee, Georgia. His 2 sons, my nephews, have rarely set foot in the state of both their parents. The reason my siblings have left, that's pretty easy. Economic opportunities and states with lower overall tax burdens than Illinois. But it's my sister Sue, as my only sibling, who remains in our once proud state. She lives in the district of Mr. Worley. When I hear Grant talk about the enormous burden of property taxes in the 41st District, I know all too well what he means. My sister and brother-in-law will pay almost $14,000 this year in property taxes. $14,000. My sister has been very keen on following the happenings here since I've been in the House. She is by no means a right-wing ideologue. She has no extreme right-wing agenda. In fact, she's probably the most ardent anti-Trumper that I know. But as I've been updating her during this special session, including today, she's grown increasingly frustrated. After informing her of House passage of these bills a few days ago, she told me that maybe, just maybe, it's finally time for them to move out of state, my last sibling in Illinois. And today, I see President Cullerton's remarks that more taxes will be needed after approval of this bill. What am I supposed to tell my sister? Why do I tell you the history of my family? Because it is the story of Illinois up to this very moment. It is a story similar to many I hear throughout the 87th District, of families exiting our state for greener pastures. The representative from Arlington Heights, my friend that sits in front of me, gave a very impassioned defense of this bill the other day. I have a great deal of respect for him. And I agree with the point he made. I, too, was not sent to the Illinois House of Representatives to oversee the destruction of this great state. But my family's history is example A of the need not for incremental change in our state, but for monumental change in our state. Ladies and gentlemen, raising the taxes of our friends and neighbors by 32% without making monumental change to the way our state functions does not solve our problems. It only continues them. Today I stand facing the future of our state with fear that my family's over 2-century legacy in the lane of our ancestors, a legacy that crosses the state from the Ohio to the Fox, from the Mississippi to the Wabash,
Bring your remarks to a close.
spans every single day that Illinois has been a part of our union. Today I'm afraid that legacy will be snuffed out in the near future. Today, an override of these pieces of legislation will only add to the sins of General Assemblies over the past half century. We continue to pass laws that drive people from our state, and with this override, we will contribute to my family's exodus from Illinois. I cannot, in good conscience, support that direction, and that is why I will be no.
Mr. Cabello for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the motion. As many of you know, I do not usually speak on any of the bills that come before us, whether for or against. But I feel strongly that I need to make sure that the people back home have their voices heard. And we can take inventory, we can talk and prove to everyone back home exactly what we have been lacking in this chamber. We've lacked doing our jobs. We have lacked meeting. We've canceled session days. We have not been here near enough as what we should be to do the right job. I'm hearing from everybody back home, do what you need to do, but do not raise my taxes. Maybe if we met, we could have done some priority spending. Maybe we could have prioritized the elderly, the children, and the disabled. Maybe we could have prioritized in a budget who gets what first. But no, the urgency wasn't there. We met sometimes for an hour. Negotiations were going on. I say BS. They were not. We have a job that we are supposed to do. We are honored enough to stand and sit in this chamber to make sure that all voices are heard. The taxpayers who pay for all this have not been heard. The will of the people want to make sure that our vulnerable are taken care of, but they want them to be taken care of first. I hope that everybody back home and everybody across this state will rise up. Let everyone in this chamber know exactly how they feel after this vote is taken. I hope that they let us know that they want us to prioritize this. They want us to repeal this after we do that prioritization. Ladies and gentlemen, there are good people on both sides of this aisle. I will not berate you for how you vote. But for God's sake, we've got to prioritize. We've got to make sure that we do our jobs in committee. As an appropriations chair, we used to have working groups. We don't have those working groups meet any longer. What the hell are we doing? We wait. We make sure that there's a manufactured crisis. Because we didn't do what we were supposed to earlier. How come we couldn't have come to this resolution a year ago? Because we didn't want to. We didn't meet. We canceled days. We didn't have our working groups. And now we're punishing the people that have to pay for it all. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that I will, along with a lot of others here on this side of the aisle and on that side of the aisle, will work together to find the compromise. Unfortunately, we didn't start early enough. So, ladies and gentlemen back home, please rise up, make sure you hold us accountable, and make sure your voices are heard.
David Harris for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and I will be brief. We had a long discussion on Senate Bill 9 the other day. There's no joy here. There's no joy in voting for a gubernatorial override of veto. There's no joy in voting for a tax increase. There's no joy. But how long can this impasse go on? I mean, we understand where we are. We are looking into an abyss, a financial abyss. The state is imploding financially, and action is required. Now, I'm going to repeat just one thing I said the other day. We have $15 billion of debt. $15 billion of debt that has accumulated $800 million of interest, and just take that $800 million of interest, put it right down there in front of the clerk's well, and light a match to it. Because that's the benefit that the taxpayers' dollars are generating. $800 million, taxpayers' dollars that are generating no benefit to the taxpayers. The effects of all this are obvious to us. Look, 25,000 people are out of work because road projects have stopped. We've been thrown out of the multi-state lottery games, which, oh, by the way, generate $90 million a year in revenue to the state of Illinois. Can't sell those tickets because we don't have a budget. We've been kicked out. The institutions of higher learning are threatened to have their accreditation removed. Who's going to send their child to a university that doesn't even have accreditation? Those are some of the basic problems of not having a budget. And then we talk about the bond rating, and it's a very, very serious issue. And Moody's said they will evaluate based on what we do if we get a budget. They will evaluate over the next period of time. Fitch and Standard & Poor's has said they're just going to hold off. Moody's is going to evaluate and see if we make those other reforms that we've talked about. And you know what? The other side of the aisle has said they will work with us on those reforms, and I take them at the word because I believe them. We want them, they want them, we want to fix pensions, we want to fix property taxes, we want to fix workers' compensation, and we are close. Our leader has said that himself. We are close. We can do it. But if we don't have a budget, with virtual certainty, we will go to junk status. At least with a budget, we hold off, but without a budget, we go to junk status. Now look, we could go for the capital compromise that was put out on June the 14th, which includes a 4.95% income tax. It includes sales taxes on services. It includes a satellite TV tax. It includes gaming revenues, presumably from an expansion of gaming that would be expected to pass. You want to vote for that? Okay, you can vote for that. I'm not voting for that. I've got a choice here in front of me. And I will tell you, and let me address a brief remark to the governor. You are an astute, capable businessman. You understand the numbers here. You understand what the implications of junk bond status. Is that what we want for the fifth largest state in the union? I disagree. I disagree that we can wait any longer to get a budget in place, and I respect those who say otherwise. But I disagree with that. I honestly believe that it is now time to right this ship of state and provide some stability and order to what has been nothing but confusion and chaos. Let's change it. We have an opportunity right now. I hate to vote for an override, and I hate to vote for a tax increase, but in this instance, I believe it's the right vote. I recommend a yes.
Mr. Durkin, for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. To the motion, ladies and gentlemen of the Illinois House of Representatives, and for all Illinoisans who are watching us today and listening in, is this the best that we can achieve? Is this the best that we can deliver? Is this the best we can accomplish for the some 13 million residents of the state of Illinois? We've heard about the different responsibilities and the obligations of the state. Yes, I understand that. But it should not always be predicated upon more taxpayer sacrifice. These votes will be over soon, and I will not be supporting the override motions today. I do ask this question: does today's vote reflect the desires of our citizens on how we spend their money? Yes, their money. The money from their hard work and sweat. But no matter the outcome of today's votes, we all know that our work is not done. Our legacy must not be determined on today's action. My desire is that it will be determined on what we must do together as a body in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead.
Mr. Davis to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to everyone who spoke on the bill. Clearly, we have a different set of opinions on some of the issues, but I think Representative Harris said it best. We need to do this, because without doing this, some people talk about that cliff. Well, without this, we're over the cliff. This stops us. Now, is it everything that everyone would like? No, because we don't fully fund higher education. We're still not providing all the resources we need to our human service providers. But this is a step truly in the right direction. This is the direction that we need to go. Someone's talked about bipartisanship and meeting. Well, we have been meeting. Greg Harris has led our budget team, and he's done a fantastic job of leading our budget team, along with Representative Anderson over there. Now, if you weren't invited to be a part of that, that's not our fault. That's somebody else's fault. So if that's what you want to do, representatives talked about being a part of the discussions. Well, ask to be a part of the discussions. Don't stand on the outside and throw darts at those who are in the conversations making this work. It's very important. And lastly, let me just say, threats are not the way to govern. We've heard too many times from members on both sides of the aisle that they are getting threats. At what point, some point, you got to take those threats seriously. You don't want to dismiss them, because we've seen too many instances in the United States where individuals are taking actions into their own hands and harming people and their families. This is not the way we want to do it. So for those who are out there threatening people, whoever your representatives are, call them and encourage them to be a part of the process. Don't take these actions into your own hands and level threats at individuals. Nobody should have to govern. No one should have to govern under these circumstances. So again, we thank you for those who spoke earlier. We appreciate those things that you said. And yes, this is not over. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a yes vote.
Gentleman moves to override the total veto of the governor. This bill requires 71 votes. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote yes. Opposed, no. The voting is open. Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? please take the record. On this question, there are 71 voting yes, 42 voting no, and the gentleman's motion is approved, and the House, the total veto of the governor is overridden, and this bill, having received a constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Senate Bill 42, under the order of total veto motions, Representative Greg Harris is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I move that the House concur with the Senate and that Senate Bill 42 do pass, notwithstanding the veto of the governor.
Leader Curry is recognized.
Thank you. This is a question for purposes of legislative intent. Are the new bonds authorized by Section 7.6 of the General Obligation Bond Act intended to be repaid on a level principal repayment schedule, as is consistent with Section 9 of the GO Bond Act?
Yes, this bill provides no exemption from the level principal repayment schedule as provided in Section 9 of the General Obligation Bond Act.
Thank you. That was not only the right answer, it was an excellent answer. I appreciate it.
Mr. Harris to close.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I would appreciate an aye vote.
Gentleman moves that the House concur with the Senate and that this bill pass, notwithstanding the veto of the governor. This requires 71 votes. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote yes. Opposed, no. The voting is open. Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? Please take the record. On this question, there are 71 voting yes, 41 voting no, and the House does override the veto of the governor, and notwithstanding the veto of the governor, this bill, having received a constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. On page 11 of the calendar, under total vetoes, appears Senate Bill 6. Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I move that the House concur with the Senate and that Senate Bill 6 do pass, notwithstanding the veto of the governor.
There being no debate, those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote yes. Opposed, no. The voting is open. Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? Mr. Clerk, please take the record. On this question, there are 74 voting yes, 37 voting no, and the House adopts the motion, and the House overrides the veto of the governor, and this bill, having received the constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Crespo.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for the record, for Senate Bill 6, I should have been recorded as voting yes.
The record will reflect your intention. Page 11 of the calendar, under the order of concurrence, House Bill 1955. Mr. Fortner, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. House Bill 1955 is the trailer bill for Senate Bill 1417, which was the update for the E-Waste Act. At that time, we mentioned that we knew there would have to be a trailer so that there would be the provisions to make sure that the EPA could implement it, and other concerns by industry were addressed. After negotiations, this motion will allow us to pass a bill that meets and is agreed by all the parties. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Gentleman moves that the House concur in Senate Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 1955. There being no debate, those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote yes. Opposed, no. The voting is open. Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? Have all voted who wish? Mr. Clerk, please take the record on this question. There are 106 voting yes, 5 voting no, and the House does concur with Senate Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 1955, and this bill, having received a constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Page 10 of the calendar, order of concurrence, House Bill 270. Representative Wallace, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking to concur with the Senate amendment, which makes this bill a completely agreed upon bill, allows for Chicago and the state police to have some specific measures in place, and then agencies throughout the state will now have protocol for independent investigation of officer-involved sexual assault. The bill passed with 111 votes. I'm hoping that you guys will support it again this time. Thank you.
Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote yes. Opposed? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote yes. Opposed, no. The voting is open. Have all voted who wish. Have all voted who wish. Have all voted who wish. Please record yourselves. Please record yourselves. Mr. Clerk, please take the record on this question. There are 106 voting yes, none voting no, and the House concurs with Senate Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 270, and this bill, having received a constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. The chair recognizes Speaker Madigan.
Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, today Republicans and Democrats stood together to enact a bipartisan, balanced budget and end a destructive 736-day impasse. Our budget agreement was made possible by legislators on both sides of the aisle who looked beyond partisan differences and put the best interest of our state and its residents first. This is what happens when people have the best interest of our state in mind and work in good faith to come to a resolution. Our agreement shows what can happen when people work cooperatively and negotiate in good faith. Despite the rhetoric, there were many meetings and discussions and much give and take on both sides of the aisle. The people in this chamber did not do what was easy today, but we did what was right for the future of our state. There are a lot of things that will be said about this vote, but the most important thing I can point to is that Republican legislators and Democratic legislators got this done together. And remember, we are spending less than this under this budget than the spending level proposed to be spent by the governor. That, in and of itself, is a testament to the bipartisan cooperation that got Illinois its first budget in 3 years. There's still more work to be done. Democrats plan to continue working with our colleagues across the aisle to address the governor's issues unrelated to the budget. We hope to continue to move forward in a truly cooperative, bipartisan manner, and we continue to work to heal the wounds of the last 3 years. Again, thank you to all of you for persevering through this unbelievable struggle. Thank you very, very much. I wish you all get some well-deserved rest and solitude and enjoy your time away, because we may be back before long. Thank you again.
And now Leader Curry, pursuant to the adjournment resolution that we have already adopted, moves that the House stand adjourned until the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until the call of the Speaker. The 10th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 10th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 10th special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 10th special session is adjourned. The 9th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 9th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 9th special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 9th special session is adjourned. The 8th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 8th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 8th special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 8th special session is adjourned. The 7th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 7th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 7th special session adjourn until the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 5th special session stands adjourned. The 6th special session, the 7th special session of the House is adjourned. The 6th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 6th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 6th special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 6th special session is adjourned. The 5th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 5th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 5th special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 5th special session is adjourned. The 4th special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use a quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 4th special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 4th special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 4th special session is adjourned. The 3rd special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use a quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 3rd special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moves that the 3rd special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 3rd special session is adjourned. The 2nd special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use a quorum roll call from the regular session as a quorum roll call for the 2nd special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry moved that the 2nd special session stand adjourned until the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 2nd special session is adjourned. The 1st special session of the House will come to order. With leave of the body, we use the quorum roll call from the regular session as the quorum roll call for the 1st special session. As their leave is granted. Leader Curry now moves that the 1st special session adjourn to the call of the Speaker. Those in favor say yes, opposed no. The ayes have it, and the 1st special session is adjourned.
All right, everybody. Well, you heard it here first on the Fox News Now stream. Illinois now has a budget. Personal income tax will increase by 32%. This historic standoff lasted 737 days. July 1st, 2015 was the last time the state had a budget. You guys just witnessed this live decision here on the Fox News Now stream. As promised, I'm taking you back now to President Trump, who was speaking in Poland earlier today.
Your oppressors tried to break you, but Poland could not be broken. And when the day came on June 2nd, 1979, and 1 million Poles gathered around Victory Square for their very first Mass with their Polish Pope, that day every communist in Warsaw must have known that their oppressive system would soon come crashing down. They must have known it at the exact moment during Pope John Paul II's sermon, when 1 million Polish men, women, and children suddenly raised their voices in a single prayer.
Congratulations.
1 million Polish people did not ask for wealth. They did not ask for privilege. Instead, 1 million Poles sang 3 simple words: "We want God." In those words, the Polish people recalled the promise of a better future. They found new courage to face down their oppressors. And they found the words to declare that Poland would be Poland once again. As I stand here today before this incredible crowd, this faithful nation, we can still hear those voices that echo through history. Their message is as true today as ever. The people of Poland, the people of America, and the people of Europe still cry out, "We want God." Together with Pope John Paul II, the Poles reasserted their identity as a nation devoted to God. And with that powerful declaration of who you are, you came to understand what to do and how to live. You stood in solidarity against oppression, against a lawless secret police, against a cruel and wicked system that impoverished your cities and your souls. And you won. Poland prevailed. Poland will always prevail. Thank you. You were supported in that victory over communism by a strong alliance of free nations in the West that defied tyranny. Now among the most committed members of the NATO alliance, Poland has resumed its place as a leading nation of a Europe that is strong, whole, and free. A strong Poland is a blessing to the nations of Europe, and they know that. A strong Europe is a blessing to the West and to the world. "100 years after the entry of American forces into World War I, the transatlantic bond between the United States and Europe is as strong as ever, and maybe in many ways even stronger. This continent no longer confronts the specter of communism. But today we're in the West, And we have to say there are dire threats to our security and to our way of life. You see what's happening out there. They are threats. We will confront them. We will win. But they are threats. We are confronted by another oppressive ideology, one that seeks to export terrorism and extremism all around the globe. America and Europe have suffered one terror attack after another. We're going to get it to stop. During a historic gathering in Saudi Arabia, I called on the leaders of more than 50 Muslim nations to join together to drive out this menace which threatens all of humanity. We must stand united against these shared enemies to strip them of their territory and their funding and their networks and any form of ideological support that they may have. While we will always welcome new citizens who share our values and love our people, our borders will always be closed to terrorism and extremism of any kind. We are fighting hard against radical Islamic terrorism, and we will prevail. We cannot accept those who reject our values and who use hatred to justify violence against the innocent. Today, the West is also confronted by the powers that seek to test our will, undermine our confidence, and challenge our interests. To meet new forms of aggression, including propaganda, financial crimes, and cyber warfare, we must adapt our alliance to compete effectively in new ways and on all new battlefields. We urge Russia to cease its destabilizing activities in Ukraine and elsewhere, and its support for hostile regimes, including Syria and Iran, and to instead join the community of responsible nations in our fight against common enemies and in defense of civilization itself. Finally, on both sides of the Atlantic, our citizens are confronted by yet another danger, one firmly within our control. This danger is invisible to some, but familiar to the Poles. The steady creep of government bureaucracy that drains the vitality and wealth of the people. The West became great, not because of paperwork and regulations, but because people were allowed to chase their dreams and pursue their destinies. Americans, Poles, and nations of Europe value individual freedom and sovereignty. We must work together to confront forces, whether they come from inside or out, from the South or the East, that threaten over time to undermine these values and to erase the bonds of culture, faith, and tradition that make us who we are. If left unchecked, these forces will undermine our courage, sap our spirit, and weaken our will to defend ourselves and our societies. But just as our adversaries and enemies of the past learned here in Poland, we know that these forces, too, are doomed to fail if we want them to fail. And we do indeed want them to fail. They are doomed not only because our alliance is strong, our countries are resilient, and our power is unmatched. Through all of that, you have to say everything is true. Our adversaries, however, are doomed because we will never forget who we are. And if we don't forget who we are, we just can't be beaten. Americans will never forget. The nations of Europe will never forget. We are the fastest and the greatest community. There is nothing like our community of nations. The world has never known anything like our community of nations. We write symphonies. We pursue innovation. We celebrate our ancient heroes, embrace our timeless traditions and customs, and always seek to explore and discover brand new frontiers. We reward brilliance. We strive for excellence and cherish inspiring works of art that honor God. We treasure the rule of law and protect the right to free speech and free expression. We empower women as our success. We put faith and family, not government and bureaucracy, at the center of our lives, and we debate everything. We challenge everything. We seek to know everything so that we can better know ourselves. And above all, we value the dignity of every human life, protect the rights of every person, and share the hope of every soul to live in freedom. That is who we are. Those are the priceless ties that bind us together as nations, as allies, and as a civilization. What we have, what we inherited from our, and you know this better than anybody, and you see it today with this incredible group of people. What we've inherited from our ancestors has never existed to this extent before. And if we fail to preserve it, it will never, ever exist again. So we cannot fail. This great community of nations has something else in common. In every one of them, it is the people, not the powerful, who have always formed the foundation of freedom and the cornerstone of our defense. The people have been that foundation here in Poland, as they were right here in Warsaw. And they were the foundation from the very, very beginning in America. Our citizens did not win freedom together, did not survive horrors together, did not face down evil together, only to lose our freedom to a lack of pride and confidence in our values. We did not, and we will not. We will never back down. As long as we know our history, we will know how to build our future. Americans know that a strong alliance of free, sovereign, and independent nations is the best defense for our freedoms and for our interests. That is why my administration has demanded.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the White House right now. Mike Pace coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
And welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for one more hour before turning it back over to Mary Kate for the entire evening today. So it's been a lot of action-packed day today. I mean, we've had the president in Poland and now Germany. We've been showing that to you throughout the day, as well as the G20 protesters as well there in Germany. So it's been very active, very active. We are going to show you, though, Vice President Mike Pence from a little bit ago. He went to NASA's Kennedy Space Center there in Florida, paid them a visit. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so pleased to have you here for this exciting event. My name is Jen-Ray Wong, and I'm the Associate Administrator of Communications for NASA. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Kennedy Space Center Deputy Director, Janet Petro.
Thank you, Jen-Ray, and thank you for all of the hard work that you do here for us at the Kennedy Space Center. It's a pretty exciting day for us here, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the Kennedy Space Center and to the Vehicle Assembly Building, where not only the Apollo Saturn V and the space shuttles were processed and prepped for their historic missions, but NASA's future space launch system will be processed here as well. We're honored to be here at this event with some very special guests. So please help me in welcoming the Honorable Bill Nelson, United States Senator of Florida. The Honorable Marco Rubio, United States Senator of Florida. The Honorable Bill Posey, United States Representative from Florida's 8th Congressional District. The Honorable Ron DeSantis, United States Representative from Florida's 6th Congressional District. Brigadier General Wayne Monteith, Commander of the 45th Space Wing. And Dr. Buzz Aldrin, Gemini 12 and Apollo 11 astronaut. The Honorable Pam Bondi, Attorney General for the state of Florida. The Honorable Adam Putnam, Commissioner of Agriculture for the state of Florida. And all other state and local elected officials in our audience here today. And now it's my honor to introduce the leader of NASA's Kennedy Space Center. He has led this center during the flyout of the shuttle program and then through our successful transformation into a multi-user spaceport. He's a Marine, he's a veteran astronaut, having flown 4 space shuttle missions. His last shuttle mission was the first International Space Station Assembly mission, where he became the first American astronaut to enter into the International Space Station. Please join me in welcoming our Center Director, Mr. Bob Cabana.
Thanks, Janet. Wow, great day. It's a real honor for me to welcome Vice President Mike Pence, the chairman of the National Space Council, back to the Kennedy Space Center for the first time in his new position to see firsthand KSC's transformation to a vibrant multi-user spaceport. Pictures and PowerPoint charts just don't do it justice. You can't appreciate the scope and the magnitude of what we've accomplished until you see it in person. And I am so proud to be able to share all of your hard work with the Vice President today. You know, today as you look back here in High Bay 3, in this iconic structure that sent humans to the moon, that for 30 years processed America's first reusable rocket, the Space Shuttle, all the platforms are in place to support the stacking of the Space Launch System and the Orion space capsule. As you look around outside the VAB, you see government and commercial space working together as one. Behind us, in what used to be shuttle processing facilities, we now have Boeing supporting the Air Force's X-37 orbital test vehicle and the CST-100 Starliner, Boeing's entrant in the Commercial Crew Program for NASA. Out on Launch Complex 39A, just last night, SpaceX had its 8th successful launch this year from that historic pad that sent humans to the moon. They're supporting cargo, absolutely. SpaceX is supporting cargo to the International Space Station, commercial missions, and soon astronauts to the International Space Station with the Crew Dragon. If you go outside the secure perimeter, in Exploration Park, Blue Origin is building a huge manufacturing facility for their New Glenn rocket that they're going to launch from Cape Side. And over in the Operations and Checkout building, High Bay, Lockheed Martin is building the Orion capsule for Exploration Mission 1 as we prepare to send humans further into space than ever before. This is truly an exciting time for America's space program, and I am so pleased to have the Vice President here to see it for himself. It's now my pleasure to introduce our acting administrator, Robert Lightfoot, who's keeping NASA on track as we push forward into the future. Robert's been with NASA for 28 years. He started out in propulsion test, eventually becoming the director of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, and finally, in his permanent position as our associate administrator, the senior civil servant at NASA. I can think of no one more qualified to be at the helm of our agency right now, keeping us on course. Please welcome Robert Lightfoot.
Well, it is great to be here. Thanks, Bob, for that introduction. I can't tell you how excited I am to welcome Vice President Pence here to Kennedy Space Center. He was at Johnson a couple of weeks ago, you may have seen, when we had the astronaut announcement. And it was just exciting to see his excitement around what we're trying to do here in space exploration. I want to thank him for being here again and his interest that he's shown. I want to thank him for renewing the National Space Council and look forward to working with him as they move forward from that perspective. And I want to thank the administration for the support we've gotten from the 2018 budget for NASA going forward. You know, as Bob stated, there are so many great examples of Made in America here at Kennedy Space Center. He's pointed out all the different companies that are here and kind of the revolution in what we're trying to do. This is not the way we used to do space. You think of all the facilities here that used to be NASA's, and they're now not just NASA's. There are commercial partners. There are other government agencies that are using these as well. It's a very exciting time to be here. but yet our legacy is built on the giants that came before us. All of us get to stand on those shoulders, and we get to just keep pressing forward for this journey of exploration that we all enjoy, and really why we're here, why we get to do what we're doing. I'm thrilled to be standing here in front of all this hardware. This is exciting for us. You've got the capsule, the Orion capsule that flew on Exploration Flight Test 1. That was a test for us. We're building on that, what we learned from that test now to put Orion together over in the ONC. Just exciting what we're going to do there, and you can see the progress being made. The Dragon capsule, the first one that we flew to station, another exciting example of our commercial partners stepping up to fill the gap for us and to actually come to help us with what we're trying to do in this exploration journey. So it's a very exciting. Boeing's Starliner, the training module they've been using to get the crews ready to use Starliner when we go to low Earth orbit, whether it's on a Dragon or whether it's on a Starliner going forward. So very exciting, and I think it just demonstrates for me, Kennedy's work with industry just demonstrates this new way of doing business that we're trying to do as an agency. It really does emphasize the and part of this, not an or, but an and. We need government and commercial entities. We need large companies and small companies. We need international partners and our domestic suppliers. And we need academia to bring that innovation and excitement that they bring to that next set of workforce that we're going to use to actually keep going further into space than we ever have before. And frankly, we need this team here at KSC. I want to personally thank Bob Cabana and Janet for their leadership in turning this into a multi-use spaceport. For those of you that don't know, if you go back to 2010, this was pretty much a shuttle-centric environment here, and now look at what they've done. And I thank you, the workforce at Kennedy, for doing that and leading the way. You've set the example for the type of reliance on public-private partnerships that we want to do as an agency and as a nation. And it's a very exciting thing for us to see it actually come into fruition as we move forward. So thank you again for providing this great showcase for the Vice President today. I want to thank the Vice President for being here today. It means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to our agency, and to see him here and see that kind of support. So with that said, I'm going to get out of the way and introduce the Vice President of the United States. I hope you guys will give a big Kennedy warm welcome to our Vice President, Mike Pence.
Hello, Florida. Senator Rubio, Senator Nelson, Congressman Posey, Congressman DeSantis, Attorney General Bondi, Commissioner Putnam, Acting Administrator Lightfoot, Director Cabana, all the leaders of industry and business who are gathered here today, Dr. Buzz Aldrin, and all the great men and women of NASA and the Kennedy Space Center. It is my great honor to be with you here today at the dawn of a new era of space exploration in the United States of America. And I bring greetings from the man who's going to make that happen. His admiration for all of you gathered here and for America's storied history in space is boundless. And he is committed each and every day to American leadership at home, around the world, and in the boundless expanse of space. The 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, in his inaugural address, the President rededicated our nation to once again lead in the heavens, and in his words, unlock the mysteries of space. With this President, it's always about leadership, American leadership. And that begins at home by putting the security and prosperity of America first. Today, we will speak of the President's vision for American leadership in space. But between those two spheres, in Warsaw, Poland, today we were reminded that the American president is the leader of the free world. Today, President Trump stood in Krasinski Square in a rebuilt Warsaw, giving testament to the power of free peoples to assert their own destinies and claim their own futures. The President noted in his words that as long as we know our history, we will know how to build a future, saying that Americans know that a strong alliance of free, sovereign, and independent nations is the best defense for our freedoms and our interests. The President took the opportunity to challenge our allies to work together to confront forces that threaten over time to undermine those values and erase the bonds of culture, faith, and tradition that make us who we are. And he called on all of our allies in the West to what he called a commitment of will. And he reminded us that the defense of the West ultimately rests, in his words, not only on means, but also on the will of our people to prevail. Finally, he reminded the world today that our own fight for the West does not begin on a battlefield. It begins with our minds, our wills, our souls, our freedom, and that our survival depends on the bonds of history, culture, and memory. My fellow Americans, that's what American leadership looks like on the world stage. And today, I come to assure you, the men and women of NASA, and all those at this gateway to the stars, where the aspirations of the American people have taken flight, that under President Donald Trump, America will lead in space once again. Just last week, President Trump declared that America is, in his words, going to be leading in exploration and discovery like we've never led before. Welcome to a new era of American leadership in space. You know, I can't think of a better place to deliver this message than here at the Kennedy Space Center. Named for a president who challenged America to undertake, as he said, the most hazardous and dangerous and greatest adventure on which man has ever embarked. The Kennedy Space Center is the heart and soul of our nation's space program, where science fiction has become science fact for generations. Just this past Saturday, this center celebrated its 55th birthday. And for 55 years, you've relentlessly expanded our horizons and given us so many national heroes. Here, the crew of Apollo 11 set sail for the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. Here, you launched America's space shuttles and America's astronauts to orbit this blue marble. Here, the Hubble Space Telescope, the New Horizons, and so many other technological wonders lifted off from Earth to give us a glimpse of our fellow planets, the distant stars, and the infinite galaxies that are our window into our very past. And here, from this bridge to space, our nation will return to the moon, and we will put American boots on the face of Mars. My friends, the missions that began at the Kennedy Space Center are carved into the mantle of American greatness. And more than that, they're etched into the hearts and minds of the American people. Generations of Americans have marveled at and been inspired by what you do here. We've joined in your countdowns, rejoiced in your successes, and we've grieved with your sorrows. Because the missions that started the Kennedy Space Center have captivated the American people and carried our hopes and dreams into the heavens as almost no other national initiative. You know, I caught a passion for the space program when I was just a little boy in a small town in southern Indiana. Some of the most precious memories of my youth were gathered around a black and white television watching images of American heroes making history. As a member of Congress, I asked to serve on the NASA subcommittee, and I had the privilege, along with my wife and children, to attend several space shuttle launches. You know, I really have no doubt that my son, who's now a Marine Corps aviator, was inspired to serve as a 10-year-old boy when we sat in the grandstands here at the Kennedy Space Center and watched in awe as America's heroic astronauts hurtled into space. You know, I said at the time, to see the sights and sounds of a launch here at Cape Canaveral was like seeing the Earth giving birth to a piece of the sun and sending it home. And you're the ones who make it possible. So give yourselves a round of applause for making miracles happen, for making science fiction science fact here at the Kennedy Space Center. The truth is that your work breaks new ground and breaks records in equal measure. And serving each and every day with this president, I can say with confidence, the American space program has a champion in the President of the United States. President Trump has a deep appreciation for the vital work that NASA does each and every day. That was on full display earlier this year when, in the Oval Office, President Trump signed the first NASA Reauthorization Act in more than 7 years. Surrounded by many of these same members of Congress who join us here today, after the bill's signing, President Trump renewed our nation's commitment to, in his words, NASA's mission of exploration and discovery, because he knows that every day the men and women of NASA inspire the American people and enrich the American spirit. President Donald Trump is already ensuring that NASA has the resources and support you need to make new history from this place, inspire new generations, and advance American leadership in the boundless frontier of space. Of that you can be assured. You know, allow me just to take a moment to single out Senator Rubio and Senator Nelson and all the distinguished members of Congress who are here with us today. Would you all mind standing and allowing everyone here to show our appreciation for the great champions of human exploration in space that all of you are? Please rise and give these leaders in the House and in the United States Senate a big round of applause, would you please? Thank you so much. President Trump's vision for space, though, is much larger than NASA alone. Our president is transforming our entire space policy to seize the opportunities of the 21st century and unleash the infinite potential of the cosmos for the American people. Extending our nation's leadership in space is one of the greatest challenges of our day. And just as we have risen to the challenges that came before, so too we will rise to meet the new challenges that lie ahead. That's why just last Friday, President Donald Trump signed an executive order to relaunch the National Space Council and guide a new era of space leadership by the United States of America. After being dormant since 1993, I'm proud to report that the National Space Council is up and running once again, and it will be my great honor as Vice President of the United States to serve as its chair. As the President said last week, the National Space Council, in his words, will be a central hub guiding space policy within the administration, filling a void that's existed in American policy for nearly a quarter century. You know, this is actually the third iteration of the National Space Council. American presidents from Eisenhower to Kennedy, Johnson to Nixon to George H.W. Bush all turned to the National Space Council for assistance and advice. It was under the first National Space Council's watch that America put a man in space, put a man on the moon, and with less than a decade between them. And the second council saw our nation through the close of the Cold War as space became ever more important to our national security. As you men and women of NASA know, the American people have never lost our passion to explore space and uncover its secrets. But for nearly 25 years, our government's commitment seems to have not matched the spirit of the American people. But I'm here to tell you that as we still enter this new century, we will beat back any disadvantage that our lack of attention has placed, and America will once again lead in space for the benefit and the security of all of our people and all of the world. Our National Space Council will re-energize our pioneering spirit in space. It will restore our confidence and the confidence that we can and will achieve the impossible, just like you all here at NASA have done so many times in the course of my life. It will ensure that America once again takes our rightful place as the vanguard of humanity's historic rendezvous with the future in the outer limits of space. The Council will bring together leaders from the President's administration, including our Secretaries of State, Defense, Commerce, Transportation, and Homeland Security. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, our National Security Advisor, our intelligence leadership, and the NASA Administrator. And I look forward to holding the first meeting of the National Space Council before the summer is out. President Trump has given the Council the duty, in his words, to advise and assist his administration regarding national space policy and strategy, and we'll be busy doing just that. We'll review our current policy and our long-range goals and coordinate national space activities from national security to commerce to exploration and beyond. And crucially, at the President's direction, we will, in his words, foster close coordination, cooperation, technology, and information exchange among all the stakeholders and sectors involved in space activity, including government agencies, the armed forces, and leaders from the realms of private industry and the academic world. We will bring the best of America together once again to lead with Americans in space. As the President said just last week, the National Space Council intends to draw on the expertise and insights of scientists, innovators, and business leaders in a whole new way. These leaders, whom the President and I will be naming in the coming weeks, will form a user advisory group, and I know with confidence that their work will dramatically enhance our space policy in the days ahead, just as it has in the past. I'm particularly excited to see the increased collaboration with our burgeoning commercial space industry, so much in evidence here at the Kennedy Space Center. You know, I'm really sorry that I missed the successful commercial launch that took place last night. I was praying for rain at the Kennedy Space Center, so we might see that rocket go up today. But the truth is, we're going to continue to foster stronger partnerships between government agencies and innovative industries across this country because we both have so much to offer one another. In fact, Kennedy Space Center is proof that public and private sectors can achieve more by working together than they could ever achieve apart. This center is today the world's premier multi-use spaceport, and that truth will only continue to grow. In conjunction with our commercial partners, we'll continue to make space travel safer, cheaper, and more accessible than ever before. The truth is that American business is on the cutting edge of space technology. And under President Trump's leadership, with the guidance of the National Space Council, we'll tap into the limitless well of American innovation because there's no problem the American people can't solve, no barrier we can't break down, no objective we can't achieve when we bring the full force of our national interests and creativity to bear. You know, the American spirit is as limitless as space itself. And so we will bring that spirit fully to bear on the trials that lie ahead. If we can dream it, we can do it. And under President Donald Trump, we will achieve more in space than we ever thought possible. President Trump observed just last week, the human soul yearns for discovery. And I would say that's especially true for those of us who have the privilege to call ourselves Americans. Under President Donald Trump's leadership, we will reorient America's space program toward human space exploration and discovery for the benefit of the American people and all of the world. We will return our nation to the moon. We will go to Mars, and we will still go further to places that our children's children can only imagine. We will maintain a constant presence in low Earth orbit, and we'll develop policies that will carry human space exploration across our solar system and ultimately into the vast expanse of space. As the President has said, space is in his words, the next great American frontier. And like the pioneers that came before us, we will settle that frontier with American leadership, American courage, and American ingenuity. And as we once again lead in space exploration, we will continue to make the investments and presence in space to ensure the safety and security of the American people. Space is vital to our national security. I saw it firsthand when I visited Schriever Air Force Base just a few weeks ago. And I can assure you, under President Donald Trump, American security will be as dominant in the heavens as we are here on Earth. The tasks that lie before us requires the highest level of courage, commitment, and dedication. Challenges will be difficult, but difficulty brings out America's best. And America's best can't be beaten by anybody at any time. Some 55 years ago, the namesake of this base, President John F. Kennedy, declared that America would put a man on the moon before the decade was out, a feat unlike any imagined in human history. As he said at the time, we were willing to accept the challenge and unwilling to postpone it. And that challenge is one, in his words, one which we intended to win. And with your forebears here at the Kennedy Space Center, and in Houston and all across NASA, we did win the race to the moon. We won the race a half-century ago, and now we will get back to winning in the 21st century and beyond. Under the leadership of President Donald Trump and with the guidance of the National Space Council, the United States of America will usher in a new era of space leadership that will benefit every facet of our national life. We will strengthen our economy. We will unlock new opportunities, new technologies, and new sources of prosperity. We will inspire our children to seek education in science, technology, engineering, and math. We'll enhance our common defense and advance the security of the American people. But most of all, under President Trump's leadership, we will renew the American spirit itself. Now, I know in my heart that today the heavens are closer than ever before. We're restarting a journey that will take us to new heights of knowledge, new heights of accomplishment. And above all, I know with confidence that we will reach those new heights of American leadership with American values and American ingenuity. As President Trump said last week, in his words, it is America's destiny to be the leader amongst nations on our adventure into the great unknown. And with the National Space Council, we will grab that destiny with both hands and go to work with each and every one of you. So let us go forth and start this new chapter of that adventure. Let us have the courage and the confidence that's always defined who we are as Americans. And let us do what our nation has always done since its very founding and beyond. We've pushed the boundaries on frontiers, not just of territory, but of knowledge. We've blazed new trails, and we've astonished the world as we've boldly grasped our future without fear. And as we go, let us have faith. Faith that as we enter this new era of exploration and discovery, that this rising generation of American explorers and innovators will once again deliver on the hopes and aspirations of our people, just like you've done before. And as this new generation of astronauts suits up, let them have the faith that they do so surrounded by the prayers of the American people, with the absolute assurance that as they rocket into the heavens, they do not go alone. For as the psalmist teaches us, if we rise on the wings of the dawn, if we go up to the heavens, even there his hand will guide us, and his right hand will hold us fast. My friends, the future beckons, and so do the furthest depths of space. Together as one nation and one people, we will raise our eyes to gaze with wonder at the stars and once again renew our commitment to reach out our hands and touch the heavens. With confidence in all of you, and with confidence in the strong vision and leadership of President Donald Trump, I know America will lead in space once again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
And there you go, folks. So Vice President Mike Pence saying we will be going to Mars in the future. Some encouraging words from this administration about the future of space exploration. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm going to show you here the White House. This is a live look at the White House. But coming up next here, unfortunately, we're going to take you out to Atlanta, where police are investigating 2 separate cases involving children who were shot, leaving 1 dead and 1 injured. We're going to bring that to you, that press conference, right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
From 2591 Etheridge Drive, which occurred on the afternoon of July 4th. Let me start off by saying that children in the city of Atlanta are our most precious resource. The police department has an obligation to do everything that we can to protect our children. We cannot and will not tolerate illegal or irresponsible gun ownership, particularly that leads to the harm of children. In this particular case, on yesterday, we had 3 young men that were in the apartment when this incident occurred with Sincere Jordan. We had them to go to the Georgia Center for Child Advocacy to be interviewed by therapists at that location. We routinely do this when children are involved, victims or witnesses to crimes, because these therapists have a better knowledge of talking to these children and how to get the truth from them, hopefully, than our police officers have more training. So in that vein, I'd like to say that this investigation is still ongoing. The oldest person in the room at the time when Sincere was shot was only 11. The youngest was 7. And at some point, we will get with the district attorney's office as far as any pending charges that may occur. The spectrum of charges may be broad, so I'm not really at liberty to talk about what they may be at this time. At this time, we do have 2 goals in mind: to bring closure to the family so that they can get at least to the truth about what happened to their son, and also to learn the origins and whereabouts of the gun. The weapon was not on the scene when we arrived. We have information that someone went into the apartment and stole the weapon away before the police officers were able to get there. So this weapon is key to our investigation, and that is one of the reasons why we want to hold this press conference today to solicit the media's help in trying to locate this weapon. If someone knows where it is, we would like them to call Crime Stoppers, call us, whatever you need to do. We just want you to do the right thing and help us to find this weapon. This young man's death has particularly touched the hearts of our police department because he was actively involved in the PAL unit, the Police Athletic League. And just a case in point, on the day that this happened, one of our officers had gone by his apartment or his home to take him to the Peachtree Road race, but did not get an answer at the door. And so unfortunately, that officer learned later on that afternoon that Sincere had been killed. And you can imagine how striking that was to that officer, as well as some of the other PAL officers that were really helping him out. He was playing on the football team. He was doing all sorts of activities with our Police Athletic League, and it's really been shocking to our police department, as well as any child, any death of a child that we have to deal with. So I'd like to take a few questions at this point, if anyone has any questions regarding Mr. Sincere Jordan.
Is it likely that an adult will be charged for not keeping that gun safe and secure?
That is a possibility. That is definitely a possibility, but we are more focused on right now on who tampered with the weapon, because that legally is an obstruction of the investigation. That is hindering us from being able to put that piece of the puzzle together by not having the weapon in our hands.
Can you say what type of weapon it is from the investigation and ballistics so
It
Uh-huh.
far?
appears to have been a 9mm pistol or semi-auto pistol.
Since you're here making this plea for the public to come forward if they know the whereabouts of that gun, is it safe to say sort of any possible leads that those children were able to give you that were in the room, that those have sort of led to dead ends at this point? Or?
Well, you can imagine the chaos that must have occurred right after the incident. Everything that we see so far, it appears to have been a tragic accident. It does not appear that Sincere shot himself or it was self-inflicted. It does not appear that way at this point. The evidence does not show that he did it to himself. So we feel that at least one of those three other children had the gun in hand when the incident occurred. So as I said, you can imagine the chaos, because I don't believe whoever that person was actually knew the gun was loaded, and it was probably quite a surprise to that person as well as Sincere and the other people in the room when it went off. So that's our issue that we're dealing with now.
Sincere's mother tells me that one of those children had pointed that gun on several different occasions, not just on the 4th, but in days and weeks prior, and this was something that he did on a regular basis.
I have no knowledge of that. That hasn't come to us during this investigation. So I don't know how that would play a part in what we're dealing with now.
Any information on where the gun came from? Do you know again at this point if it belonged to the homeowners or where the kids even found it?
Yeah, we believe the gun was in the home. We don't believe anyone brought the gun into the home. We believe it was already there prior to any of those children arriving.
And whose home was that?
It's going to be the mother of one of the two boys.
Okay. So she's acknowledged that she had a gun in her apartment?
Yes.
But she does not know who removed it?
Correct.
Now, Sincere's mother tells me a man came in and removed it.
Well, we have information that that's going to be the case, but we have to identify that person. That's what we're working on now, trying to identify that man who some are saying went in and picked up the gun and left before the first officers arrived.
And FNN provides us that name through Crime Stoppers to get a reward.
So we need anyone who knows the identity of that person. There's a reward attached to it if they call Crime Stoppers, 44577 tips.
How much time was it between the shooting and when we think that man showed up? Was it minutes or?
It was probably seconds. Like I said, this incident occurred. Just put yourself in that position where there's a lot of people around, there's a lot of chaos, people crying, people in shock, and at some point this person, whoever he was, he slips in and he picks up the weapon and removes it from the crime scene.
Major, you said earlier on that there's charges pending as the investigation goes on. Can you explain, are you talking about possible charges on the juveniles or just adults that will be involved with?
No, any charges that will be forthcoming will more than likely be against an adult. The children, the state law precludes us from being able to charge these children. Any child under the age of 13, according to Georgia state law, cannot be charged.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Just breaking in here. We're going to take you out to Texas, where we have a group of protesters right outside of Senator Ted Cruz's town hall meeting area, and, well, they're protesting. Here we go. Fox 10 News Now. You're watching live.
If we don't get it,
Town hall like we want now. When do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. When do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. When do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Town hall. When do we want it? Now. And preferably free.
hey, I want Medicare for all too.
Hey, so who's going to be better off under Trump care? Yeah, just the rich people.
We need it.
Does anybody have any personal stories they want to share about how they expect this to affect them? Why don't you come over?
Come on up.
Last year I had to have a knee replacement.
Tell the people. Tell the press. Yeah, squeeze the button. Yeah.
Last year, well, I don't really.
Oh, I hope my batteries. You holding that down?
Testing. Testing. Okay.
Click the button.
Hello? Last year I had to have knee replacement surgery. In 2009 I had a torn meniscus and I had a partial meniscectomy. Then in 2014 I had arthritis set in my knee and it was giving me a lot of pain. And in 2015 I saw my orthopedist and I said I was sick of this pain, I'm tired of it, what can I do? And he said it's time to talk surgery. So 1 year ago I had a total knee replacement, and thanks to the Affordable Care Act they paid for my surgery, they paid for the nurse, they paid for my post-op meds, they paid for the hospital stay and my physical therapy. So if it wasn't for ACA I wouldn't be able to walk and stand upright now. Let's hear it for the Affordable Care Act. Ted Cruz is back for our help. Thank you.
Hey, hey, ho, ho, Ted Cruz has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho, Ted Cruz has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho, Ted Cruz has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho, Ted Cruz has got to go. Ted Cruz is doing that.
The Affordable Care Act has helped me ensure for him that he would have the medical coverage that he needs to live. This Senate bill passes, this is essentially a death sentence for people like my son and people like you. Thank you so much for coming out here today in the heat and resisting and doing it loudly and doing it for my son. And doing it and your mothers and your sisters. Yeah! Y'all are the true heroes. What's his name? Separate! Separate! Separate!
I'm gonna get after her to go. That's great. Okay.
All right, guys, who's ready to head over to the hotel? There it is. Who's ready to head over to the hotel? All right. If you want to stay behind here, that's great. We still need a presence here. Hold your signs up high, but those who want to join us, we're going to march over to the hotel. This group over here on the corner is going to lead us there. Be careful of the traffic. We're going to go all the way up to the front doors. You know, we're going to be respectful, but, you know, we're here to let them know how we feel. Okay, so we're not going to be just brushed off either. All right, so if you guys want to follow, we're going to start right here at the corner, and we're going to make a nice long march across, and we're going to bring your signs, and we're going to do the same thing over there that we're doing right here. Yeah, please be careful of the traffic.
Watch the traffic!
All right, let them hear it. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Trump care has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Trump care has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Trump care has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Trump care has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho.
All right, there. So that was the protest there in Austin, Texas. In just a couple of minutes, Senator Ted Cruz is expected to hold his town hall meeting there in Austin, Texas. We're hoping to have a feed for you. For now, we're going to show you the Capitol. All right, everybody, coming up next, Mary Kate, she's going to be with you for the next 5 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have Ted Cruz speaking live. But in the meantime, we're going to take you back to that press conference out of Atlanta where police are providing updates on 2 separate cases involving children who were shot, leaving 1 dead and 1 injured. Let's take you there.
From 2591 Etheridge Drive, which occurred on the afternoon of July 4th. Let me start off by saying that children in the city of Atlanta are our most precious resource. The police department has an obligation to do everything that we can to protect our children. We cannot and will not tolerate illegal or irresponsible gun ownership, particularly that leads to the harm of children. In this particular case, on yesterday, we had 3 young men that were in the apartment when this incident occurred with Sincere Jordan. We had them to go to the Georgia Center for Child Advocacy to be interviewed by therapists at that location. We routinely do this when children are involved, victims or witnesses to crimes, because these therapists have a better knowledge of talking to these children and how to get the truth from them, hopefully, than our police officers have more training. So in that vein, I'd like to say that this investigation is still ongoing. The oldest person in the room at the time when Sincere was shot was only 11. The youngest was 7. And at some point, we will get with the district attorney's office as far as any pending charges that may occur. The spectrum of charges may be broad, so I'm not really at liberty to talk about what they may be at this time. At this time, we do have 2 goals in mind: to bring closure to the family so that they can get at least to the truth about what happened to their son, and also to learn the origins and whereabouts of the gun. The weapon was not on the scene when we arrived. We have information that someone went into the apartment and stole the weapon away before the police officers were able to get there. So this weapon is key to our investigation, and that is one of the reasons why we want to hold this press conference today to solicit the media's help in trying to locate this weapon. If someone knows where it is, we would like them to call Crime Stoppers, call us, whatever you need to do. We just want you to do the right thing and help us to find this weapon. This young man's death has particularly touched the hearts of our police department because he was actively involved in the PAL unit, the Police Athletic League. And just a case in point, on the day that this happened, one of our officers had gone by his apartment or his home to take him to the Peachtree Road race, but did not get an answer at the door. And so unfortunately, that officer learned later on that afternoon that Sincere had been killed. And you can imagine how striking that was to that officer, as well as some of the other PAL officers that were really helping him out. He was playing on the football team. He was doing all sorts of activities with our Police Athletic League, and it's really been shocking to our police department, as well as any child, any death of a child that we have to deal with. So I'd like to take a few questions at this point, if anyone has any questions regarding Mr. Sincere Jordan.
Is it likely that an adult will be charged for not keeping that gun safe and secure?
That is a possibility. That is definitely a possibility, but we are more focused on right now on who tampered with the weapon, because that legally is an obstruction of the investigation. That is hindering us from being able to put that piece of the puzzle together by not having the weapon in our hands.
Can you say what type of weapon it is from the investigation and ballistics so far?
It appears to have been a 9mm pistol or semi-auto pistol.
Since you're here making this plea for the public to come forward if they know the whereabouts of that gun, is it safe to say sort of any possible leads to those children were able to give you that were in the room, that those have sort of led to dead ends at this point? Or?
Well, you can imagine the chaos that must have occurred right after the incident. Everything that we see so far, it appears to have been a tragic accident. It does not appear that Sincere shot himself or it was self-inflicted. It does not appear that way at this point. The evidence does not show that he did it to himself. So we feel that at least one of those three other children had the gun in hand when the incident occurred. So as I said, you can imagine the chaos, because I don't believe whoever that person was actually knew the gun was loaded, and it was probably quite a surprise to that person as well as Sincere and the other people in the room when it went off. So that's our issue that we're dealing with now.
Sincere's mother tells me that one of those children had pointed that gun on several different occasions, not just on the 4th, but in days and weeks prior, and this was something that he did on a regular basis.
I have no knowledge of that. That hasn't come to us during this investigation. So I don't know how that would play a part in what we're dealing with now.
Any information on where the gun came from? Was it, do you know even at this point if it belonged to the homeowners or where the kids even found it?
Yeah, we believe the gun was in the home. We don't believe anyone brought the gun into the home. We believe it was already there prior to any of those children arriving.
And whose home was that?
It's going to be the mother of one of the two boys.
Okay.
So she's acknowledged that she had a gun in her apartment?
Yes.
But she does not know who removed it?
Correct.
Now, Sincere's mother tells me a man came in and removed it.
Well, we have information that that's going to be the case, but we have to identify that person. That's what we're working on now, trying to identify that man who some are saying went in and picked up the gun and left before the first officers arrived.
And FNN provides us that name through Crime Stoppers.
Right.
A reward.
So we need anyone who knows the identity of that person. There's a reward attached to it if they call Crime Stoppers, 44577 tips.
How much time was it between the shooting and when we think that man showed up? Was it minutes or?
It was probably seconds. Like I said, this incident occurred. Just put yourself in that position where there's a lot of people around, there's a lot of chaos, people crying, people in shock, and at some point this person, whoever he was, he slips in and he picks up the weapon and removes it from the crime scene.
Major, you said earlier on that there's charges pending as the investigation goes on. Can you explain, are you talking about possible charges on the juveniles or just adults that will be involved with it?
No, any charges that will be forthcoming will more than likely be against an adult. The children, the state law precludes us from being able to charge these children. Any child under the age of 13, according to Georgia state law, cannot be charged.
And can you explain anything about state law in regards to securing a weapon in your home? Is it, are you required to have to lock it down, lock it up, gun lock it, or is that?
The law states that you're required to secure the weapon. It doesn't mention how. So if it's reasonably and prudently secured, then it's secured. The law doesn't dictate or mandate that you have to have a lock on the trigger or it has to be in a locked box or any of those things. It just says secure. And secure to you may be different from secure to another person.
From a police standpoint, what advice would you give to gun owners, people with guns in their homes, about what is secure in your eyes?
Well, secure is that in a situation where there is no way that a child would be able to access that weapon. I think 2020 did a show a couple of years ago that surprised a lot of people and opened some eyes, and some little kids were able to tell these reporters where their mom and dad were hiding their weapons, unbeknownst to the mother and father who thought that they were secure. So secure means really secure. I would encourage locking the weapon.
You ready to talk about the 12-year-old?
Yes.
Okay, you want to talk about the 12-year-old, Major?
Okay. On yesterday evening, or actually it was just after midnight, at 970 Confederate Avenue, we had a 12-year-old boy that was shot at that location. He's currently in critical but stable condition, And we have since identified an adult that actually was the person that pulled the trigger. He's cooperating with the investigation, and he turned himself in this morning to the police department.
So is he going to be charged as Mr. Jarvis Brooks, according to what his family's telling me?
More than likely, he will be charged. To what extent, we don't know. We have to interview witnesses, and that will give us a clearer indication if there was any intent or malice to shoot the young man.
Everybody sort of described this as an accident. What seemed to have happened as best you understand?
Right now, it does appear to be an accident. There was a social gathering inside the residence, and the person pulled out the gun to show it to someone else, and at some point he pulled the trigger, and the young man was in front of the barrel of the weapon, and he was subsequently shot.
What was the relationship between him and this little boy?
The young man is a friend of the father, as far as we know. It was, like I said, they were socializing, and the gun was out, and they were just looking at it, and he inadvertently, possibly, shot the weapon, and it did hit the young man.
Was he shot in the abdomen or the chest?
The abdominal area.
Discrepancy. Also, is he now at Eggleston? He's been moved from Grady?
I haven't been given that information. Last I heard, he was at Grady, so I haven't been updated on his location. I've been updated on his condition, which we have been told is critical but stable.
So he's expected to survive?
We hope so. We really do. We really hope that he is going to survive these injuries.
The name of Jarvis Brooks is out there. Can you confirm that's the name of the person?
I cannot.
In this situation, this gentleman, he left, you wanted to talk with him, he's now turned himself in and you're talking with him. You mentioned chaotic situations when these happened. The other house, gun is missing, somebody went in and took a gun. This guy left this scene. Any words of, obviously chaotic scenes, but this guy's probably in a little bit more serious situation because he left instead of staying on scene, correct?
Yes. Well, when you're dealing with a situation like that, you're dealing with a lot of psychological issues, fear, panic. So it's not unreasonable on our behalf to think that someone might leave, and then as this young man did, he thought about it, and he called and turned himself in, which was the right thing to do. If it was truly an accident and unintentional, then he's certainly doing the right thing by cooperating with the investigation.
Will he face any consequences for initially leaving?
No. He might still face charges, but he will not be charged for leaving.
You all arrested him there at the apartment?
No, he turned himself in.
Okay.
He turned himself in. He called us, and he made arrangements to get with a police officer, and he turned himself in to that police officer, and that police officer brought him here to police headquarters. Then we interviewed him, and he cooperated, told us where we could get the gun and all of that. So he's been cooperative.
So when will you know about charges? Will that be today?
No, well, we have to, like I said, we do have to investigate further. We will probably be getting another forensic interview from any children that would have been in the home as well to see what they saw, any statements from them. So we'll have to collaborate with the Georgia Center, and then we'll go from there.
So he'll remain in your custody, be it 24, 48 hours until you decide?
Well, no, he's going to be charged with a minor offense at this point, which will probably be reckless conduct. But if we see that it goes beyond that, then those charges will be upgraded.
Did he legally possess the gun? Was he old enough to have a gun, or did he have a
license
to carry?
Yes, he was an adult.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Now, in terms of his record, if he's a felon or anything like that, I'm not at liberty to say it.
But did he have a license to carry?
You don't have to have a license. It
was
his
own house.
Yeah. If you're in any, if I come to your house, I don't have to have a license to carry a weapon into your house.
You mentioned that he gave information on where it was found. Can you walk us through? So, the weapon wasn't recovered at the scene in this one?
No, it wasn't recovered. He took it with him. When he turned himself in, he didn't have it on him, and he left the headquarters with investigators to take them to where the weapon could be retrieved.
Okay, guys, last question, if anybody has one.
How many kids were around at that time, at that gathering?
Which,
you mentioned,
Confederate or?
yes, you mentioned having to take them to the Georgia.
Yeah, I believe there was at least one other child at that location.
Did you take the Confederate children to the Georgia Center or just the Etheridge Drive?
The Etheridge Drive.
What type of weapon on Confederate, would you say?
I'm not sure on that right now.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate y'all's time. Y'all got all your questions answered? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
That's good.
All right, everybody, that was an update on a shooting in Atlanta where police provided updates on 2 separate cases involving children who were shot, leaving 1 dead and 1 injured. You guys are getting a live look of the White House right now. We are still waiting for Ted Cruz to hold a live town hall in Austin, Texas this evening. We will be streaming that live for you here on the Fox News Now show. Just waiting for that feed to come in. We will be streaming that for you in just a few moments here. In the meantime, I'm taking you to the next top story here in the show. This event coming out of Houston, Texas, where locals are rallying to protest the actions of Harris County Judge McSpadden. The judge reportedly ordered a man to sit every day in court until he could hire a lawyer. They're calling that cruel and unusual punishment. Let's take you to Houston and hear what they have to say.
Two weeks, the mayor of the judge of this court made him appear every day at 8 o'clock in the morning till in the afternoon. How can he have a job when he's having to appear over and over and over? This type of judicial oppression breaks down a defendant's will to fight. It keeps him from having a job. It keeps him from being productive. And what are we teaching this 22-year-old young man by doing this to him? Instead of giving a court-appointed attorney, this is the route that this judge has taken. Because if he's put back in jail because he's late for coming to court, then he'll revoke his bond, and then he'll give him a free attorney. I say this is judicial oppression and misconduct. I'm calling for the district attorney, who has her assistant DAs in these courts, to not agree with this type of judicial oppression. Do not allow this judge to just reset the case for one day over and over and over and oppress our people. This is wrong, and we're not going to take it anymore. So we made a news clip about it, and after it ran, this judge called my client up to the courtroom the next day and up to the bench, and he told him that I saw that trash news clip you were in. I saw what you said. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm going to say it was Kubosh and this reporter Carey, and I'm not going to hold it against you. As a result of that, this young man really has to be frightened, because that type of behavior by a judge, I believe, is judicial misconduct. To speak to a young man about his freedom of speech actions that he took outside the courtroom that have nothing to do with the case that he's before the court on.
Okay, everybody, we'll take you back to this, but now we do have Ted Cruz live in Austin, Texas, where he will be hosting a town hall. It has already begun. Let's take you there right now.
I'd like to ask you, if you would, to reach out to your constituent service team, to the team that Kay had assembled that have been in place for a long, long time. Reach out to the people who are smart and capable and been doing a great job, and tell them that they have a home. We want them to continue. We want their expertise to continue. And so we've got a team based here in Austin and across the state. I want to introduce you to Carl Meach, who's our state director. Carl, you want to wave to everyone? Carl works for you. He is there. You can reach out to the office. We actually just, the head of our constituent services, Joyce, we just tonight awarded Joyce a pin for 30 years service in the United States Senate. I'm pretty sure Joyce started at age 4, but that gives you a sense of the level of experience in the office and the expertise. And so I'd encourage you, if you've got an issue that's frustrating that you're dealing with, whether it's the VA or some other federal agency, and we can be helpful, reach out, and we're here to help and serve. The easiest way to do it is our website is cruise.senate.gov. You can go to the website and get the numbers for our offices, either here in Austin or across the state. We got regional offices throughout the state. So if you don't live in Austin, if you live somewhere else, find the nearest office and call, and we can connect you with someone who can help.
Sorry about that, you guys. Let me see if I can fix this audio here. It looks like it's just a little bit off. So let's see if this is better now.
To get help. I'm now shifting to the policy side of things with the VA, so I want to start at the 30,000 foot level. The VA, since its inception in the 1920s as the Veterans Bureaus, has been walked in what we at CVA call the cycle of reform and failure. We have a scandal, there's some reforms, things are good for a little bit, and then they get worse again.
Okay, one more time, you guys. I'm trying to find a different feed for you here. It does look like the audio is just a little off on that. Let's see if we can try this one.
Why do you think the VA consistently has its problems? Is it structural issues at how it's set up? Why do we consistently keep going back to this point?
Well, Dan, thank you. It's a good question. It's an important question. There are many, many good and honorable people who work at the VA. Many of them are veterans themselves. Many of them are deeply, deeply committed to providing good quality health care for veterans. But the VA, like many large institutions, is a massive government bureaucracy. The VA is larger than the United States Navy. And bureaucracies, by their nature, tend not to be as responsive as they should be. And then, as you referenced, in the recent years, we have seen the scandalous behavior at the VA that has been nothing short of shameful. We've seen facilities keeping fake and bogus books, phantom books that don't exist to hide that veterans are not receiving the care that you deserve, that you've earned, and having veterans wrongfully delayed or denied care, sometimes life-saving care. And that is absolutely shameful. And I think there are two significant reforms that need to be implemented to correct that. The first is substantially more accountability. For a long time, it has been very difficult to hold employees accountable at the VA. And one of the things that I have been helping lead the fight on in the Senate is ensuring accountability within the VA. If there are individuals, employees at the VA who violated the criminal laws, they should be prosecuted. And if there's people who have wrongfully denied veterans care and disregarded the laws, they should be terminated. And we've seen some legislative progress in this regard. We've worked together on legislation in Congress to ensure accountability, but we need to make sure there's real accountability and those who are wrongdoers are held accountable. The second reform, and this is a much bigger and structural reform, is I believe we should expand choice dramatically. I think every veteran should have the right to choose your own doctor. Now, if you want to go to the VA, if you say those are the services I want to go there, that's your right. You earned it, you bled for it, and you should be able to do it. But if, on the other hand, you want to go to the local doctor down the street, you want to go to the cardiologist at the private hospital, you should have the choice of doing that. And the biggest reason for doing that, number one, that gives you more options, more choices, lets you decide what's best for your health care, for your family's health care. But it also, that competition is the best way to improve the VA. I am a big believer that choice and competition are powerful. The best way to change a government monopoly, to improve a government monopoly is to introduce competition. And so you look at things like wait times. If you have VA facilities that are telling veterans, well, you know what, you're going to have a 6-week wait time to get this particular treatment, if veterans have the ability to go somewhere else, a lot of vets are going to decide to do that. And that competition, empowering veterans, I think is the most powerful structural change. Now the existing choice program is narrow and circumscribed. It's a beginning. I think it's a good beginning. And I view choice like the camel's nose under the tent. That the beginning program started as a pilot was starting us on the path to where I'd like to see us go, which is full and robust choice for veterans. And I want to keep working and pushing incrementally to expand choice until we see full-fledged reform and empowering veterans to have complete choice.
Senator, we couldn't agree more with that. I think that those are the two key reforms, accountability and choice, and something that we at CVA have been advocating for a while, which we're happy that you've been championing. So recently we've had some leadership changes at the VA. We have a new administration, and as I think we all know, that President Trump ran on improving the VA. It was a major campaign issue for him. Now that he's in office, he's appointed Dr. David Shulkin, and you've had 6 months now. You've had some new legislation, which I talked about earlier, the VA Accountability and Whistleblower Protection Act. You had the choice card extended. You had Secretary Shulkin doing a lot of things internally. What's your assessment so far of how the new leadership at the VA is doing, and are they on the right path?
Well, I hope so. I think the honest answer is it's probably too early to tell, and we need to see how things play out. You're right, the President campaigned on reforming the VA, on expanding choice. Secretary Shulkin has been vocal in doing so. What he's been saying, what he's been focused on, have been the right things, but I don't think he's been there long enough in that role to come to a full assessment. Positive development, an additional $3 billion directed to choice programs, that's moving in the right direction. But I think we need to keep holding the department accountable, holding the secretary accountable, and demanding real results. At the end of the day, it's going to be the men and women in this room determining whether the secretary, whether the department is meeting its obligation. And so what they're saying is promising, but we need to continue to hold everybody accountable.
Absolutely, and that's a big job of the United States Senate and the United States Congress. I hope that you all continue to hold them accountable. If we didn't have a robust House VA committee holding oversight, we wouldn't know a lot about the waitlist scandal. And that oversight literally saved lives. So encouraged to hear that. I think that we at CVA have been kind of hopeful of some of the things that we've seen, but it's obviously early and we have a long way to go. Earlier you talked about some of the major reforms, choice and accountability. I want to talk about some other reforms. You just introduced a new bill. It creates a new position at the VA. Now normally we'd say, hey, you don't need any new positions at the VA, but what you're proposing is actually something that is very interesting and could really help the VA improve on the technology side. Could you explain the new bill that you just introduced?
Sure. So last week I introduced a bill that would create a chief information officer at the VA. The VA has long had real challenges with information technology and IT, with an IT system that can't talk to itself, that is unreliable, that has enormous challenges, and there is no senior executive service official individually responsible for being the chief information officers. Very few private companies would try to take on these kind of challenges without a chief information officer empowered to direct the IT strategy. And there are a number of things that flow from that. One of the things that can flow from that, if you look at private hospitals, a number of private hospitals are implementing real-time location services for medical equipment, for medical devices, and what that enables is much greater efficiency. It enables avoiding some of the problems that come from not sterilizing equipment, not using the most up-to-date equipment. The VA has tried to do that, but it has had serious stumbles, and it has not rolled out well. We need to improve that. And one of the things good IT could have done is help prevent the bogus bookkeeping, that if you had an accurate and vigorous IT system that you could tell when appointments are scheduled and when they go through, you would have real-time monitoring. And so that's something I'm hopeful we'll see Republicans and Democrats coming together to help the VA continue to make real investments in IT to improve the delivery of services.
Absolutely right. And again, normally you should be suspicious when they are creating extra government positions, but this is a bill that we at CVA have endorsed. A hospital system can't buy technology the same way as the Department of Education, so this is a good step forward and something that will help with the wait times, as you mentioned. So,
well, and Dan, I've joked one other government office that I'd like to expand is the embassy in Iceland. And my view is if you're dealing with some really recalcitrant bureaucrats, it might not be terrible to transfer about 10,000 to Iceland to at a minimum get some folks' attention.
Now, before we go to audience questions, I have one question on an issue that CVA has actually advocated for and talked about since our inception, and that's auditing the Pentagon. And this is something that you've actually been a leader on. The Pentagon, as a government, the Department of Defense, as an agency, has not completed an audit. And there's been bipartisan consensus this needs to happen. Fortunately, they haven't been able to do it. Can you tell us, one, about some of the legislation introduced, and also, with the new leadership at the Pentagon, General Mattis, who has supported auditing the Pentagon, are we moving closer to making the Pentagon auditable and actually completing an audit?
Well, I hope so. You're right, this has been an issue that I have been active on. In fact, it was one of the first bills I introduced in the Senate when I was newly elected, was a bill to audit the Pentagon. You know, it's a little bit amazing. You think of an institution as massive as the United States military, and the fact that we don't have an audit for the hundreds of billions of dollars being spent at the Pentagon. We can't say where those dollars are going. I mean, that's stunning. You know, if you owned a car wash here in Austin, you'd be able to audit your car wash. And yet the Pentagon, they have not been able to audit. I think that's a real problem. There's significant waste and the potential for fraud and abuse, and an audit highlights that. It becomes much harder to hide waste, fraud, and abuse if you have a reliable audit. It's been something that for the last 5 years I've been pressing the Defense Department on. I am encouraged in that the leadership at DOD, Secretary Mattis, they've indicated they hope and expect to be audit ready this fall. That'll be a big deal. If they can deliver on that, that will be a big deal and a significant improvement. And I got to mention, by the way, you know, I'm a fan of Secretary Mattis. He's a serious choice for Defense Secretary, and you know, I read on the internet something about Secretary Mattis. It said, General Mattis has a bearskin rug. Bear's not dead, he's just too scared to move.
Well, I am a First Marine veteran. I have shared many of those memes on the internet. It's worth noting that the 1st Marine Division, General Dunford, General Kelly, General Mattis all served together in the push-up to Iraq. So the 1st Marine Division is almost running the whole country. I just like to point that out. So with that, I appreciate that, Senator. With that, we're going to transition now to audience questions. And we're going to start off with a question from Leslie. And I just really have to praise Leslie real quick. She's one of our best volunteers. And I can't emphasize enough, our volunteers are the heart and soul of our organization. They come in, she's an Air Force veteran, she's in our San Angelo field office just about every day making phone calls, come to events. We have thousands of people like Leslie across the country. She can tell you she has a lot of fun, she feels fulfilled. Get involved with us. Find some of the people I pointed out earlier and please get involved. So Leslie, you have a question about the VA. Jim, would you give the mic?
I wrote it down here.
Problem, I'll hold this here for you.
Okay. Okay. Liberals say VA is a model of government-run health care. Is that why they defend it so much? And if they are so well thinking that this is a great, well-run health care, why aren't they on it?
Well, Leslie, thank you for that question. You know, I mentioned before that when you look at government monopolies, the best way to improve performance is competition. And competition can be powerful. Why? Because it gives people the ability to choose and demand better services. It empowers consumers. That's true in almost any industry. That's true. Think of the post office. Post office got better when FedEx and UPS began competing with them. When they had to compete for your business, it improved delivery of service at the post office. Think about cars. Most of us are old enough to remember American cars back in the 1970s, early 80s. They weren't exactly the model of quality. And you remember when Japanese cars first started getting sold. People got very upset about that competition from Japan. It was hard. It strained the American auto industry, and yet what we saw was quality of American cars improved substantially as a result of that competition. I think introducing competition benefits quality, and it empowers consumers to choose, and I think veterans deserve that same ability. And what you may well see veterans saying there's some areas they think the VA has a lot of expertise, particularly things, combat-related injuries. They may say, you know what, there's a lot of experience, there's a specialty here that I want to go to the experienced professionals at the VA for this. But it may be that there are other areas. Maybe it's the case that the VA is not the best place in the world if you need a podiatrist. It might be that there's a podiatrist who has more specialty that doesn't happen to be at the VA, and I think the best person to choose is not me, it's not Washington, it's you. I'm reminded of my favorite former senator is Texas Senator Phil Graham. And Phil Graham, there was an exchange where he was conducting a hearing in Washington. And he kind of just did a quick aside. He said, well, nobody loves my kids as much as I do. And there was a witness testifying. It was this very earnest liberal, and he leaned forward and he said, Senator, with all respect, that's not true. I love your kids. I care about your kids every bit as much as you do. And Phil leaned forward with a smile, a twinkle in his eye. He said, really? What are their names? I think each of you care about and know more about your health care and your family's health care needs than anybody else, and you ought to be empowered. And that's how you improve the VA. That's how you put that competition in place to make the VA better.
We're gonna take a question now from Lyle Ann, who has a question about VA choice. Where's Lyle Ann?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Senator Cruz, we know that veterans' health choice is going to become a law. And that's a good start. Would you please pledge now that you would continue to fight to expand that and enforce that so veterans can receive the health care that they deserve?
Absolutely, yes. And you look at the choice program right now. It was started as a pilot. It's narrowly circumscribed. So you have, for example, rules requiring that you've got to not have a facility within 40 miles of you. That really limits the ability of veterans to use choice. You have real problems with rates of reimbursement and with timeliness. And so, when I meet with leaders at VA hospitals, I talk about, all right, how's the choice program going? How is implementation going? One of the most frequent complaints is when you have private providers that participate and they start caring for vets, they submit bills and they don't get paid, or they don't get paid for month after month after month after month, and that really limits uptake in participation in the program. Another issue, a couple days ago, I did a roundtable up in Dallas with a number of veterans leaders in North Texas. And I was asking them about their experience with choice, and some liked what they'd experienced, others didn't. But one persistent problem is you have sometimes vets who will get authorization to go to a private provider for a particular service, and they'll go, but then they'll have a follow-up visit. And if they haven't pre-cleared the follow-up visit, it won't get reimbursed, and the vets end up getting hit with a bill for several $1,000s. That's something that needs to be improved and expanded. And my view, I drew the analogy before of the camel's nose under the tent. I want to keep moving systematically to expand choice further and further and further until it is full and robust. And I'm encouraged we can do that over time.
The next question is from Sandra. She has a question actually about both military and VA care. Where's Sandra? Sandra Walton? There you go.
Just join me in the aisle here. I got the microphone for you. I'll hold that for you.
Okay. Hi, sir.
Hi, Sandra.
My question is the military, or what can you discuss in regards to non-medicative, integrative type medicines in the future, i.e. like acupuncture, chiropractor, stuff of that nature? Because right now it's a common thing to give the medication and kind of send you on your way versus leading to other medical ways that would help active duty and retirees. As of right now, limited for active duty, but it's not even an option at SAMC for retirees.
Well, listen, I am going back to the principle, and we're gonna beat this drum a lot, of individual choice. I think if you want to pursue acupuncture, if you want to pursue going to chiropractors, if you want to pursue alternative medicine, I think that's one of the beautiful things about America. Is not everyone's going to make the same choice. And people can make different choices. You ought to be empowered to do so. And if it works for you, my mom loves her chiropractor. It does a real difference. She's now 83. She uses a walker, and the chiropractor helps. It relieves the pain in her legs. So it's great. She's happier with it when she comes back from the chiropractor. That works for her. I think that's fabulous. And we ought to be empowering people to make their own decisions about what works for their personal health care needs.
Next question is from Jennifer. Jennifer Du Bois. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. I'm terrible at names.
Hi, thanks for taking my question.
Sure.
My veteran father sustained a traumatic brain injury that led to a degenerative neurological condition requiring long-term care. He spent the last 5 years of his life in a state-funded home for soldiers. This meant he could receive the care he needed without our family having to pull me out of college to afford it. How will your proposals affect families like mine who are facing the staggering costs of long-term care? Thank you.
That's your question.
Well, let me say, first of all, thank you for your father's service, and thank you for the service of everyone here. I'm sorry you're dealing with the challenges of his long-term care. My view with veterans is we need to fulfill the commitments we made. We need to fulfill the obligations we have to them, and it is a solemn commitment. When individuals sign up to protect this country, sign up to risk their lives, to stand up to our enemies, that is a promise we need to honor. And we need to ensure that we have the resources, that we have the accountability, that we have the systems in place to honor the promises we've made to take care of their health care needs. And it sounds like from what you said that you're happy with the current status. Is that? Okay, well, good. Okay, then I'm glad the system is operating to your satisfaction now. We need to continue to make sure we honor those promises and keep our commitments.
Next question is from Dr. Van, who I actually have to point out is a VA whistleblower, and she has a question for you.
She wants her card.
Oh, there you go.
I think she forgot her question.
There you go.
That's okay.
So my question is, many VA facilities are underutilized or underperforming. Do you support a realignment like they did in the military?
I don't think any process like that should be driven by Washington. I think it should be driven by consumers. It should be driven by veterans. And one of the natural outgrowths of choice is it may well be that in time veterans demand some services from the VA and decide there are other services that they would rather receive elsewhere. And if that's the case, you would naturally see over time a reallocation of resources to where the VA has a comparative advantage, where the services it's providing are particularly beneficial. And if there are areas where there's not significant demand from veterans, you would expect to see resources shifted away from those. But I don't think that should be a top-down process dictated from Washington. I mean, one of the one of the things I realize is no one in Washington understands the market well enough. Most people in Washington can't tell you the difference between Austin and San Antonio. That's not, it's much better for it to be driven by individual choices. And I also think, look, the means of delivery, it may be, you see, for example, in the private health care market, you see some move towards more community centers, more clinics, more outpatient treatment. If that is producing good results, if that's what veterans want, what patients want, I think the VA should be responsive to that. The problem is dictating, go be responsive, doesn't work. The only way structurally to infuse that responsiveness into the system is to have a system where veterans have the power of choice. And if that happens, then we should see, and I hope we will see, substantially more responsiveness.
Thank you for that. Next question is from Bruce Bennett. Where's Bruce?
You join me over here? Yes. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I was wondering, with the new health care law coming out, will it impact veterans at all?
Please, one question at a time.
Well, sure. All right. Let's talk about. All right. Let's talk a little bit about Obamacare and about the current congressional debate and efforts to repeal Obamacare. And you can request it, and I'm going to decline because it.
Come on.
And I'll tell you why I'm going to decline. Because I don't believe in deceptive speech, and Obamacare has not provided affordable care. So let's talk a little bit about why. Because I'll actually, and I'm happy to have a respectful conversation. If we think back 7 years ago, when Obamacare was being proposed, I'm happy to have a conversation, but if we're just yelling back and forth at each other, we can't have that. When it was being proposed, I think reasonable minds could have differed on whether it might have worked. In the 7 years that have played out, we've seen the consequences. And this law isn't working. But let me flesh out why. So let's start out with President Obama made a series of promises. He famously said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your insurance plan, you can keep your insurance plan. Now that turned out not just to be wrong, but spectacularly false, as upwards of 6 million people had their plans canceled against their wishes. President Obama also said under Obamacare, the average family's premiums would drop $2,500 a year. That was a promise that was made. That was how it was sold. In fact, what has happened under Obamacare is the average family's premiums have risen $5,000 a year. So it's not just that he was off slightly. It's not he promised $2,500 and they only dropped $2,100. All right, that would be notionally correct, but the estimate was not exactly right. It is wildly off by a large factor. And we also know that those statements were not the result of inadvertence. Jonathan Gruber, who is the economist who was widely described as the architect of Obamacare, has publicly admitted that they counted on, quote, the stupidity of the American people to sell it with false statements. If you look at what is happening with Obamacare now, people are hurting under it. I can tell you there are a number of different consequences. One, on jobs. So one of the things I do is I try to hold small business roundtables across the state. And I've held dozens of them where I'll sit down with 20 or 30 small business owners around a table, and there's usually no agenda. We simply go around the room and I say, tell me the challenges you're facing. Tell me what you're worried about, what you're praying about, what obstacles are you facing. We have an open conversation. I've never done one of those small business roundtables where at least half of the small business owners around the table didn't list Obamacare as the single biggest challenge they're facing. And in fact, on the job front, there are two different groups. that are highly relevant. One that are called the 49ers and one that are called the 29ers. Now, the 49ers are Obamacare kicks in at 50 employees. And there are literally millions of small businesses that are at 47, 48, 49 employees that want to grow, but won't grow because if they do, it'll make them subject to Obamacare and it'll drive them out of business. Well, okay, so let's give an example. So the young lady's comment was then their employees will have to have health care. Some of y'all may have seen, I guess about 3 months ago, I did a 2-hour debate on CNN with Bernie Sanders on Obamacare. And it was a good, lively debate. There's sharp disagreement. Listen, Bernie and I have very different views. But it was polite, it was respectful. I think it was more substance on health care than we probably had the whole presidential race. I actually thought the most important exchange in that debate was an exchange I had nothing to do with. It was an exchange between Bernie and a woman from Fort Worth who stood up and she said she owned a couple of hair salons. And she said she had, I think, 47 or 48 employees. And she said, listen, I'd like to expand. We have the business to expand. I could hire more people. We could expand our business. But if we do it, we'll cross 50 employees. We'll make us subject to Obamacare, and we'll go out of business. Bernie's response, he said to her, candidly, you're not going to like my answer. He said, I don't know much about hair salons. I don't know much about that. But I think you need to pay for health insurance for all your employees. Now, her response, she said, look, the hair salon business, our margins are tiny. If we do that, we'll go out of business. They will lose all their jobs, and then they won't have a job, and they won't have health care. Okay. I'm just telling you the exchange between, and his response, it was interesting. Ma'am, I'm trying to answer the question. I'm actually happy to, but let me finish answering the question about this exchange. Bernie came back and said, look, you and your husband, you have health care? Don't you think your employees deserve it? She looked at him and said, we don't have health insurance either. Well, so there are millions of people who are not getting jobs because small businesses can't expand. The 29ers are all the people who are forcibly reduced to 29 hours a week because Obamacare defines a full-time employee as 30 hours a week. And so what happens, you have people, you have single moms, you have people who are struggling, trying to feed their kids, and they end up having to work 2, 3 part-time jobs. They don't get health care from any of them. And they go from one job to the other to the other. This is hurting people.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but Bruce originally asked the question, and I want to bring it back to what he was discussing about the impact this is going to have on the VA. So I will just...
although actually, Dan, let me say, the gentleman did ask if he'd get a chance to respond. I want to give him a chance. I'm happy to have a respectful conversation. I won't yell at each other, but we can have a respectful conversation, and yeah, good. Fix what? Fix. I just didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Why can't you just enumerated all of the problems with Obamacare? So why can't you focus on those problems and fix those problems?
Okay. All right.
Let me talk for a little bit, okay? Let's go back in time, like you did, okay? Let's go back to the beginning when the Democrats introduced the Affordable Care Act. This is from the back. I understand that. You know what?
bear with us here, guys. It looks like we have lost the feed here. Working on getting it back for you. In the meantime, while we wait to get this feed back, just so you guys are not staring at a blank screen here, let's take you to the train derailment in Wisconsin right now. Working on getting more details about this breaking news event for you. Again, though, if we get Ted Cruz back, I will cut out of this and take you there immediately. In the meantime, though, we are streaming live for you a train derailment in Wisconsin. All right, everybody, it does look like we've gotten that Ted Cruz feedback, so let's take you back to Austin, Texas.
System was structured. What Obamacare did is it expanded it so that it also included young, healthy, childless adults who had not previously been eligible for Obamacare. After the Supreme Court decided one of the Obamacare cases, states had the ability to decide whether to opt into expanded Medicaid or not to opt into expanded Medicaid. 31 states opted in, 19 did not. Now, the problem is there are a couple of problems with that. Number one, if you look at expanded Medicaid, the data on Medicaid show that the health outcomes on Medicaid are significantly worse than private insurance. And actually, a significant percentage of those on Medicaid now had been previously on private insurance, and the data are overwhelming that individuals on Medicaid have lower expectancies to be cured of diseases, that their health outcomes are materially worse. But not only that, sir, I'm going to respond, but not only that, but if you look at states that expanded Medicaid, they didn't magically increase the number of doctors taking Medicaid. You already have a limited number of doctors taking Medicaid. What they did is dramatically expanded the population, drawing on those doctors, which means the very, very needy, people with severe disabilities, kids, are ending up facing longer waiting times to see those doctors. They're getting hurt because young, healthy, childless adults are seeing those doctors in their place. You're seeing waiting lists. You know, Illinois had over 700 people die on a waiting list for Medicaid because there weren't providers for it. And this was under Obamacare, expanded Medicaid. Not only that, here's a perverse incentive. So Obamacare had a very, very high federal match rate for young, healthy, childless adults, and a relatively low standard federal match rate for the other population like kids and those with disabilities. As a result, we're seeing states, you know, I was talking to a senator from one of the states that expanded who described how their state is actively recruiting and trying to find more young, healthy, childless adults to put on expanded Medicaid because that's where the federal money is, instead of those with the greatest vulnerability. That doesn't make any sense. You know what young, healthy adults ought to be on? They ought to be on private insurance. And how do we get there? So you asked a question. Let me shift, and this gets back to your question also. What should we be doing with health insurance outside of the VA for a minute, so in the civilian world? And what I have been working around the clock on in the Senate is pressing two things. Number one, I think it's critical for Republicans to honor our promise to repeal Obamacare. We have had, for 7 years, we've promised to do that. We've had election after election after election. And the American people, 2010, 2014, and 2016, repealing Obamacare was front and center. Now, I recognize that some folks may not agree with that, but the voters repealing Obamacare was the single biggest factor producing a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and I think ultimately a Republican president. But secondly, sir, I'm trying to respond. Secondly, in addition to repealing it, I think the central focus, and this is where you and I are actually going to agree, and it may surprise you, I think the central focus has to be on reducing premiums, on making health insurance more affordable. So the biggest reason that people are so unhappy with Obamacare, that are suffering under Obamacare, is it's made premiums skyrocket. So I hear every day as I travel the state, I spend a lot of time across the state, Texans come up to me and they say, Ted, I can't afford health insurance anymore. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. When families' premiums, average premiums have risen over $5,000, there are millions of people who are trapped. They want health insurance, and Obamacare has made it unaffordable. Now, that's why I won't call it the Affordable Care Act, because that's not what it's produced. Now, how do you fix that? So how do you fix that? The way you fix that, all right, Econ 101, if you want lower prices, you want more choices, more options. If you want higher prices, you want fewer choices, less options. What did Obamacare do? It mandated fewer choices and less options. So what I am pressing for in Obamacare repeal, it is true, sir, what Obamacare did is prohibited a great many plans that people wanted, that they desired, that they were purchasing. And one of the main drivers of Obamacare premium increases is what's called Title I of Obamacare. Title I has 12 mandated benefits that mandated every insurance policy that's sold has to include every one of these 12 mandated benefits. Now, look, that's a great thing for politicians to say, look at all the free stuff we're giving you. We're mandating you get all of this. The problem is when you mandate all of those benefits, you drive up the cost because there's no magic money tree. And when you mandate, you've got to buy something that covers everything. It drives the cost up, and a whole bunch of people can't afford it. You know, 2 years ago, 6.5 million people were fined by the IRS under Obamacare because they didn't buy health insurance. Now, think about it. You're struggling. You don't have the money to make ends meet. You don't have the money to buy health insurance. The IRS turns around and fines you on top of that. You still don't have health insurance, and you're paying a fine. And so the biggest thing I'm pressing for in the Senate is what I'm calling the Consumer Freedom Amendment, that says if an insurance plan sells a plan in a state that complies with the Title I mandates, they can also sell any other plan that consumers desire. Now, that doesn't take away those mandates, but what it does is it adds additional choices so that people who can't afford insurance now will be able to afford to purchase some form of insurance that they want, that they desire, and that helps meet their needs.
Okay, we're going to go back to Bruce here. I think Bruce had an important question, and from CVA's perspective, I think it's an important one, is that a lot of the lessons that you see in the VA apply to civilian healthcare sector.
Yes.
Is that more government control, less choice, less competition doesn't ultimately benefit the healthcare system. Obviously, there's differing opinions on this tonight. Like I said at the beginning, that is a good thing. Disagreement is good. Debate is good. We ask that you all be respectful. We had a good exchange on this issue. Senator, we are over time. Again, I appreciate you coming out and answering these questions today. Do you have any final words for the group before we end the session?
Well, I want to thank you guys for being here. I want to thank folks for having a respectful and spirited debate. And we may not have convinced each other, but that's part of the democratic process, to engage in debate about how to solve these problems. And so I appreciate your participating in that. I appreciate everyone who came here who cares about veterans' health, who cares about improving the VA, who cares about improving our...
Okay, everybody, it looks like that feed has frozen, but it sounds like we've gotten to the end of that town hall meeting. You're getting a live look of New York City right now. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you back now to a train derailment in Wisconsin. Let me show you the live pictures right here. We also have a live press conference in Breckenridge, Colorado, where they're discussing the wildfires there. Let's take you to that and hear what they have to say for just a few moments.
Kind of a ground creeping type fire that had already elevated into the trees. So he called it in by cell phone. Immediately we responded, first alarm wildland fire, and we deployed actually a ground crew, which you heard Ross say, if somebody gets hurt at that incident, will take a long time to get them out of there. Our ground crew, it took about an hour and 30 minutes to walk in, kind of from Gold Hill area. So our ground crew made their way up slowly. Immediately, we knew that we had a very serious issue. So we called for outside resources, and we were very, very lucky. The smoke jumper team was on the way to a different fire, and they were able to be diverted immediately. And actually, we had smoke jumpers that were circling the area about 45 minutes after we made the call, which is almost unbelievable. And they provided assistance in two ways. First way was, obviously, we requested from the state an aerial flyover, but unfortunately, due to the number of fires in Colorado, the two planes that the state has that can accomplish that were both deployed elsewhere. But when the smoke jumpers come in, they were able to fly over the area and give us a really good, quick update of what was happening and where the spread was occurring. Prior to the time of dropping their 8 people onto the fire, about the time that they were dropping, then our ground crews met up pretty much with them in that area and began an assessment of it. Things stayed pretty stable until the afternoon hour when we started to notice quite a little bit of wind shift. And first of all, we had a fairly strong wind from the north blowing south. And about 2 in the afternoon is when we had the massive blow up that probably a lot of you had seen, and the fire made a huge travel in a very, very short period of time. At that time is when we started to put and implement into the evacuation process and that, because we were very concerned about the Peak 7 neighborhood. A little bit later, about an hour and a half into that, the wind shift completely came out of the south, pushed north, pushed the fire back into the burned area. and really slowed the process down, which was kind of our savior at that point for overnight. Nightfall came in, humidity went up, cooler temperatures, so the fire laid down overnight. Ross kind of picked it up from there of what happened today. As far as our role, the fire is completely on federal land, and our part into it is structure protection. So we have engines deployed into all the areas that are either under evacuation and even on pre-evacuation as far as watching for any embers, any detail like that. That will continue through the process as we incorporate into a whole new era tomorrow morning in the management of this fire, which will be explained a little bit later. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Warner, and like Kate mentioned earlier, I'm the acting district ranger for the Dillon Ranger District and the agency representative for the Forest Service. So to start out today, I'd like to really point out that the partnerships that this ranger district has with the local, county, and state governments is amazing. And so just want to start out right there. The fact that the focus here has really been on public and firefighter safety is really commendable. So another few things that I'd like to mention though are that as of midnight tonight or 12:01 in the morning, the White River National Forest will be going into stage 1 fire restrictions. So stage 1 fire restrictions, I'll summarize it, but you can gather additional information out on our websites, and we put out press releases on this as well, is that basically there's no smoking allowed on White River National Forest unless you're within an area that's devoid of any vegetation within like 3 or 4 feet all the way around you. Another thing is that there are no campfires allowed except in developed campgrounds and campsites where they already are cleared again of vegetation around the fire rings.
Can you take a step forward?
Sure.
Sorry.
And thirdly, there are no internal combustion engines allowed unless they have a spark arrestor on them. So that's like chainsaws and some motorcycles and things of that nature. So that will be going into effect as of midnight tonight. So please pass along that information. Okay, so the next thing is that we do have some trail and road closures in effect for the fire area, and so I wanted to outline those. So the Peaks Trail, the Wheeler Trail, the Gold Hill Trail, and the Miners Creek Trail are all closed at this time for public use, and that also includes or kind of encompasses Section 6 of the Colorado Trail. And so we did have a few instances of some reports of it sounds like through hikers who were coming through the fire area. So just trying to really get the word out to folks. It really just is for public safety, obviously, to keep folks out of there. And then there's one road closure. It's the Miners Creek Road that also goes right up in the drainage where the fire is. So. One other thing about things that we could really use your help on is drones. So it's really interesting, I'm sure, to fly a drone and see what the fire's doing over there. The problem with that is that drones pose a serious risk to our firefighters and their ability to be able to manage the fire here. So basically, we need everyone to keep their drones at home. So please don't fly drones in the area. And the real deal is if a drone is flying in the area, we cannot fly our fire management aircraft in the area. So that's a serious risk to allowing us to be able to use all the tools available to us to manage this fire and do everything we can for the public safety here. So the last thing I wanted to mention was that is what we're doing right now as far as team transition. So right now we have a local-based Type 3 team managing the fire. As of yesterday afternoon, the Forest Service made the decision to transition to a Type 1 team. That Type 1 team is the Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team, and we'll be transitioning management of the fire over to that team tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Todd Pachota is the incident commander, and he's going to come up and tell you a little bit more about how they work and what they do. So, Todd? And thank you.
Thank you. Again, Todd Pachota, incoming incident commander for the Rocky Mountain Area Type 1 team. First of all, I just want to give a big kudos to all the local responders that have been working the fire since its detection. It's easy to notice from our team's perspective when we come in, we know very quickly how sound the relationships are and what that level of cooperation is. And it's very, very apparent to us that you guys are fortunate where you live to have such strong cooperation amongst all levels of government. So to you guys, kudos. A little bit about my team. I bring a group of 56 people with me. Once we get on scene, we work with the local cooperators. We immediately begin planning for the worst case, okay? Fire's 87 acres today. We hope it stays 87 acres. But if I did not prepare for the worst and organize for the worst, then I would be remiss. So we're going to prepare for the circumstances that we hope don't happen. I'll be pretty clear. I don't work in a vacuum, okay? I work for 3 people or 3 organizations. I am about to accept a delegation of authority that's been signed by the U.S. Forest Service. It's been signed by the Chief of Red, White, and Blue, and it's been signed by the Undersheriff. Those are my bosses. My bosses have made it perfectly clear that my priorities are number 1, without question, public and firefighter safety. Okay. Second is relationships, cooperation, in ensuring that our team is providing timely and accurate information to you all. We'll work very hard to do that. Thirdly, it's to get around the fire the safest, most efficient way possible, realizing and factoring in the impact of values at risks. And values at risks, what are those? Those are things that are important to you all. Your local economies, your homes, your businesses, your livelihoods. So we'll work real hard on that. Again, we got here mid-morning. It'll take us a little bit of time to get to hit full speed, but we'll work real hard to meet your needs and keep you informed of where we're at. Thank you.
I'm Dan Gibbs, Summit County Commissioner. I'm also here with Summit County Commissioner Karn Stiglmeyer over there, so thanks, Karn, for being here as well. We're fortunate to have Todd's team, the Type 1 team that's going to be taking over tomorrow morning. They're world class. I would call them the Navy SEALs of wildland firefighting. We've also had some just amazing people on the ground, like Ross Wilmore, who's going to be retiring in the next few weeks, that has been working for the last 13 years to help prepare our community for wildfires. So, Ross, you're going to be hugely missed in our community, but I'm grateful that you haven't retired quite yet. So put out this fire first, then you can retire. Summit County government is actively working with partner agencies. We're helping to man the phones, helping with communication, really helping wherever we can be helpful. We have tremendous gratitude and for the courageous and challenging work of all of our first responders. And we know that it can be very stressful and a very scary time to be displaced from your house. Wildfires are scary to say the least. And if folks want to reach out, there's a 24-hour mental health crisis phone line that's available. I'll read that number. It is 888-207-4004. And last but not least, I just want to thank so many people in our community. We're a giving community in Summit County. Those that have opened up your houses, those that have brought food for people, those that have really volunteered to help out in so many ways, whether it's to the firefighters, first responders, or to your friends and neighbors. That's what Summit County is all about. And thank you for those that have been helping, and we need to continue to help everyone to get through this. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Leslie Hall. I'm the Director of Animal Control under the Sheriff's Office. Okay, is that any better? No? Battery dead? Is that better? There we go. Okay, I'm Leslie Hall. I'm the Director of Animal Control under the Sheriff's Office. And we are here for your animal needs. If you are unable to keep your animals with you, we can take them at the shelter. It's just located about a half-mile down the road in the County Commons area, where the second building on the left. If anybody needs directions, see me after. Currently, we have 2 dogs and a cat at the shelter. It seems like everybody's made arrangements to take care of their pets. We do have a co-shelter that is set up and ready to go in the bus barns just right near here. And we don't have it manned currently because the need is just not there right now. We are also prepared to help with evacuations if any more evacuations happen in the other areas. It's something we've trained to do. We have volunteers that are trained as well as staff. And so if that happens, we can set up an evacuation hotline and people can call us what their animal needs as far as helping remove them. If there's any questions, feel free to see me after the meeting.
I'm Dan Hendershot with Summit County Public Health Department. Just to give a quick smoke update, happy to report that our smoke is still at moderate to good levels, as most of you can tell. We do expect them to worsen overnight, as we typically see inversions kick in overnight. And just to reiterate, if smoke levels get thick enough where visibility is less than 5 miles, those kind of smoke levels can be unhealthy for sensitive individuals who have respiratory issues or cardiovascular issues, the young, the elderly, or pregnant folks. So those folks in those smoke areas will want to consider being indoors to limit their exposure. And then if smoke gets less than 3 miles of visibility, it can be unhealthy for all individuals. So just keep that in mind if you're out determining what your recreation is going to be for the day. It's best to limit your breathing in those kind of situations because the smoke particles can cause irritation in your lungs and that sort of thing. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jody Akers from the American Red Cross, and I just want to talk to you and let you know that this center, which we consider our evacuation center, is going to be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. for you to come by, get snacks, get information, and be here. At 10 p.m. at night, it's going to turn into a shelter. We have some nice gymnasiums back there. They're fairly dark, and as this goes longer and staying somewhere else is more expensive, we would love to have you come here. We had people stay last night, and we do expect people to be here tonight as well. So if you want that option, please stay and let us know. If there is no one here at 10 o'clock when the evacuation center closes, then we will lock the doors and we will just close it down. But please do stay if you need to. It is okay if you have an RV or a camper, you may stay in the parking lot here and camp here, and you can use our bathrooms here when the doors are open, and you're welcome to do that. We have had a couple offers from the local housing, hotels and stuff, and so if you need a room, we have a little poster over there with the people who have offered, and you're welcome to call them on your own and take care of that. If you are in a pre-evac zone right now, this is when you're supposed to be preparing. If you have or know of a neighbor who would need extra time to evacuate, if they have any access needs, problems with mobility or something like that, please let us know so we can make sure that when the evacuation goes that we can make sure that those people get out, and they may actually want to consider leaving sooner than the regular population. As we've talked about before, this isn't a fun thing to go through. I know it isn't, sleeping in strange places and not having your kitchen. So if it's really bothering you, come talk to us. We have professionals that can talk to you and help you out. And are you going to open it for questions now? All right, thank you.
All right, so I invite all of you who just spoke kind of to be closer up here. The way this is going to work is we're going to open this up to questions from the public first. And if you wouldn't mind just raising your hand, I'm going to bring you the mic as quickly as I can, and we will get this rolling.
Jody, who do we notify for accessing functional need individuals? The American Red Cross or the EOC?
Let us know at this table, or you can also call County's Health and Human Services, either one.
Any questions?
Is law enforcement doing weather patrols through Peak 7?
Yes, we are.
What is the best contact starting at 6 a.m. tomorrow to find out the status of the fire and updates?
So that'll be on the info cards that I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. They're at the end of that table. We'll also do a push tomorrow morning when the team officially takes over to make sure you all are aware of where the official source of information is coming now that the team is here and in place.
What is the weather forecast looking like, favorably or unfavorably to fight the fire?
Thanks, that's a great question. It's fairly common that this time of year our monsoons would have already started. They would have already started raining pretty good in Summit County. It's our understanding at this point that there's moisture gathering over Mexico, but that the currents, the air currents necessary, circulations necessary to get that coming up maybe have not developed yet. So the monsoons are notoriously difficult to predict exactly when they are going to start. At this point, we're thinking that we could be 1 to 2 weeks away, though, before the monsoons kick in. So it could be, to answer your question, it looks like the weather could be dry, similar to what we've seen for another couple of weeks.
Are we permitted to go up to our houses on Peak 7 and get a few things if we didn't get everything we needed yesterday?
So I believe the question was, if you didn't get everything from your house, can you go back now? And the answer is that yes. So pull up to one of those checkpoints, identify yourself. If you left with a little blue card, which we're trying to just expedite people in and out. So if we're scanning your driver's license at the Barton Road checkpoint only, not the Ski Hill Road, we've issued you a little card, then you can get back in by showing that. That's the in and out key, so to speak. And feel free to return to your home, go collect whatever you'd like, and then we'd like you to leave again.
I'm just wondering, has a cause been determined yet?
No. So the practice would be once the fire, it's not safe to be in that area of the fire, and once that situation changes, then the U.S. Forest Service investigators as well as the Sheriff's Office would conduct a fire investigation. As soon as that area is safe, we'll start to do that.
Alert system besides the radio, television, and phone for people that might need to evacuate?
So I'm going to I'll speak to social media really quick, and then I'll let the sheriff take it over. Tomorrow when the team takes over, there will be one official Twitter account, one official Facebook page, and they will have an official email as well. And we'll also be updating, posting information to INSEWeb. But I know the county has other systems in place that they use.
Anyone that has the same question, please come up and contact any of the Summit County government department employees, myself. We'd like to talk to you a little bit more. Here's the short answer. Yes, we have email, text messaging, as well as geocoding devices that will
connect to your phone when you drive in and out of the polygon that we've drawn on the map to give you alerting. And too much to go into in detail, but please come and talk to us. The system is in Summit County branded SC Alert. It's a link on any of our Summit County web pages. And it's also the Code Red system. So if you want to go look at the App Store, you can download Code Red.
So it's all electronic,
Well, and it, yes, but the reason we're pushing public information on so many different levels is because it's just impossible to pick any one particular medium that reaches everyone.
So any information on who's actually fighting the fire? Like the team, the type 1 team, they have 56 people. Are they involved in fighting the fire or management? Just who's actually fighting the fire?
Didn't want to step on anybody's toes already. Great question. So my team, I bring management expertise to the fire. We break the fire into divisions. We work on developing strategies and the tactics. Once we get our arms around those things, then we order the appropriate resources to achieve our tactical objectives. Up on the hill right now, you have a Type 2 initial attack crew, you have smoke jumpers, you have a hotshot crew, and a bunch of hell attack folks up there. That's the ground-based firefighters. In addition, there are some structure protection resources that are spread throughout the Peak 7 area and other places where there are values at risk. And then that is augmented by our Air Force. Okay. Right now, today, what's primarily been flown under the direction of Marv Matheson and his organization is primarily flying buckets with helicopters. If the fire were to start to get aligned with the slope and fuels and want to get active again, we're fully prepared to make that aerial assault even more aggressive, utilizing air tankers and whatever else we feel is necessary. So that answer your question? Thank you.
Hi. Can you tell me how close the fires are to the Peak 7 homes and how long you may anticipate that we're going to be evacuated?
So the answer is we don't know. Because the answer is we don't know what the fire is going to do tomorrow. So today we think the best thing to do is to stay out, and we'll evaluate that tomorrow and let these folks figure out where the front of the fire is and where the most heat in the fire is and what the aviation resources today we're able to do and the ground resources. So this is really a every day, several times a day evaluation, and until we feel safe, confident that if we have you go back, you're not going to have to go out again. To answer your question is, when we measured this in the county offices last night, from the leading edge of what we thought was the front of the fire to the northern boundary homes of the Peak 7 subdivision was less than 1.5 miles.
Is it moving back? I mean, has it moved?
Well, yes. So yesterday, in terms of management action points on a map, so we look at places on the map where if we have to do something on the landscape to decide, well, if it gets here, we're going to do this. So yesterday, the fire command and the sheriff's people on scene were using this darker ridge line right here. But yesterday at 2 o'clock, when the wind shifted and started to drive the flame front to the south towards your subdivision, the decision was made. It didn't get past here, but the decision was made to evacuate. So that same scenario could develop again in a matter of an hour or two, 30 minutes, if the wind were to shift and be very fierce from the north and begin to drive this fire to the south again. So this is just all of the variables that go into trying to make a decision that's the right one for you, that's safe for that subdivision and community.
Yeah, I know we talked about the long-term forecast monsoons, but is there a short-term, what's happening this week, in the next 2-3 days, tomorrow, that kind of thing?
So I think what we can expect to see is that is kind of a continuation of what we've had the last couple of days going into the next probably 48 to 72 hours or so. So what that means for the fire area is, so this being the Miners Creek drainage and having high ground kind of on both sides of the Miners Creek drainage, what we discovered last night was that our relative humidity recoveries were not forecast to go very high, which means that the fire had the potential to burn fairly actively through the night. Sometimes when the relative humidities come up, some fuels will tend to start going out on their own, but that didn't happen. But in this Miners Creek drainage, it's a little bit moister at night than we thought maybe initially. So that's difficult for forecasters to get exactly right. Sometimes you just have to be on the ground to really figure that out. So given that, though, in general, we're still looking at warmer than average. We're looking at drier than average. We are getting a little bit of moisture streaming in into our areas. Obviously, we're getting some of this thunder cell development. So what that can mean for the fire, and what it meant yesterday, was that we can see kind of generally convective upslope, up valley kind of winds that happen kind of regularly during the day. But if you get a big thunder cell up above the 10-mile range that starts to push out some kind of gusty outflow winds, that can sometimes reverse the winds and push the fire the opposite direction. And that's exactly what it did yesterday. And so that's one of the reasons why we have to be so cautious, is because we've got a long line of fire here, we've got a long line of fire here, and depending on which direction the wind's blowing, this long line of fire can start going like that, or the wind switches, this long line of fire can start going like that. So, so that's why we're hammering it so hard with our aircraft, is trying to take as much of the heat out of that before we commit our ground resources in there, because it's so hard to actually walk around inside that stuff. It's pretty classically steep and pretty classically thick, and so our firefighters can't sometimes react quickly enough when the the air starts moving around in there and shifting the fire movement. So one of the other things we're doing that we haven't mentioned yet is we know that we have a couple of spot fires around the perimeter, and one of the tools we're using is a multi-mission aircraft from the state of Colorado, and it's actually going down and examining the area around this main fire, looking for spot fires. And when we have our other air resources flying around, we are also having them just eyeball looking for those spot fires. As soon as we see them start popping up, we start hitting them, excuse me, pretty quickly. Almost. How's that? Yeah. Okay, I'll just stand in just one spot and not move.
We're having some mic complications right now, but we'll just continue on, and I'll just ask you guys. Unless you guys come along. So, I'll get to you. I'm kind of working my way this direction. So apologies if you leave, so
Hi, wondering if you could speak to, I was able to go up to our house earlier this afternoon, wondering if you could speak to the ribbons that have been placed on all the homes up there, and also on the NC website. It mentions if you do go home, to put a white flag or something on your home to let people know that you're gone, and how that can help, first responders should the conditions worsen. You just got halfway past what I know about this, because I haven't looked at the card in a while.
So we have a structural triage system that we developed with the fire service, and it was a way for us to go when we go door to door, deputies or firefighters to flag a house. People are, so I can't get the colors quite right with the system, but you're white? Okay. So we've knocked on the door, people are leaving, everything's great, that house gets a different flag. Somebody, let's talk loudly. So people are going to stay home, that gets a different flag. We don't know, that gets a different flag. The house has a pet in it, I think that's blue. So that's the reason for flagging. It's not intended to be 100% accurate, but it's intended to be a visual representation for, like today, the sheriff authorized the insurance engines from the insurance companies that are here patrolling Peak 7 along with the red, white, and blue fire district. So we authorized them in there. That's part of our legal responsibility in the state of Colorado. We created that authorization. This is a visual way for them to pull up the map of their insured, have a flag on the fence or on the mailbox. So it's visual clues as people move through the subdivision to retake the blue homes with pets or the yellow homes where somebody might still be there. That's the purpose of the flag.
And then the white flag, did you mention that?
White is
That we will go and they told us.
that you'll go, you're home, but you'll go as soon as you get notified. Thank you.
So can you speak a little bit more to the insurance part of that? Because if there's a red flag around your tree, does that mean that your insurance is not going to cover you if you stay? What does that mean? There's insurance.
So I think what you were asking was the purpose for the insurance engines and what they're doing in the subdivisions. So I'll try to get some of this right again. So the insurance carriers, I can't name all of them, AIG, USAA, they contract with firefighting resources that are the same, we call them Type 6, the small pickup truck type fire engines. They're the same qualified piece of equipment that the Red, White, and Blue and Lake Dillon Fire District own in our community. Those crews came in here this morning. There were 6 engines. I believe it's going to grow to 9 or 10. They're being sent here by the insurance companies. Many of you may be paying a wildfire rider on your home policy. These engines are here to protect. So to protect your home in that they're watching for spot fires, they're watching for embers coming into the neighborhood, so they're kind of our eyes and ears. If you are one of their insured, I understand they'll stop at your house, talk with you. They won't take any action, they're not going to cut your trees down without you being there, but they'll move your wood pile, they'll get your furniture off your deck, they'll kind of defensively create some defensive space around your house. That's generally how I understand that they're here and they're being utilized. And you'll see them more and more throughout the next few days in the Peak 7 subdivision. They say Western Defense Systems are what the engines say on the side of them, but they could look very, very much like any one of our local fire protection district engines.
A lot of us have dead branches and Christmas trees and stuff piled in front of our homes for a scheduled pickup the last week of July. Does it make sense to do that scheduled pickup sooner?
When we publish the chipping schedule. So for those of you that didn't hear the question, so Summit County government for the past several years has used our tax-funded 1A initiative that the voters here gave us in 2008. We run a free chipping program, and we will chip anything, smaller than 8 inches round, stacked in the street, as you're saying. I think that's a good, thank you for bringing that up. It's a good conversation that we'll have with Dan Schroeder, who runs that program for the county from CSU Extension Office. And we may switch the schedule around. That's an excellent point, and thank you for bringing that up. So I'll look into that.
When the home is evacuated, how would you suggest exterior lighting be left on, lighting hoses be connected, anything to help the folks with battling a potential structural fire?
Yeah, if you leave your outside lighting on, it would be great. The question was about outside lighting and far as garden hoses to be attached to that. That would be great if you have a garden hose easily attached on.
Okay, everybody, we're going to take you now to the United Nations, where they are discussing the protests from today, Syria, and other global issues.
The threat of the use of nuclear weapons and its role in the security doctrines. In that case, the conference decided to include in the Article 1 on prohibitions, precisely a prohibition that is included in 1.d. This is a prohibition on the use or threaten to use nuclear weapons or other nuclear explosive devices. And many delegates were precisely mentioning the impact that this norm will have on precisely on the security doctrines and in the shaping of the new let's say security doctrines for the future.
Sorry, my name is Tsuchiya from Kyoto News, Japan. You said that you are confident that the treaty will be adopted tomorrow, and it will be a historical moment. But our government, Japanese government, which has special status as a country which was attacked by nuclear weapons in the past, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but they will not be there tomorrow. Would you give me some comments about that? And then you need 2/3 of vote to adopt it. Is it correct? That's it.
Yes, I will not make reference to specific cases as each government has explained, and the Japanese delegation also took the floor during the inaugural session, and they explained the reasons for which they made the decision. So I will not comment on that. Yes, the rules of procedure have included the possibility of making decisions by 2/3 majority when faced with substantive issues. That is included as the rules of procedure adopted by the conference.
I'm wondering, and I very much hope that this treaty is adopted tomorrow, how will you deal with the Security Council, whose permanent members all have nuclear weapons? And the ambassador of Uruguay made a superb comment yesterday as they were talking about sanctioning the DPRK for nuclear weapons. And he said, at this moment, there is a conference to prohibit nuclear weapons, and yet not only North Korea, but every single nuclear weapon state has boycotted or not attended or participated in the conference. So if your treaty is adopted and the kind of double standards exist in the Security Council for which it's notorious, Will you be able to deal with that in any ongoing way? Because it would seem to me that the enormous value of this treaty is to be able to apply a single standard as opposed to the double standards.
I think the importance of this treaty to become a general norm in international law is to be able to sign it and to have it become a legal reality when it enters into force. I think that is the first thing that we have to focus on, to see that the treaty enter into force and to start the implementation phase of the treaty. From there, then the Conference of State Parties will be dealing with the issue of how to address the different categories of states in the international community and how to interact and to engage with the nuclear states, the nuclear possessors. So the first thing is to adopt it, sign it, and have it enter into force. I think that is the first, and once that happens, the Conference of State Parties is going to be the institutional mechanisms to deal with the questions that you have raised and all the challenges and tasks of developing the norm into a regime, functioning regime. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope to see you tomorrow after the conference. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, everybody, that's the end of that briefing from the United Nations. Giving you a live look of the White House right now. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll be back on again at 7 o'clock. If anything breaks in the meantime, we will be sure to stream it. If not, catch us again at 7. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox News Now stream, taking you to an event from the Department of Defense where they are hosting a Pentagon briefing to discuss defeating the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. Let's take you there.
All right, good. Just officially afternoon now. I was going to say good morning. So today we're joined by Canadian Armed Forces Brigadier General D.J. Anderson, who I know you've met before on this screen. General Anderson, as you'll recall, is the Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve Director of Partner Force Development and the Ministerial Liaison Team, also known as the CJ7 in our operational coding of assignments. General, thank you very much for joining us our afternoon, your evening in Baghdad, and sir, we'll turn it over to you for your opening comments.
Thank you, Jeff, and good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be with many of you again. As Jeff mentioned, I have met some of you. For those of you who have not spoken before, I'm Brigadier General Dave Anderson of the Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, where I work as the CJ7. And that includes both Partner Force Development and the Canadian-led Ministerial Liaison Team, or MLT for short. Essentially, on behalf of the Commanding General, Lieutenant General Townsend, I'm responsible for staff oversight of the train and equip enterprise for our partner forces to build enduring and self-sustaining capability. I've been with the coalition for just shy of 14 months now, and I've seen the incredible transformation of the Iraqi security forces and our partner forces in Syria, and how the fight against ISIS has evolved and accelerated in both countries. Much of this progress has been possible due to our close collaboration with the government of Iraq and our international partners. Today, in my final briefing to you, I'll first provide you with a quick operational overview of what is happening in Mosul and Raqqa, a review of our assistance to our partner forces, and then dig a little bit deeper into the efforts of the Ministerial Liaison Team. This will provide you with an overview of what we've accomplished to help defeat ISIS. Our partner force in Raqqa, the Syrian Democratic Forces, have just completed the first month of offensive operations to defeat ISIS in their self-declared capital. The SDF have taken about 45 square kilometers of ground from ISIS in and around the city of Raqqa this past week. On Monday night, the SDF gained a foothold into the old city of Raqqa by breaching the ancient Al-Rafiqa wall, and they are now progressively pushing further into the city. The SDF are exerting pressure on ISIS from 4 different fronts throughout the city. With a push to the east along the southern portion of the Euphrates River, ISIS is now completely encircled by SDF forces. The fight in Raqqa is going well, but we know there will be tough days ahead. However, I'm confident that our partner forces are up to the task. Moving on to Mosul, the Iraq security forces have pushed into the final 500-meter pocket of ISIS-held ground in the old city. Iraq forces are within sight of the Tigris River from the west and are facing an enemy on its absolutely last legs. The imminent liberation of Mosul rids Iraq of ISIS and sets conditions for political reconciliation. The coalition's role in preparing for what comes after ISIS is to train and equip hold forces and wide area security forces so stabilization can occur, which leads me into the role of the Ministerial Liaison Team. Our partner forces have done some extraordinary work by any measure. They have liberated nearly 2 million Iraqis from the yoke of a truly evil and oppressive enemy. They have taken back over 70% of the terrain once held by ISIS, and in the face of determined resistance, they have placed relentless pressure on Daesh. The coalition is here to support our partner forces in the defeat of ISIL. This support not only takes the form of advice and assistance and kinetic elements such as strikes and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, but also is delivered in terms of training and equipment. Since its inception, the coalition has trained 106,000 members of the Iraq Security Force, including 40,000 Iraqi Army, 15,000 police, 6,000 border guards, 21,000 Peshmerga, 14,000 from the Counterterrorism Service, and 9,500 tribal mobilization forces. This year alone, the coalition has delivered weapons, approximately 900 Humvees and more than 1,300 support vehicles for 75,000 Iraqi troops and policemen. In Syria, we have trained over 8,500 members of the SDF, and just this year have delivered weapons and ammunition and over 400 vehicles and personal equipment for over 40,000 troops. This support is the essence of the by, with, and through strategy, enabling our partner forces to defeat ISIS. These forces have liberated more than 4 million civilians throughout Iraq and Syria. They have fought and they have sacrificed dearly, and I honor their martyrs. And more importantly, I'm confident that they will win this fight. I have another hat, the director of the Canadian-led Ministerial Liaison Team. Our task is to provide advice and assistance and act as a liaison in order to enable the successful execution of the campaign plan and set the conditions for an enduring and sustainable Iraqi security force. Specifically, we work with the Ministries of Interior, Defense, Peshmerga, and Health, as well as with the National Security Advisor and the Prime Minister's National Operations Center. This is achieved with a team of 13 colonels from 8 different countries, a true coalition effort. In January, the MLT assisted the Iraqi Minister of Interior in preparing a 2-year plan for restoring readiness in the liberated provinces, and that was successfully delivered to the Iraqi Prime Minister for endorsement, and we are now midway through implementing that plan. We are also currently working on a 2-year plan for the Ministry of Defense, and we continue to make great gains in the realms of intelligence, logistics, counter-ID, and communications. A recent milestone occurred just earlier this week when the MLT divested the first of 100 police presence in a box packages, which are essentially temporary stations that provide a local police force with the equipment necessary to establish themselves in areas where ISIS has destroyed their infrastructure. The equipment from this project arrives in a shipping container and includes a tent with a large working space, furniture, lighting, water tanks, laptops, phones, GPS, weapons storage, checkpoint equipment, and 2 land cruisers. In essence, everything they need to set up a visible presence. The contents can be unpacked and set up quickly to allow the police to immediately begin serving their citizens. The delivery of the first of the 100 containers will roll out over this summer, and this initiative will be followed by a border guard in a box project that will enable a similar capability for Iraq's border service. An effective and credible police and civil defense structure is imperative in order to make the transition from the current green or army policing to true blue policing, based on the model of intelligence-led community-based policing, which is the future. In closing, I'd like to thank our partner forces and our international partners for their incredible hard work and dedication during my tenure here. At the same time, I need to acknowledge the professionalism and bravery of all the members of the Iraqi security forces and our partner forces who are taking the fight to a truly evil and increasingly desperate organization. As I've said before and will say today for the last time, it's been an absolute honor to play a small part in their effort. Truly, the transformation I've witnessed has been impressive, as our partners in Iraq and Syria have achieved an astounding reversal since 2014, when ISIS seized key terrain in Syria and Iraq. I leave theater noting that the fight is not yet over. Yet, ISIS has been all but vanquished from its holdings, and of course, laying the groundwork that prevents the rise of ISIS 2.0 remains of critical importance. Thank you. I'll now take your questions.
Sure, we'll start with Lita Baldor of the Associated Press.
Hi, General, thanks so much. A couple quick questions on Mosul. Can you give at least an estimate of the number of civilians you think remain in the city, as well as the number of ISIS that remain in the city at this point in that small area? And then secondly, as you look ahead to a hold force, what role is the U.S. going to play in helping the Iraqis hold the city, at least for the near future?
So, Lita, I'll answer your second question first, which is what role will the U.S. play in helping the hold force. It's the U.S. and the entire coalition that will assist. In essence, we've already trained and equipped the whole force that's there. It's predominantly based around local police, and by local, I mean policemen from Anbar, reinforced, of course, by the Iraqi army. We will continue to provide advice and assistance as we have been doing in eastern Mosul, and we'll do so in western Mosul as they assist in holding and establishing some sort of stability so that there's security for the citizens. As to the specific numbers of the civilians and the military, that are still in the remaining, 500 square meter pocket, it's hard for me to give you the exact numbers because the pocket is shrinking so quickly. And to be honest with you, I'm here less focused on the operational piece than I am on what got us there and what we've got to do next.
And can you say how many ISIS are remaining, do you think?
I actually don't know. I'm actually the wrong guy to ask. The spokesman is a great guy to ask, and as I understand it, he'll be in Washington next week. No doubt, by the time he's in Washington next week, there'll be no ISIL remaining because there will be no 500 square meters still being held.
All right, great. We'll go Christina Wong of Breitbart.
Hi, General. Thanks for doing this. You mentioned great gains with the Iraqi forces in building their own logistics capability, ISR, and other things. Where exactly are they in doing that, and how long will they need coalition support, enabling support for that?
Thanks, Christina. That's a great question. They've actually come an extraordinarily long way in their ability to self-sustain. And that does include things like, as you pointed out, logistics and ISR. They are a completely different army than they were in 2014. That's absolutely evident to anybody that works with them. Part of that is because of the great work of the coalition in terms of training them and preparing them for this fight, this long slog in my time, Ramadi, Fallujah, and then up through Kiara West and into Mosul. So a lot of work is done to prepare them for that. In that, they've had to learn to do what for them is expeditionary logistics. I had one senior Iraqi tell me that projecting logistics to Mosul for us, is the same thing as the Brits projecting logistics to the Falklands. That's how far away it is in terms of their normal set, because normally they do regionally based operations. They've learned quickly, they've learned well, and have been able to sustain their own forces with some assistance from us in what has been a pretty long and grueling fight. So very impressed with where they've gone with that. They do have some pretty good ISR capability of their own, and increasingly they're using it to enable their operations on top of the ISR, obviously, that we add for them. So on the whole, it's a good news story. How long we have to be here? We'll be here as long as we need to be here. Our mission is to make sure that it's a self-sustaining force, and a self-sustaining force means that it's able to train itself, it's able to feed itself, and it's able to fight by itself. We're well on our way to achieving that, Christina.
And then secondly, could you talk a little bit more about this police in a box, force in a box concept?
Absolutely happy to do so. So the vast majority of the infrastructure, particularly the security infrastructure in Nineveh province, has been destroyed by ISIS. It's really important to the people of Mosul, the Maslawis, to have a sense of normalcy, and nothing says normal like a policeman. And it's important psychologically as well as in terms of actual security. But there's nowhere for them to go and set up. Their buildings have been destroyed, or they need to be cleared. And so the idea was to establish, give them the capability in all 5 of the liberated provinces, or recently liberated provinces, to establish a visible police presence as soon as possible. So the idea came up during a workshop with about 70 Iraqi senior policemen, and we were talking about how to do that. Infrastructure takes a long time to build, and so we considered the idea of something that was temporary and relocatable. So inside what is in essence a freshly painted sea can with Iraqi police painted on the side is everything they need to set up a police station. So that includes the barriers around the station if required to defend themselves, the ability to conduct checkpoints, but also a large enough tent, it's 20 by 30 meters, to enable them to conduct police business with separate areas for investigations and for even the police station commander to have a place to work. The idea is that they can get in there very quickly within a day. Everything that's in the box, everything they require is in the box. That includes power, that includes white and gray water tanks, the whole 9 yards. It's all there so that they can set up as quickly as possible. I presided over the ceremonial divestiture of the first box earlier this week, and the Iraqis are very, very excited by this. It enables them to get their presence there that much quicker.
Zach Biggs of Jane's Defense.
Thanks. General, so you talked quite a bit about the efforts to get the Iraqi police force up and running in the reclaimed territory, but can you tell us what has been done in terms of training the SDF for holding and policing territory that's claimed in Syria? What sort of training, what sort of equipment is being dedicated towards their ability to maintain security in the territory claimed in Syria once that process has been achieved?
So the SDF is in essence the clearance force, and if you will, the hold force. It's not the police force at all, but we have anticipated the requirement, and so have the SDF. And so, for instance, in the Raqqa area, we're already starting to work on something that's called the Raqqa Internal Security Force. This will be locals that will work for the Raqqa Council. So it'll work for local governance, and it'll be ready to establish that policing function, if you will, that safety and security element. So this is about anticipating that requirement. So that's a pretty good job of prediction. It's a little bit more difficult in Syria, as you can imagine, than it is in Iraq, because we're not dealing with a government and established structures, and so we have to be a little bit inventive. But this is a great idea that the SDF has come up with, and we'll assist them in the training and preparation work for what's known as the RISF, or the Raqqa Internal Security Force.
Just to follow up, do you have any sense as to how many people are going to need to be trained for that internal Raqqa security force? You said there are 8,500 SDF that have been trained by the coalition. Is it a similar number for the number that will be needed to police the territory for the internal security force, or are we talking a smaller group?
Yeah, it'll be a smaller number, and we're going to have to build this as we go, and that's something that we've learned. So the order of magnitude is certainly much smaller than the overall SDF. Think in the order of tens of hundreds is probably the best way to think of it.
Sagar Anjeti, Daily Caller.
Thank you for doing this, General. So since NATO joined the anti-ISIS coalition in May, what specific contributions have you seen the alliance towards the training effort in the fight against ISIS, and what role do you forecast for the alliance going forward?
Yep, it's a great question. So when NATO joined the coalition, they actually joined the grander coalition. And so, if you will, they joined the Special Presidential Envoy McGurk's coalition as opposed to Lieutenant General Townsend's coalition. And that's an important distinction. Having said that, here on the ground, there is a NATO training and capability building mission in Iraq that has just stood up. It's quite small and modest right now, with a focus on a few key areas: counter-ID training, civil-military cooperation training, some help with security sector reform, civil preparedness, some very, very specific medical training, and it's for evacuation, and offered to provide some teams that can assist with instructing maintenance on former Warsaw Pact vehicles. That's a small, modest, but very much required contribution. We've been working very closely with NATO to make sure that it's complementary to what the larger coalition is doing. This is designed to be small to start with, in accordance with the mandate that NATO has provided for this mission. It may grow over time. That's NATO's decision to make. It's certainly not ours. So far, the elements that we have on the ground are having good effect, and the idea is to have a small initial footprint here, and to fly over the trainers as they're required. In fact, it's something that we're considering doing in fact, we will do in the coalition writ large over the coming year.
Just a quick follow-up. How many NATO personnel are involved in this mission?
Right now, they're permanently based here. It's, if I remember correctly, it's 3 civilians and it's 4 military. But those are senior guys that are that make sure that they're developing the right kind of capability. So NATO has conducted, I believe, 3 counter-IED courses so far and are getting ready to do the 4th one. So for that, they would bring over a training team of 10 to 15 soldiers that would be able to produce that. They deliver the training and then they go back. This is sort of an expeditionary training model, if you will.
Great, thanks.
Carlo Munoz of the Washington Times.
Hey, sir, thanks for doing this. Quick question going on your focus on local police for the hold force and to kind of foster stability in Mosul once the fight is done. I know this is a bit of apples and oranges, but in Afghanistan we saw the local police actually in some instances cause more trouble than they actually did cause have a positive effect, you know, when they reverted back to either tribal, sectarian, ethnic sort of allegiances as opposed to the central government. How are you guys attempting to address that issue, especially in a place like Nineveh province, which is, from what I understand, one of the most ethnically and diverse areas in northern Iraq? And I have a follow-up.
Yeah, okay, so there's a couple of ways in which we address that. First of all is with training. So the training that we provide for the policemen, conducted predominantly by Task Force Carabinieri, the Italian National Police, but assisted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Czechs so far, is designed to teach them how to be true policemen. And we've adopted the model of community-based, intelligence-led policing, and that is one way to make that cultural change. The idea being, if you can touch a third of a police force with this kind of training, you will have affected 100% change, and so we continue to do that. But another part of it is in fact that Iraq is not Afghanistan in so many ways, and I did serve in Afghanistan. It's a different problem set, and you're right when you characterize it as apples and oranges, because it absolutely is. What's different here is that Iraq was invaded. It was invaded by, in essence, a foreign army that seized terrain. And the Iraqi security forces have done an incredible job of pushing back what is, in essence, a conventional military threat. And so this is liberation of their own citizens that have been under the yoke of oppression from Daesh for close to 2 pretty horrific years. And so that changes the mindset as well. So we're actually quite positive that we're headed in the right direction with the police. The other thing as well is that we're not just training, as they call them, the shorta, the policemen themselves, but we're providing training in terms of leadership. And I have sensed in my dealings, and I deal a lot with the Ministry of the Interior and a lot of senior policemen, that they understand the requirement, the #1 requirement for policing is respect. And that's not that the police are respected, that's that the citizens are respected by the police. And I sense that they truly understand that.
Thanks, sir. And a quick follow-up. When you first came on board, you said that you were still trying to kind of get your hands around the training curriculum, how much should be focused on actual sort of conventional stability operations versus counterterrorism, counterinsurgency operations, which is where Daesh seems to be going after they lose a lot of territory in both Iraq and Syria. Now at the tail end of your assignment, sir, do you think you've got that balance down? And if you do, can you kind of explain how that is broken down versus how much focus you're putting on conventional stability versus counterterrorism, counterinsurgency?
Yep, it's a fair question. So first of all, things won't unfold in a sequential manner. There's no monolithic element of Iraq, and so in some places there's still Daesh 1.0. They're holding ground, they're holding terrain, and they need to be defeated in a conventional sense. In other places, they've already reverted into a terrorist insurgent organization. And so there's a requirement for the 2 types of skill sets. In the beginning, 14 months ago, the work was in actually to take the Iraqi army, which had been optimized for counterinsurgency, and re-optimize it for conventional operations. Clearly, we did a good job of that because they have been performing spectacularly out in the field. They have done some things that Western armies train for and talk about, but actually haven't had a chance to do, like clear a city of 1 million people, like conduct opposed river crossings with mechanized forces. It's been very, very, very impressive to watch. The challenge now is to make sure that we have an opportunity to ensure that they remember, or that we refine their wide area security operations skills. And there is a plan to do that, to touch the brigades again, to make sure that we're teaching that so those skills are there. What's good to know, though, is that it's easier to go from a force optimized for conventional forces to COIN than it is the other way around. As most Western armies actually have learned over the last 10 to 15 years. So I think that we've developed the right kind of training. What's also interesting is that increasingly the Iraqis are valuing training for its own self, so for the value of the training itself, vice as a means to perhaps get better equipment. And so we are currently training a new set of brigades that will be used for follow-on operations after Mosul, and they specifically asked for more advanced training, for some more leadership training, and to train together collectively at the battalion and the brigade level. So this is all very, very positive signs.
All right, sorry, just one really quick follow-up. You mentioned as the Mosul operation kind of ramps down, you move into the stability sort of hold phase. The coalition plans to fly in trainers as needed. Is it fair to understand that by flying in the trainers there will be no more sort of regular deployments of either U.S. or coalition troops for the train, advise, and the assist mission?
Yeah, so we're not there yet, right? So the fall of Mosul, the inevitable and imminent fall of Mosul, does not mean that Daesh is defeated. There are still some conventional battles that have to happen, specifically in Tal Afar, in Hawija, and in western Anbar, the sequencing of which, of course, will be up to the government of Iraq. So we're not done yet. So it's not like as soon as Mosul falls, we're downing tools and suddenly focusing on COIN. As I said, the security system is not monolithic. It's different in the different provinces. And so we have to reflect that. We have a good 10, 12 months worth of business just to train the next set of brigades that we're looking at, training and equipping them for follow-on operations. So we'll stay in the business in the manner that we are for a long time. We have to look forward to how we transition from that, though. If a force is going to be self-sustaining, then the industrial level and basic training needs to be done by the Iraqis themselves. And we need to start adding value further up the training value chain, doing more advanced training, which you can actually do with less people. So I'm talking about a transition that will happen over the next sort of 6 to 18 months or 12 to 18 months as we continue to test and adjust the manner in which we support our partner forces. The thing about a by, with, and through in a campaign in a complex theater is that you have to be as adaptable and adaptive as your partner forces, and more adaptable than the threat that you're facing.
Okay, Elizabeth McLaughlin, ABC News.
Hi, thanks for doing this, General. Can you talk a little bit about the holding force in East Mosul, any resistance that they've been facing, and kind of what have been some of the issues versus the successes that you've seen there, and then how that gets replicated in West Mosul once the liberation happens?
East Mosul is nothing short of a miracle. It's amazing how quickly Moslawis have rebounded. Their vibrant market life, moving right back into their homes as soon as they were cleared, and things are cooking along really, really well there. And the whole force has been doing a good job. It's a combination of army and local police, but increasingly the local police are taking the forefront in that. So we're very positive with what's occurred there. Eastern Mosul and Western Mosul are very, very different. Western Mosul is different in its structure and its architecture. It's almost biblical in its architecture. It's very narrow streets. It's very old buildings. ISIS, as it's got more desperate, has left more of a trail of destruction behind them, and so that will be a different challenge in terms of people coming back to their homes, restoring normalcy, etc. But we have the right hold forces in place. The Iraqis are a learning organization, so they'll take what they learned in Ramadi and Fallujah and Eastern Mosul and apply it in Western Mosul. So I remain really positive about it.
Total police forces do you anticipate for the entire city?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How many total police forces do you anticipate for the city? How many are in, I know you said it's a combination of Army and police forces, so how many, once the liberation has occurred, do you anticipate it will take to hold the city total?
Yeah, so if we look to the sort of end state, the numbers that we've looked at, and they're based on some pretty detailed analysis, the expectation is that we're going to require about a total of about 25,000 police in Ninawa province in order to do the job properly. And that's one of the reasons we've trained 6,000 Ninawa policemen in anticipation of that requirement to flesh it out. Wide area security, which is something that the Iraqis actually is their model for security internally, involves all the forces. So it involves the Army, it involves elements of the federal police, the local police which secure the cities, elements of the CTS to conduct counterinsurgency and counterterrorism operations, and of course in some of the provinces, border guards as well. So we think we have it about right. So about 25,000 local police, and we've assisted in training 6,000 extra police in order to bring their numbers up.
Okay. Next to Thomas Watkins of Agence France Presse.
Hello, General. Thanks for doing this. You mentioned earlier the Iraqi security forces, the Iraqi army in 2014, and obviously their difficulties are well documented. Nonetheless, those troops, many of them had U.S. training from 2008 to 2011. What gives you confidence that things will turn out differently 3 years, 4 years down the road in this instance? Again, they've had coalition training. How can you be confident that they're not just going to, things aren't going to go awry a second time?
No, it's actually a very fair question. So there's a couple of things. One is that Iraq now is not the Iraq of 2008 to 2011. I had a very senior Iraqi tell me that we're an ancient society and a brand new country, born in 2012, who had a near-death experience in 2014. And that's actually a good lens through which to look at it. So it's almost unfair to compare Iraq now to Iraq pre-2012, to be honest with you. But as I said before, the Iraqi security forces are being optimized for a specific threat, which was to conduct counterinsurgency. Then they faced a completely different threat, which was to be invaded by a massive army that holds ground. So we've re-optimized them for that, and as I said, we'll make sure that they still have their coin skills for the inevitable defeat of Daesh in its 1.0 version, to make sure that they can also defeat it in its 2.0 version.
Thank you. And just to follow up, at the very top, I'm sorry I missed it, but I think you said that IS is on its very last legs. Was that a reference to just in Mosul?
Well, they're certainly on their last legs in Mosul. I think in general they are. We can feel it. The pressure has been pretty relentless on them. With Mosul about to fall, Raqqa completely isolated, with them having lost 70% of the terrain that they seized at their high water mark, if not more, with 2 million of the people that they had under their oppression since liberated. So I think that it's fair to characterize that as on their last legs. We've certainly maintained the pressure on them. The Iraqi security forces and our partners in Syria have been nothing short of amazing in their ability to continue to keep the pressure on ISIL to the point where it's incapable of reinforcing from one side to another. The simultaneity of this has been pretty awesome.
Next to Travis Tritton of the Washington Examiner.
Thank you, General. I had a question on the police and border guards in a box. How many total shipping containers will there be, including both police and border guards? Is this something the United States is funding, and what is the total cost of the program?
Yep, great question. So a police in a box or a border in a box literally uses one box. Right now the plan is to purchase, we have already purchased 100 police in a box, and we're in the process of purchasing 100. In essence, what they are is purpose-built or ready to establish border guard posts. So it's 100 each. Each of them come with vehicles. The order of magnitude is about, to purchase 100 of either variant is $25 million. That has been purchased with the Iraq Train and Equip Fund, which is the same fund that we use for supporting all of our partner forces, Iraq Train and Equip Fund in Iraq and the Syrian Train and Equip Fund in Syria, now known as the Counter-ISIS Train and Equip Fund, the CTEF, and I manage that on behalf of the CG day to day. Nothing short of an extraordinary ability to respond very quickly to emerging demands. So yes, it's been U.S. funds through ITEF that will pay for the police in a box and border guard in a box.
So that's $50 million for 200 total containers?
So I wouldn't characterize it as $50 million for 200 containers. I characterize it as $25 million to establish 100 police stations, and that is definitely a bargain. And $25 million to help reestablish a border between two countries, which is also pretty substantial.
Thank you.
Next to Corey Dickstein, Stars and Stripes.
Travis actually took most of my questions, but let me just kind of follow up on his though. You said that the first police station in a box had been delivered. Was that in Mosul? I might have missed that. And then the 100 for the police, are those all going to Mosul, or are those going across different liberated areas of Iraq?
Right. So the first one was a ceremonial divestiture, but it's not really, because we delivered it at the Training Institute at the Ministry of the Interior, and we have the second one at the what we call Camp Dublin, which is another police training institute. This is so we can train policemen on how to work the box, and while we're at it, it gives us an opportunity to give them some additional training on two things: how to run a local police station and law of armed conflict. So that gives us that opportunity. The scheme of maneuver right now is 10 to each of the recently liberated provinces, and then the remaining 50 we're working with the Ministry of the Interior to determine where it fits with their priorities as the security situation unfolds. So the initial plan is 10 in each of the recently liberated provinces. So that's Nineveh, Kirkuk, Saladin, Diyala, and Anbar.
And then for the ones that'll go to the border guard, is it the same basic outfit, I guess, inside of each of these boxes? And then another question on the border guard. You said, I think, you trained 6,000. How many border guard eventually do you need trained? And are they only going to be on the Syria-Iraq border, or are they going to deploy elsewhere as well?
Right, so the border guard or border post is slightly different. It has slightly different equipment. It needs to be defensible, and so it has more defensive stores. It has the tent is designed to be the tent in which the platoon would live out of. The container, if you will, serves as a elevated platform for observation along the border. So that's kind of the scheme of maneuver with it. It still has vehicles, much like the police one does, to enable local patrolling. And yes, we've trained 6,000 so far, trained and equipped. We're very much focused on the 2nd Division. The 2nd Division is a division of 5 brigades that is responsible for the Iraq and Syria border. We're about to receive the last 2 battalions of that division into training. Once we've done that, we will have trained and equipped that entire division. Our priority is the priority of the Iraqi government, and the government of Iraq needs to reestablish its border with Iraq and Syria. Its other borders are intact, so that's not surprising. And we'll make sure that that's the border that they're able to reestablish and defend as soon as possible. Just a reminder, the border guards are not responsible for defending the territorial integrity of the country. That's the Army's job. The border guard's job is to, in essence, defend the economic integrity of the border, so countering smuggling and, of course, low-scale raids and counterinsurgent or terrorist movements. So I think we've got them set up in the right way to do that, specifically in the terrain that is yet to be deliberated along the Iraq-Syria border.
Okay, Jack Detch.
Thank you so much, General. One question on Turkey. It seems that Turkish President Erdogan said yesterday that he didn't have confidence that the arms supplied to the SDF from the U.S. and the coalition would be returned. Have you had any discussions with the SDF, or just have there been any discussions about how that security assistance might be returned?
Right, so we're focused right now, obviously, on equipping them for the fight. We understand the policy and the intent, and we're working to make sure that we're able to comply with that. But the key thing is for now, is to enable the fighters to complete their task. The SDF has done some extraordinary work. They really have. And they've done it very, very well. They've done it quickly. They've done it with a high degree of inventiveness. We understand the follow-on requirements, and I know that the SDF is aware of those requirements, and we'll continue to work that. This is a trusted partner force, and it's trusted for a reason. They've done every single time they've done exactly what they said they would do.
Okay, and then just a quick follow-up, but on Iraq, actually. DoD said that the Iraqi counterterrorism service has sustained 40% loss in combat power in Mosul. I'm curious how the coalition might rebuild that force and what capabilities might be hardest hit.
Yeah, so it's a very timely question. I just finished attending a one-day summit on the CTS and what they look like in the future and how to go through both refit and reset. The counterterrorism service has done some truly extraordinary work, and they've taken the brunt of the fighting in almost every single scenario. We're well aware of the fact that there is a requirement for some refit and reset. The mechanism is in place to assist them with training through their training pipeline. Key thing is that they're able to maintain the training pipeline without lowering their standards. The CTS is a world-class counterterrorism service and is doing some pretty extraordinary work. Have they been bloodied? Yes, they absolutely have. But they've been doing it for a truly righteous cause. And we know that, and we have managed to keep them in the fight. They have exactly the same amount of equipment now as they did when they started the fight in Mosul, which has not been easy to do. And acknowledge that they have taken an awful lot of casualties. They're very dedicated, though, and they've made sure that they've been able to keep the fighting forces there. So we have a pretty good plan in place to assist them in refitting and resetting themselves.
Okay. Next to Jeff Selden, Voice of America.
General, thanks very much. I wanted to get back to what you were talking about with the policing and the intelligence-based policing. What type of intelligence are you teaching these Iraqi forces to collect, and how widely is it going to be disseminated or distributed, whether within Iraq or even beyond, relationships with Interpol? Any use of biometrics with any of the stuff they're collecting, given the concerns about the ongoing threat from ISIS in a 2.0 form?
Yeah, so intelligence-led policing is something that we're all familiar with because our communities use it and our policemen use it. So the idea is that it's not just running around looking for bad guys. You're actually being targeted towards bad guys. In this case, I mean criminals. But you have teased at another area, which is intelligence writ large. So we are doing a lot of work to try and assist the Iraqis and the Iraqi security forces in developing a more synchronized intelligence system. There are different types of intelligence. There's criminal intelligence, there's national intelligence, there's domestic intelligence, and it's not easy even in our own countries to make sure that that's properly shared and adequately shared, and that the mechanisms and the policies are in place for that. So we're working with them to make sure that that's the case. On the criminal intelligence side, we need to make sure that criminal and technical intelligence leads to things like warrant-based counterterrorism operations by the CTS, as well as enforcement of law and order right on the street in towns around Iraq. So I think we're on the right track with this.
Well, look, has there been any talk about, plugging them into the Interpol system so that if there are guys who are terrorists that try to move across borders, that they can share that information with coalition partner forces and coalition countries?
Yeah, there are information sharing and intelligence sharing arrangements between Iraq and many of its partner countries that it works with, including the U.S. And we are working to enable them to better manage biometric information, to reestablish some capability that was here before that no longer is. So we're working through all of that piece. We understand that it's a transnational threat. The Iraqis understand that as well. So as we develop their capability to share internally, none of that will get in the way of their ability to share with their partners, and we have those relationships in place.
Thank you.
Okay, Carla Munoz, I think you had a follow-up.
Yeah, sir, I just wanted to follow up on Corey's question about the border force and this border in a box. Are there any plans to deploy any of these borders in a box to the contested areas near Antanf? And if so, is there any elements within the training curriculum for the border police to address the possibility of forces crossing over from Syria into Iraq?
So the entire border needs to be established, reestablished, cleared and reestablished. So right now the border guards can do, in fact, through some recent operations, they do control both the Walid and the Tribil crossings. So that's good. That's a good start. Specific training for counter-border operations. I mean, the border guards are there specifically to give indications of threats and warnings to the territorial integrity of Iraq. And that's a matter of relations between Iraq and Syria, and the Prime Minister Abadi has made that pretty clear. What we're doing is providing them with the capability and the capacity to fulfill their function, which is to be able to protect the economic integrity of the country, and cue forces, predominantly from the army, that are there to defeat any threat to the territorial integrity of the country.
Okay. Any other questions, folks? Any other follow-ups? All right, General, and with that, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Do you have any final words for us, sir, before we sign off?
Yep, thanks for putting me through the fire one more time. I now have 2 Pentagon Press Corps conferences under my belt. But on a more somber note, I have been incredibly moved by the passion and dedication of the senior Iraqis I've met. I've met an inordinate number of Iraqi nationalists who believe in Iraq for Iraqis, and they've caused me to believe in that too. And I honor their martyrs and the hard work that they go through, and I wish the Iraqi security forces and the people of Iraq, and indeed the people of Syria, all the best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, General. We look forward to seeing you back on this continent and having a Tim Hortons with you. Godspeed to you.
All right, everybody, getting a live look of the White House right now. In case you missed it earlier today, President Trump held a joint press conference in Poland. Let's hear what he had to say.
Of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. I am delighted with this visit in Warsaw, which is one of the first international visits paid by Mr. President Trump. This visit stresses our bond and the high quality of the alliance between Poland and the United States. It also demonstrates that we are and that we mutually assess each other as loyal partners, as those who cooperate on many different areas, including the area of security within NATO alliance. And today, this was one of the topics of our discussion that we had during our tete-a-tete meeting with Mr. President, followed by a plenary session of our two delegations. We talked about the presence of American soldiers in Poland. We talked about strengthening security of our part of Europe, including the eastern flank of NATO. We discussed generally the security situation in this part of Europe. Apart from that, we mentioned the situation in Ukraine. We talked about the upcoming Zapad 17 military exercise, which will take place in Belarus. We also talked about contracts connected with the modernization of the Polish armed forces. We discussed the already entered into agreement between Poland and the United States on purchasing Patriot missiles. So we discussed the implementation of the Wisła program. We also discussed the implementation of another program codenamed Homar. We discussed about all the things that will be implemented in the next few years as regards strengthening the security of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted. After these conversations, I have a feeling that the United States is thinking very seriously, and Mr. President Donald Trump is thinking very seriously about Poland's security. He's also thinking very seriously about the United States of America as our loyal ally. The President stressed very strongly the strength of the Polish community in the United States, of our Polonia, of the Polish Americans, whom he met even before elections. And Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for that. Thank you for noticing also the contribution of Polish Americans and Polish people in the development, in the building of the prosperity of the United States of America. But apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, we discussed economic contracts, not only military ones, but also those connected with security. We spoke at length about LNG gas deliveries to Poland. I am really pleased that the first shipment of LNG gas arrived to Poland on the 8th of July from the United States. This has turned out hugely successful. There were no problems whatsoever. There were no barriers to ship that gas to our LNG terminal through the LNG terminal in Świnoujście. This opens up the path to more contracts. I hope that in the near future there will be a long-term contract entered into for LNG gas deliveries from the United States, and that through this we will diversify sources of supply of this hugely important raw material to Poland. In a few moments, together with Mr. President, we will attend the Three Seas Summit, where we are also going to discuss issues pertaining to energy security and pertaining to the development of the transatlantic bond between Europe and the United States. We will also talk about the development of infrastructure in our part of Europe, in Central Europe. But we are also going to discuss the development of the European Union, because all the Three Seas Initiative countries are EU member states. And whenever we talk about the implementation of the cohesion policy, then we are looking at it from the European Union perspective. We want to implement it through the development of infrastructure along the north-south axis to increase competitiveness of our countries, and by the same token to increase the competitiveness of the entire European Union. I hope that we'll be able to do that also in cooperation with the United States, according to the win-win principle, that this is going to be beneficial both from the United States and for our countries. Mr. President, once again, welcome. I'm hugely delighted with your visit in Poland, and in my capacity as President of the Republic of Poland, thank you very much on the behalf of the entire Polish society, of the Polish people, for coming to Poland. Thank you, Mr. President. The President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, President Duda, and for your really gracious hospitality. We've had a wonderful stay. It's been quick, but the people of Poland have been so fantastic. And as you know, Polish Americans came out in droves. They voted in the last election, and I was very happy with that result. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank them. It's a true honor to be here in Poland. It's a majestic nation. It really is. It's a spectacular place, some of the most beautiful sights that we just saw coming over, really very inspirational. You're rich in history, and you have absolutely an unbreakable spirit. That's something we've learned for over the course of many years. The President and I concluded a productive meeting in which we reaffirmed our enduring bonds of friendship and have united our citizens for a long time. But we've never been closer to Poland, I think, than we are right now. Poland is not only a great friend, but a truly important ally and a partner with respect to our military. We've had great cooperations with Poland. We've fought shoulder to shoulder in many different encounters. Particularly grateful for the active role Poland has taken in helping to defeat ISIS, where we've made tremendous strides, tremendous gains, which you'll be hearing about over the next period of time, and other terrorist organizations. Poland's been right there with us by training Iraqi special forces and flying reconnaissance missions, and just about any time we requested, they were there. Brave Polish soldiers have fought